Let's see. We should be live on Twitch, and YouTube is sending data, which means there we go.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Wow, it just works sometimes, doesn't it? Should be live on Twitch. Oh, and there's me again. Cool. All right. Welcome, everybody, one and all, friends, family, people we don't really like but are here anyway, to the Class of '09 Anime Kickstarter Final Day Telethon. We've been crowdfunding for about the last month on doing a pilot for the Class of '09 anime, and it's been going pretty well. Our first goal was $35,000 just to do like another short like we did before, and we absolutely smashed that. Then it was $100,000 to get an 11-minute pilot, and as you can see here, we passed that too. So right now, what we're doing is an 11-minute anime pilot. I'm here with SBN3, Max, the creator of Class of '09. I, of course, am Lyle Rath. I run this channel, Rath Club. We publish the game, and I voice a character in the game. We'll be your hosts for this whole telethon extravaganza. Before we get into that, though, if you haven't seen it already, Max made a little video for his Kickstarter that kind of tells his story and tells you more about the project. So we'll give that a little watcheroony because nothing burns time like pre-made assets.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. So let's do that right now. Shut off the cool chill piano music and let's go.
She's McDonald's. Emily, where'd you get McDonald's?
McDonald's?
Bitch, give me a fry.
Is that how you ask?
Bitch, please give me a fry.
The meme heard round the world, but let's rewind for a minute. I've been making cartoons and parodies on the internet for about 10 years now, and believe it or not, the bitch give me a fry clip is not my first freebooted video meme. You might have seen this.
Especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
Maybe this.
Say no one more time.
And this one's all over Instagram Reels.
Guys, there's a bomb on the train!
Obama's on the train!
No, a bomb!
Oh, good. I fucking hate Obama, but I'm not racist or anything.
I am.
Yeah, so I made those. But as a filmmaker in your 20s, you start realizing that making funny videos that turn into memes isn't very profitable. So I made a video game called Class of '09, a visual novel because it's all I could afford. And in that game, I used all the comedic talent that I developed doing cartoons and parodies.
We have a runner! Free!
All these visual novels were works of fantasy, but I had real stories to tell, most of which ended up in Class of '09.
How do you feel about the Beatles?
You're such a fucking white mom. It's not even funny.
Now, the video game was profitable, so I made another. But while developing that game, I wanted to take it full circle and bring the screenwriting from my anime parodies into an actual anime based on Class of '09.
Oh, so you thought she could steal that hot dog roller?
So I did that. Not anime style, not anime inspired, genuine anime pipeline drawn by people working on anime. Finding people who do that's way easier said than done, by the way. But yeah, I found those people, we came together, and October 23rd, 2023, we released Class of '09, the anime short.
The challenge should be a cast of bald guys who don't look like they say the N-word.
The reception was a wildfire of positivity, and now we have constant demand for more on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and especially TikTok. To do this, the SBN3 studio needs your help to bring the content you desire to life. At $35,000, we'll have the budget to deliver you a 5-minute short bringing an even higher quality than the first one.
Cool.
But wait, there's stretch goals. If you want even more Class of '09 anime, then $90,000 in backing will get us to produce an 11-minute half-hour pilot, like a SpongeBob episode.
I'll give him 11 minutes.
Now let's say you're absolutely psychotic. Your therapist is sick of hearing about this Class of '09 thing. If you want even more Class of '09 anime, get us to $250,000, giving us the spending power to produce our own half-hour block pilot.
No way.
No AI, no corporate middle management making the screenplay boring.
Do I look like a bitch who would know?
I don't know if Class of '09 can be the best anime, but it'll definitely be the realest.
That's easy for you to say. You did my last Xanax!
Class of '09 the anime. Back us on Kickstarter today. What a lovely video.
That's a great video.
Thank you.
I wish I could meet the guy who made that video.
Oh, well, here he is.
Oh my God. He's back from the dead? I thought
How you doing?
Yeah, I thought you died in a plane crash. And
So
all of your outstanding tax balances and all that went to your next of kin. It was like a big deal.
Oh yeah, they all went offshore. Well, you see, what happened was this was actually right before John Madden died. He decided to take one last plane ride and wasn't using the Madden cruiser. And so I get on a plane with John Madden, and we're trying to land right on the SoFi football field, the new one in LA.
Oh yeah,
and,
I've seen pilots do the whole look what I can do thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't realize that there was a glass roof to SoFi Stadium, so we couldn't land right on the field. So we kind of crashed through. Me and John Madden, well, obviously John Madden, rest in peace, NFL legend. But yeah, I was kind of in a coma for a while, and then, well, let's just say we're back in business and we're ready to make an anime.
Hell yes, my friend.
Thank you.
So we got a fun little show going on here, but I'm sure that the big question on everybody's mind is what happens if we don't hit that 250K? Because some things have changed and some things have been added that I'm sure people are not super aware of.
Oh yeah, well, so essentially, it was 90,000 for 11 minutes, and then it was 250,000 for, the 23-minute, 22-minute, whatever, half-hour block. And so for a pilot of that length. And so what I decided to do is, because people keep asking for a third game, I decided to put it 200K even. We decided to put in a new stretch goal, which was we would start production and announce production of a new visual novel. We would announce production of a new visual novel at 200K because so many people wanted a third game. So we put that in. However, the provision is if, because people are going to feel bad if it gets to like 240 and then it doesn't make it. So what we do, a provision is if we fail to get to 250, but we get to 200, then we will announce that third visual novel as sort of a consolation for people who helped so much. On top of that, I would also say that even if it's at 140,000 or 150,000, that you got to remember Kickstarter and the Kickstarter rewards, that's going to chunk out a lot of the money anyway. And the more money we get, regardless of whether it hits a goal or not, that ensures that we can have better quality. We can get it done more efficiently. We can get other collaborators on board. We can pay more people and all those things. So I would say that there's a lot of reasons. It's not just a binary 1, 2, 3. It's every dollar helps along this journey.
Yeah, animation is stupidly expensive, as you can see probably. And I pretty much there's I would say there's probably not going to be any wasted money here. In fact, I'm kind of glad that we have a game that we're selling that, like, if this ends up not being enough, like, we can still deliver on whatever the hell we promise. Because, frankly, like, for animation budget, like, this is not even like the tip of the iceberg. So, but it's amazing that we even got here. And I hope that everyone here is at least excited for the 11-minute pilot. But if we end up doing more, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be pissed. I wouldn't throw shit across the room and scream and howl.
I wouldn't have a big problem with anything. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just have to see. We do have a lot of voicemails. There's a lot of voicemails that we can get to. Yeah, if we ever
run out of stuff we can talk about or get tired of you in the chat, we have some voicemails from people who sent in questions that we can answer for Q&As. Also, I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about production. We've got a whole schedule here, which is more than we usually do. So in the next like 20 minutes or so, we're gonna have our first schedule block, which is an interview with the re-up CG artist Drowsy, who did who did a bunch of the when you get an ending, all the like custom art and stuff like that. He had
the most popular CGs
in
the whole game. Go ahead.
We've got the musical score composer Aaron Mr. Lab Monroe, who wrote this. I should be playing this. There we go. This wonderful little light piano piece and all the other music in the game. Then we have two different actors roundtables. The first one is with Corinne Sudberg, Sarah Ruth Thomas, and Chris McCullough. That's going to be at noon Pacific Standard or 3 Eastern Standard. If you're across the lake, figure it out. Go fuck yourself. Just kidding. I love all you people.
Sure about that?
I wish I was. And we also got an interview with the head of Koeda, Miguel, who's gonna kind of break down. I'm sure if anybody has questions about the animation, I know we all have stuff to talk about, but that'll probably be interesting for anybody who wants a peek behind the curtain on how this is gonna work. And then, we have our last actors roundtable with Elsie Lovelock, who voices Nicole, of course, Kaylee Mills, who's Jekka, and my good pal Josh Tomar, who we hang out with on Oni Plays, but also voiced the cop in that one of our first viral pop-off TikTok scenes.
I want to kill my wife. I don't know if I can say the F word this early into the stream, but but no, absolutely. Tomar's gonna be an interesting one. I look forward to talking to Tomar, because a lot of the guys that I learned a lot of stuff from, who were there like super early in the mid 2000s, a lot of them say that they learned from Tomar. So I'm curious to hear who did Tomar hear from. That's what I'm curious to hear about. We'll have to wait till the end.
What does he know? Let's find out.
Dude, like every person I talk to, like they're all like, "Oh, Tamamoto, Tomar," and I'm like, who is this mysterious figure? Who is this shadowy man?
Yeah, Tomar was really big in the old Newgrounds voice acting scene. There were like 4 voice actors that everybody used for everything, and Tomar was one of those. So especially with early 2000s internet stuff, he was everywhere. Like a lot of people know him now as the Oni Plays guy, but people don't realize like how big Tomar was on like Newgrounds.
No, he was. I mean, he's in what he does. He does anime, like he does everything, or doesn't he own? Is he like part owner of Yada?
Yeah.
Studio Yada.
He works with Yada. Yeah. So
he's that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we got a lot of old school production people. I mean, like everybody here. I think a lot of the people that worked on Class of '09 are kind of like old hats, either from Newgrounds or just like really old school YouTube, or just kind of that like Wild West era of just put whatever the fuck you want on the internet and see what sticks. I mean, you've been doing stuff for a long time. I've been doing stuff for a long time. I've been doing stuff since 2007. When was your?
You've been around longer than me.
Yeah.
I didn't start like pursuing YouTube till like maybe 2012, 2013. So it's tricky. What's it called? Another person who's super old school, Corinne Sudberg, or Megami 33. She was around for a really long time. So it'll be interesting to hear her perspective on how the VO scene has changed. We gotta talk to the vets.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of a vet.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to go to one of the best vets of all time who voices Coach Colby? Maybe.
I would be down for that. Absolutely.
Do people want to hear Drew Ox? Drew Ox the Shredder? Do people know the legend, Drew Ox the Shredder?
The man, the myth, the legend. It has been a long time since people have heard that name. We mentioned Drew. We did another little live stream on my side channel, and we mentioned Drew, and everyone went crazy. They were like, I miss that guy. I hope he's still alive. And he is alive, and he's in Class of '09.
We love it. Oh yeah. Real quick, during the warm-up, people are saying that the link got cut off and just goes to the main Kickstarter.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. But while you fix that, I'm gonna ring in Drew.
Yeah.
And we're gonna.
Okay.
Let's see.
The Nightbot link that it posts every 5 minutes, is that working?
I don't know. Let me see. Nightbot.
Yeah.
I just see it banning people for saying bad things.
Yeah. Good. Go
Nightbot link works. Nightbot link works.
Nightbot. Okay. Yeah. It must have been. I pasted it into. The fucking restream thing, and it must have cut it off.
I think Discord's going to temporarily kick us out while I add Drew. Let's find out.
Let's see. Let's find out. It sure did. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
We're calling in the Drew Ferrano. Let's see. Let's talk. We'll talk to him for. He's a nice little cameo. We'll talk to him for, I guess, 15 minutes, and we'll see what's good with that. If Drew will answer, but while we wait for Drew to answer,
While we wait
for Drew to answer, let me see. Who else do we have on the ledger? Let me look here. Yeah, a lot of old school people. Yeah, you got Corinne Sudberg, Sarah Thomas, Chris McCullough. Chris McCullough is in Five Nights at Freddy's. Sarah Thomas voices Principal Lynn. Chris McCullough voices Mr. Katz. Corinne Sudberg voices Karen. And then, yeah, let's see here. Who else do we got? Yeah, Mr. Lab. He did all of the all the playing that you hear, other than the breakbeat song that the gamer brother listens to. Other than that one, yeah, he did all of the music. So the intro scores and all that stuff, he did that. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, that's weird. So it's YouTube itself that's cutting off the link in the description. I have no idea how to parse that, but
I think just maybe give it its own line.
It has one, but let me see. I'm gonna take it out and put it back in.
Okay.
But that would be cool if there was actually a fucking working proper link to the thing. And make me smile.
That'd be convenient.
Let's see. Is Drew joining? Okay, he's alive. He's here, but he's not here. You know what I mean?
No, he's online. I said, hey Drew, we'll call you 1:45 p.m. EST. He said, okay. We called him. I don't know where Drew is. I'd like to apologize for this technical inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. What do we got here? But yeah, no. So, Lyle, the real question is,
Mm-hmm.
what actor? Let's see here. A lot of people are very surprised to see what actor got on Class of 09, just because I guess the content in general. Was there an actor that you were surprised to see? Was there an actor that you were surprised to see on Class of 09, given the content?
Oh man. I mean, here's the thing, right? Is like once you have an actual project and stuff like that, people stop really caring about that. I feel like it really only kind of starts to be an issue if you're just like, oh yeah, here's my little internet thing, and your main character is a file, and go ahead and do it.
Did you just bleep yourself?
Yeah.
What was that? What the fuck was that?
It's a YouTube word that you can't say.
No, but how do you do it? Wait, you have like a panel that does that? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was like,
but yeah, like I guess anybody who was willing to do that. I will say I have a line in there that is like a bad soundbite. If you play Class of 09 the re-up, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, go ahead and buy it and dig it up. I dare you. But
do you want to go to a voicemail? Reshare and go to a voicemail?
I could absolutely go to a voicemail. Yeah, I got to share my screen with you so you can actually hear it.
Yeah, I think Drew is a no-show, so
that's okay.
What do we got? Watch. Okay.
Go ahead. We messaged him like 5 minutes before the stream. By the way, that's why he wasn't on the thingy. All right. So
go ahead.
Let me see. Let me see. What's a good one to start out on?
Oh wait, Drew, what's up?
Hi, I was zoning out.
Are you stargazing? Were you staring into the sky?
No, I was retreating into my mind to make the voices stop.
Right. You got that sort of internal prison that you keep talking about.
Yeah.
So, this is Drew Ox. Drew, you got some echo. Wait, no, it's gone. Never mind. You don't have.
I had to just turn you guys down. You were too loud.
But yeah, so this is Drew Ox the Shredder. Drew, you're a VO legend.
Legend.
What? You're a legend to us. Hey, man, you were like one of the first. You were
Insanity Not Included, motherfucker.
That's one of the things I was in.
Drew was in a lot of my early stuff. And some of my, I think the Snowman one wasn't super long ago.
I was in the Snowman.
Yeah, the Snowman cartoon.
Drew was the guy that taught me. He was the guy that taught me how to voice direct. I remember
my best.
Drew was the first guy to ever direct me for acting, because until then I was just bullshitting. And Drew, I just remember, like, Drew gave me the blueprint for how I would teach other actors, where I would do a line and Drew would just laugh at me. And he'd be, Drew would literally go, like, I would go, oh, we can't do that. Or I'd do, I don't know what I'd do, but I'd be like, oh, we can't do that. And Drew would be like, what was that? Like he Drew, without Drew, a lot of this class of 09 stuff wouldn't be possible. Also because he voices Coach Colby. Drew, how do you feel about Coach Colby?
I walked so other people could make pedophile jokes.
Oh god, we gotta bleep that out.
That's what my character is.
No, but YouTube is mean about everything. So
well, YouTube is probably on the Epstein list anyway.
That's probably true.
Wouldn't doubt that.
We don't actually know why Susan stepped down. That's technically
as soon as the
oh god. Oh wait! Somebody at Susan ran YouTube. What are we talking about?
Yeah, basically, my friend Zach put it really well. He said someone's mom is running YouTube, and that's basically what it was for a while. It was just like this kind of. I mean, she's not anymore around, but she tried to make a YouTube channel at one point to make herself more relatable, and it didn't work. I'm just gonna say that it didn't.
How old
work.
is Susan?
She's like 50 something probably.
Okay.
I don't know.
What happened to Chad and Steve? Oh, they sold it.
Chad and Steve. Oh yeah, they wasn't YouTube originally started as all great tech websites as like an opportunity for like them to get laid, and then it probably did that indirectly at least.
Then it didn't work, and they're like, if we can't fuck anyone, nobody can.
And then they sold it to Google.
Yeah, and then no more porn on YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah. YouTube is. I don't know. YouTube's fascinating, man. YouTube's like just it's just incredible. Like all these places, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, anything, it's just some dude in his college dorm. Like it's insane that all this stuff is started by just like some guy like that.
Yeah.
And then it gets bought out by people who don't understand it. That's really annoying.
Bought out by people who hate people that are just college dudes in their dorm.
Yeah.
And they ruin everything that makes it fun.
Yeah.
Another thing you can kind of give Drew credit for is like when I was first starting out, Drew was like, if you've ever had like an older kid that just knows like a bit more than you and like shows you all the shit, you know, like whether it's guitar or video games or music, that was Drew for me. Like he taught me a lot about like audio and fucking all that sort of shit. Like he was
gonna cry.
He was the guy that was like, I was like, dude, what guitar do you use? And he's like, I've got a Jackson RR5 and it's the best fucking guitar in the world. And I looked it up and it looked like the fucking guitar that Alexi Laiho uses in the Trash, Lost, and Strung Out music video. And I was like, holy fuck, that's it. And it wasn't, but I bought it anyway, and it fucking rocked. And then, and it was that into the Line 6 pod, which Drew also fucking made me want.
Oh yeah, I had the Line 6 UX1.
Yeah, because you could just put guitar effects on your voice and just walk in and go, oh! And I was just like, oh my god, that's just a comedy button. You can press it and funny comes out. So yeah,
they made like a million different versions of that now. There's like all these little apparatuses that have the buttons on it.
Yeah,
you know, never be as fun as the Pod Farm.
Because none of them are actually routed to do all the crazy stuff. It's always they'd give you a button that says echo on it, but you're not actually running it through a reverb pedal and all that kind of shit. You don't get the whole signal chain. There needs to be something like that on the market. There probably is. There's probably a way to do it, but it's yeah, that thing hasn't had a driver update since 2011, but if it was still regularly supported, I probably would still be using it, or whatever version of it they'd be on by now.
It's good for live stream, absolutely. It's
yeah,
really
I love it. It's maybe my favorite piece of audio equipment that I would never recommend to anybody anymore.
It's old school. It's old school. But yeah, no. Yeah, Drew also taught me a lot about audio engineering as well, and a lot of what's admirable about Drew is, like, you know, when you're first starting out, you kind of just trust whoever you're in front of, and like maybe later on you learn that something might have been wrong or whatever. But like pretty much everything that Drew told me, as I met more and more, like, you know, sort of experienced or more seasoned people and worked more, like, nothing that he told me ever ended up being wrong, which was very interesting. So in terms of me, I was very fortunate as someone who like really seriously pursued sound design to run into Drew at such an early age. So yeah, Drew is everybody needs to give Drew his flowers. The voice of Coach Colby. When we made Class of '09, I was like, there is no way we're not putting Drew Ox in Class of '09. He has to be in Class of '09.
We're gonna give him the worst character.
Yeah, we're gonna give him a necrophiliac. We're gonna
do the best job ever as his necrophilic pedophile ass brings.
Yeah,
and you did. To be
That's
fair,
what I
you
had
did.
to do. You don't give somebody a role like that and have them squander it.
Do we want to try a voicemail while Drew's here?
Yeah, sure. Let's. Yeah, we have voicemails. I'm screen sharing my Windows Media Player because this is a professional. This is a professional operation.
Hey, Drew, watch the stream if you're not.
I'm watching.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead. DJ voicemail.
This is a pretty good one.
So this is a 2-question voice message, but was it hard for some of the voice actors to say some of the lines in the script? And were any of the workers for Class of '09 sober during the making? Because there's no way.
Were they high when they made this?
They made this?
What was the last part? Were they sober in the making?
Yeah, he's asking if anybody who made it, that's not to actors. He's asking if I was sober while I was making it. That's
Listen, Class of '09 is nothing if not a sobering experience.
Was anyone working on it sober in the making is what I
oh, no.
I'm like, what does that mean?
So, yeah, Drew, you have any trouble with those lines, buddy?
I think I'm probably the best actor to ask that to, aren't I? No.
Dear.
Well, like, I'm a professional, so you give me the script, and it doesn't matter how terrible it is. I have to trust that when you wrote it, you understood that it was going to be said. So it's my job to say it now, and I have to say it the way that the director wants it said. So that's all I really care about.
Well, every now and then, yeah, I mean, every now and then people have trouble. Like, there's certain colloquial things that actors might not be privy to because we were basing it on a certain culture, a suburban culture, and a lot of the actors had just, you know, sort of not really been in that realm, and so it was a challenge to get a lot of colloquial things, like getting people. I had to teach people how to say, also just like some comedy stuff in general. I had to teach at least 5 actors how to say fuck and how to say bitch properly. So that was kind of interesting.
How do you say fucking bitch wrong?
Well, no, because they would go fuck instead of fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so you need that. Like, you need that speed to it. It makes it sillier. And then bitch is like, you don't say like bitch, you say like bitch. Like you get the like. So there would be like times where we're on 20 takes of a shut up bitch or like something like that. So there's a lot of like little intricacies that go into that. But that's how I got into voice directing in the first place. Was I was doing comedy, you know, dubs or comedy cartoons. And so comedy, I learned that not everybody is going to say things like my friends that I'm writing with, you know, like Drew. Not everyone is going to say stuff like Drew. Not everyone's going to say stuff like me or any other friend that I'm recording with. So it was a process of how do I teach people this comedic cadence. So that's sort of like the early days of how I was learning voice direction. Is comedy is one of the hardest things to voice direct.
Yeah, I definitely think you also have like you have like a stylistic delivery that you really like. That like a lot of people like there, especially when a character is being like snarky or like talking down another character. There's like that sort of this is the kind of this of that, you know, like that sort of max delivery.
Well, look at the time. We got to go, Drew. No, but no, Drew. Seriously, thank you for all the help from both me and Lyle, and well, good luck. We're you know what, we are going to guarantee that Coach Colby is in the Class of '09 anime because we need Drew to be in an anime,
and we're gonna guarantee that he's worse.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Oh God.
Worse is possible. The worse it is, the better the performance will be.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Thank you, Drew. We'll see you later, man.
All right, love
Thanks
you,
for
brother.
having me. I'm glad I could be here.
All right.
Love you
Check
too,
your flop
Lyle. You're the
side.
best.
We love you, Drew.
See ya.
See you. Okay, that was Lyle. You still there?
Yeah, that guy is my sun and my moon. I should have told him that before he left.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Drew's a legend. Yeah.
He is.
All right, so let's scroll that ledger to the left. We got our first, or I guess our second guest.
Hell yeah.
So we have
Wha-bam.
CG artist Drowsy. Do you want to open with Drowsy, or should I open with Drowsy? Who should
You open
with
with. I don't know him, so I'm meeting him for the first time. I don't like making eye contact. I don't like making conversation first.
All right, just don't leave me on my own. Don't leave me alone on my own. Okay. All right. Add. Okay, so we're going to add Drowsy now. Let's hope that. Okay, we're waiting on that.
Hello.
Drowsy, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, so Drowsy, Lyle, do you want to introduce yourself to introduce Drowsy to the people here?
So Drowsy is the main CG artist on Class of 09, the re-up. He did most of the iconic scenes that you know and love. Most of the stuff that's scrolling in the background right now. He's drawn all those. He's drawn the girls. He's drawn Nicole getting shot in the leg. He's drawn freebooting crack, I believe.
He drew. The crushed up Vicodin one. The big three are the mall cop shooting, the crushed up Vicodin, and the freebasing cocaine one. I guess I don't know. Lyle, do you have a first question?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I could start off. So Drowsy, were you just an anime artist before this project? Is that how Max found you?
So I'm actually not too sure how Max found me, because before this I was just doing commissions on Twitter and stuff. And I think Max just randomly out of nowhere DM me on Twitter, and the first game was really funny, so why not give it a try, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you.
We're glad you did.
So what or go ahead, sorry.
So drawing the stuff in Class of 09, that's clearly very different from usual anime commissions and stuff like that.
For sure, yeah. It's just pretty different.
Did you have to learn anything new, or just kind of get in a different headspace, or? Well,
I think probably the biggest challenge was a lot of the jokes and the scenes that, when it was in script form, it was hard for me to visualize, because I'm born and raised in the UK, so a lot of the jokes for me didn't resonate with me. So I needed Max to explain a lot of the jokes to me before I drew them.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it was definitely a challenge. And then stylistically, there was for sure some things that was a bit difficult, such as adjusting to the style, right? Because the first game artist and the second game weren't the same, right? So a lot of it was adjusting the style so it doesn't feel too jarring.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel too off. Yeah, I guess one question is, what was, of all the elements, of all the little things, of everything that you had to draw during that process, what would you say, if there was one element that you remember, what was the hardest?
Here's the thing, it's been over a year, right, since I draw them, so it's been a while. I think a lot of the one in the bedroom, the what were the names again? Jacka and Nicole. Yeah. When they were, when they were doing that scene was pretty difficult, because I didn't know how to draw the facial expressions. I needed a reference, and that was really awkward for me to get reference for. I remember. Yeah,
that was probably the hardest part. Is any illegal activity is. Generally, people aren't going to want to photograph themselves. I remember I asked 3 people, and they all said no. And
you asked them to snort a beta blocker?
No, I just asked them to do the pose. But anyway, the feds are listening. Come on, but no. So, what is it? No, the problem was how we actually got that. Oh yeah, so this is 5 degrees of separation. So how we got a reference eventually for them snorting Vicodin was. We had to get. I went to Joe Boyzitz, who he voices the guy in Batman Beyond Ill. I went to Joe Boyzitz. Joe went to his girlfriend. Joe's girlfriend goes to a girl that she's working with, And while that girl that she's working with, she gets her the guy that she's dating that week to take a picture of her from those angles, and that was the only way that we were able to get a reference for it. And so I remember, and you know, when you're trying to get it like specific and you're trying to get really particular for an artist, I got the pictures. I was like, oh, well, she's not downloaded. Can you do that? And they were like, oh, they were yelling at me. They're like, shut up, Max, just take it, leave us alone. So it was very hard to get references for that, because especially like, I mean, now the more popular the game gets, the easier it is to get people on board and understanding it's like an artistic project and not like a scam. And so like, yeah, like, I mean, I'm sure the second time or the third time around, we would say, it would be a lot easier because people know what it is. They see it has an audience and a fan base, and they know it's a real thing. But yeah, when only the first game was out, like it still seemed like some weird like scam from India, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Like when you first DM'd me, if it wasn't for the first game, I don't think I would have ever agreed to participating in the project. Because because I can't remember how you DM'd me, but at the time it did feel really sus. Because I didn't know you, and we didn't have any mutuals, so I wasn't sure how you found me to begin with.
Oh, it was a random retweet. It was a random retweet where you were just asking for commissions.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because what I'll do is I'll go through a lot of people. I'll type in like CG artist or something on Twitter. I'll do date, latest, and I'll just scroll down and like look for. It's like, oh, this post is fine. This post is fine. This post is fine. And then I'll send the same like textbook DM to like every single account like 40 times. That's how I made the anime as well. Well, that was like 200 times, but yeah. Let's see here.
Max is insanely resourceful. I think if he wasn't, he'd be like in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, isn't everybody? I mean, everybody has a Twitter, don't they? I mean,
I guess. No, you're a good hustler, Max. That was a compliment.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, yeah, I have a BPD or something, or one of those diseases.
I've been trying to armchair diagnose you for years, and I can't really pin down exactly what the fuck it is, which is good for you, I think.
Now, the other fun thing about the Mall Cop one, that had a lot of references.
Yeah,
that was, the cars were tricky.
You told me a story about the cars.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Drowsy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that one was probably the most fun to draw, just because like I think it was the only one where it had a lot of multiple characters, right? I can't remember what else there were.
3, yeah.
Yeah. That one had a lot of cuts. The car was definitely tricky because I'm not too car savvy, so I also needed a lot of reference for those.
Do cars look different in the UK too? This is a real question, by the way. That wasn't like a weird pedantic like, oh, do you guys eat slugs? Do you guys eat like?
Yeah, I don't know anything about cars. I'm very not car savvy. But
right, because I just went to Japan and they were like way smaller. They're completely different.
Oh yeah. There's probably some differences. But yeah, probably not that much at the same time.
You know, I learned something interesting the other day, Max.
What?
Do you know that our fucking trucks, the reason that they're so giant is because there's emissions limitations on how... Basically, for the amount of emissions a car puts out, it has to be of a certain size. So our trucks legally have to be gigantic. Otherwise, they can't put out the emissions that they put out. And I think that fucking rocks.
That's the American way. Yeah, no, so what's it called? I'm trying to remember the 3 cars that we had Drowsy draw. It was Ford Taurus. It was a 2000 Ford Taurus, and I had to drive 40 minutes to get a photo reference of the Taurus at the exact angle, because Tauruses are tricky cars because they're so bubbly. It's the blue one, and so that was a tricky one. A Isuzu Via Cross. That's a very early 2000s car, and then the Hummer H2 was a little bit easier. People could tell those, but yeah, I mean, have you gotten a commission since that involves a car or before or anything like that?
Vehicles, yes. I had some where I had to draw motorcycles and stuff, but yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've done a commission involving a car, so I guess that would be the first time.
Also, I feel like this project requires more hyper-specific vehicles to be drawn, because you're not just drawing, oh yeah, cool car. You're drawing fucking your mom's Kia Sorrento and shit like that.
Because I think one thing I did notice pretty quickly was Max is very, how should I say, he has a lot of attention to detail, right? So like the cars he wanted it to be like exactly as the reference was. So that was pretty tricky. That went through a few passes, but yeah, ultimately I think it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing with working with Drowsy is he does, Lyle, if you got to hire him for your next anime girl thing, which I don't know if you're making, but the thing with what you need from a contractor is you need a guy who will tell you that it's wrong before you point it out. And so Drowsy does that a lot, where he'll see it's wrong. Like he'll see something's wrong or something's angled wrong or something like that. And so, he doesn't just hope that the client doesn't see it. Like he wants to see it, and he tries to make sure that it looks proper, because at the end of the day, it's going out to a lot of people. I guess that segues me into another question. What was your reaction when you saw the mall cop shooting scene exploding everywhere? And what is that reaction?
Yeah, so because I didn't actually see the I didn't see the scene with the voice acting, right? Because I think when you first showed it to me, I only saw it with some of the text. After the game came out, the voice acting carried that scene. I think it was really well done. It was really funny too. I'm not too what's the word? I'm not too informed about voice acting and stuff, but the dude that voice acted the cop was really good.
Yeah, he's gonna be on later.
Tomar.
Yeah, Tomar.
Yeah, Tomar. We're having him on later. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We'll tell him that you said that. But you also didn't have to fucking humble yourself there. You could have just been like, yeah, my fucking drawings were kind of what made that. I don't think it would have worked without those.
Yeah, I think every creator is kind of like that, right? Like, it's just a thing from like a year ago. I'm sure there's some stuff that could have been improved if we've done it again.
Yeah, every good creator, I think, usually hates their stuff after they improve a little bit. That's kind of the natural. If you don't look back at your old shit and go like, I could have done that way better now, then you're not improving.
Sure. Yeah, I already dislike some of the earlier scenes in the first class of 09. I'm already I hate all the scenes where Nicole and Jekka meet for the first time. I hate those. I think they're not funny and they're really embarrassing.
Oh really?
But
it was not bad.
Oh, thank you. But we just got to get better every day. But the what is it, man? But no, I mean, in terms of that CG and all that, that was probably really good. Were there objects or things or new? I guess were there new? How many other new things did you learn about when drawing people crushing up Vicodin or people freebasing cocaine or?
All right. My family is very reserved and conservative, I guess. I know nothing about how pills look like after they're crushed, or how it's being crushed, or how it's how people smoke it, for example. So I needed a lot of reference for that. So I guess I learned a lot through you giving me reference and just giving me directions on information and stuff.
Were there any British substitute? Did you guys have lean? Did you guys do that or anything like that?
I am the worst person to ask about this.
Okay.
I know nothing.
Fair enough.
That's the hurdle with finding artists I wouldn't say finding artists, but the hurdle with working with artists, even if they're very good, is that generally somebody who is going to draw a lot of anime characters and take all the hours to practice and repetition, they're probably not going out and experiencing that stuff because just by nature of so many hours in the day.
There's definitely artists that know more about this than I do. I think with things like this, if they had more people with more experience and actually know about all this, they will do a lot better job. But yeah, for me it was a bit harder because I needed to.
You're not supposed to admit that to your employer, Drowsy.
No, I'm just being honest. It's fine.
Wait, what did he say? I was reading the chat.
Good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, anyway, what else was it? I mean, in terms of how do you get into even learning I don't even know what the style is. Like I kept referring to it as Pixiv style when we were commissioning.
Yeah, I remember you coining the term quite a bit.
What is? I mean, because look, the anime, because I've made an anime, and we're funding an anime now, and so I've also worked with the CG artist for the stuff. It feels like it's two different trades. It feels like a lot of the people who work on anime are not working on CGs. What is the phrase for what you do?
I think more accurately it's like illustrative art. So what I usually do is I will take a commission request and just spend 40 hours just polishing and make the picture as pretty as possible. So it's a bit different to anime, right? Because the anime style is made to simplify everything, so you can move everything freely, right, within the frame in 2D. So usually it's slightly less detailed than an illustration.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, how do you even get into that? How does that become the thing that you want to do?
Well, probably like both of you, I started it as a hobby, right? And just from there, you start learning about it. And it's also partly from growing up with anime, I guess. And then you're just more exposed to anime art. And then you find artists, you're trying to imitate them. And then you just start doing it yourself over time, right?
Yeah. No, I got you. Okay, that's good. Lyle, any anime questions? I know you're a huge anime fan. I know all you do is look at anime all day.
I watch anime nonstop, constantly. Look, I'm not like you, Max. I don't admonish people for liking the things that they like.
What are you talking about?
Unless it's funny, then I do it. But
it's only funny when I do it. What are you talking about?
No, that's objectively not true. I think it's been pretty funny some of the times that I've done it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so is your normal style, does it look like the Class of 09 style, or is it a little, because the Class of 09 style is, as Max said, very Pixiv, very like, it invokes a certain era of drawing anime.
Yeah, it is weird, because the way I drew Jekka and Nicole and everyone else I would say is pretty different to the way I usually approach drawing, because their proportions are slightly different, right? Like, the way the hairs are drawn, how the face looks, and everything is very different to how I usually would draw a character. But obviously, we were trying to match it so it doesn't look too different from the current game sprites, right?
Yeah.
Because if it looks too different, then people can't tell it's the same character.
Right.
So yeah, I would say it's pretty different.
Yeah,
I think the thing that or to give more detail on that, I think we were kind of just letting him do his thing in terms of anatomy, but then like the face and the hair, that's where we were far more particular.
Yeah, I remember you showing me like the tests and stuff like that, where you were I think you were looking for a while for CG artists.
Yeah, the CG artist and the sprite artist, I want to those are two different departments. They're two different styles of like they're two different like pay levels, they're two different like everything. Two different levels of collaboration. So yeah, it's that's why we have to credit CG artists and sprite artists differently on the differently in the credits.
They are not the same thing.
They are definitely not. Like it's because one is like you got to sit there for, with sprite artists, you got to rush way more because there's so many outfits you got to do. There's so many characters you got to do. There's so many everything. But with CG, you can kind of like compartmentalize and you can kind of like, keep it more concise, we'll say. But yeah, no. Let's see here. Drowsy, have any of the Class of 09 fans been bothering you? Because you did have a... go ahead.
I did have a few funny emails and DMs, but it's fine. It's fine. I think most people's opinion of the game is fairly positive. So it's been pretty good.
Are they yelling at you? What are they saying?
No. It's all positive. I think it's just people curious about who works on the game, and people are just excited for the game, right? Because it's so different from traditional visual novels.
Oh, yeah.
I think most people are way too scared to make something like this because it's a huge risk.
It is a huge risk. I guess it paid off so far.
No, I think there are anti-visual novels, kind of, but they're always more like, what if the anime girl was crazy? What if the anime girl was evil? What if she was
a pigeon?
Yeah, what if she was a horror movie character? That's usually the twist. This is not only, it's a period piece, but it's also an anime, and just those two things. I can't think of anything that does those together.
Like a very accurate.
Yeah, probably the closest thing to that, and people have called us the Boondocks for white women, which I don't think is like I don't take it as an insult. I think that's an okay elevator pitch, honestly. But that's probably the only thing that I can think of that's like even remotely like anime style with this sort of writing.
It's sort of like American Graffiti, but anime, because like I don't know if anime has had its American Graffiti yet. Where there's obviously a lot of things that are set in like feudal Japan, for instance, but at the same time there's so much like obviously there's going to be a lot of sensationalism. There's going to be a lot of fantasy elements, like someone's going to start glowing or someone's going to start doing something. I don't know, Drowsy. What was an anime that you were like when you started drawing? What was an anime that you were looking at and like sort of getting your initial framework style from?
What do you mean? As in like when I was a kid, or
yeah, like I like ages of like 10 to 13 or 10 to 15 or something like that.
Ooh.
Like
what was big at the time? I guess 10 to 13, because I'm pretty young. I'm 23 currently. So 10 to 13, I think that's when around Attack on Titan just got released. And stuff like Sword Art Online.
Oh, okay. SAO. All right.
Yeah. So it is around that era.
That's
yeah.
That should be good. So yeah, do you look back at those drawings? Are you very upset with yourself, or?
As in like when I first started drawing?
Yeah. Do you like look back at your own drawings and like have a problem?
Yeah, I didn't start doing a lot of anime drawings until 2018, 19. So I'm still fairly new at this. Yeah, I mean I think that's pretty obvious. Like a lot of the old works, if I could, I would redo them. But that's with most people, right? Like I'm sure if you look at your old videos and stuff, there's a lot of things that could be improved as well.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I mean with any creative crafts, I think there's always stuff that can be improved. So yeah, definitely.
Maybe an interesting question for you, Max, because you don't strike me as the anime watching type. Like, why did you want to make Class of 09 an anime?
I have been wondering the same thing.
Make it an anime. Because it's about advancing the language. Like we haven't had an American Graffiti in anime. We haven't had. I've had a lot of criticisms of anime. The thing with anime is that anime has been crushing Western animation for the last, I don't know, like 20 years, visually speaking. It's just, I've worked on Western cartoons and I've worked on an anime cartoon now, and I'm about to work on another one. And just the number of stages and the number of detail and the number of checks and the number of people that are needed to work on it, it's just it's just like, and like just the fact that all the characters need to have correct anatomy and just all of that, it's really it's really impressive. But the knock against anime is that I am by no means the only person saying this. It suffers from an emotional uncanny valley. It suffers from just, I don't know whether it's like a Japanese screenwriting thing. I don't know whether it's just exclusive to anime thing,
or like lost in translation.
Yeah, like or it's lost in translation. Like basically, like anime. Even some of the best movies, like best critically acclaimed movies, they're still odd. An example is like A Silent Voice by, I think that's Kyoto Animation. It's overall like it's a good movie. It's not a bad movie, but there's these weird things where it's about a deaf girl getting bullied, and then the whole movie you're like following the guy who bullied her with bully remorse or whatever. And I'm just like, for parts of the movie, it felt like it was saying that it was the deaf girl's fault for getting bullied. So it's just little things like that. Like they don't have those checks. There's a lot of setup and payoff in their screenplays that they don't manage as much in American screenwriting, or they don't manage as much in anime. Sorry. And so I think that, and I've been saying this for years. And so I guess the challenge is, do we make I could just make my own anime and just sort of present, okay, this is how it should be done. And so there's obviously exceptions to this. Studio Ghibli, obviously. But I think through Studio Ghibli, and obviously if either of you guys follow it, you know that Miyazaki's been trying to retire since 1997.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why he hasn't. It's because this is a guy who's a genius. He has an eye for storytelling. He understands all this stuff, and he realizes that when he leaves, it's gonna get screwed up. He realizes that there's not enough people who have the right mentality who are going to take the reins. That's why a guy who is in his like 80s refuses to retire for 20 years, because it's the artist in him. It kills him to see it get passed off if he sees it's going to get ruined. I don't think he's found the right successor yet. And so,
so that's
again, Miyazaki said a lot of
saying you or
no. That's by no means me, because I don't know anything about Ghibli or I mean, I know like Kiki's Delivery Service and Spirited Away, which those are some masterpiece films. But again, Miyazaki himself has been saying this about anime for the last 10 years. Like there is the meme that the anime was a mistake meme.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was probably a mistranslated joke or something like that. But no, man, like a lot of these guys, a lot of the best guys have been very critical of the general kind of average that anime has been going.
You gotta sit Miyazaki down and ask him his opinion on all the fast food chains and that, so you can carry on at least that aspect of his legacy.
I mean, all they have in Japan is like McDonald's and KFC. I don't know if they have like all the good ones that we. Do they have Chipotle in Japan?
They do
you
not
were in Japan.
have Chipotle in Japan.
Yeah.
They have Koko Ichibanyo, which is a curry one. We don't have that.
What are the American ones that have translated to Japan?
So okay, you got to define translated because they're all different. Like the McDonald's cheeseburger you get in Japan is not the same as one that you get in America. But from what I can recall, they definitely had McDonald's. They had KFC.
They have Subway.
They did have Subway. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what else they are actually.
Pizza Hut and Domino's are both in Japan.
Oh yeah.
7-Eleven. I'm not gonna lie. The Japanese 7-Elevens, they fuck our 7-Elevens. They're so much better. That's the one edge that they have on us. Everything else was like fine, but I don't know. Maybe like as McDonald's, the McDonald's burger was not great. It was a fine burger, but it doesn't have that like essential salt and grease flavor of American McDonald's. It's different. It's all different. So they have them. But they don't have them like we have them. I'm sorry if that's disappointing to you, Max.
I don't think Miyazaki would be interested in a fast food anime. They had Devil was a part-timer. I tried watching that and I was like, oh, are we gonna like see the struggles of the fast food worker? Are we going to like see real life problems?
It better have anything to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's sort of the thing is like I don't know. I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on that anime where it's like, again, like why can't we take like we have this amazing thing with like 5 checks and balances and all this really detailed art and all this stuff, and it's like why can't we apply it to a realistic story and see what happens? And so that's sort of like the other experiment, because I was playing with the direction in anime, the sound design in anime. I was doing that through dubs for the last 10 years, just like dubbing, whether it was Pokemon or whether it was Case Closed or whether it was any of those things. And I was practicing like, okay, let's see how this would track in anime. So a lot of the stuff that I did on dubs, that actually translated to knowing how to manage like lip flaps and stuff like that for when we produced the anime. But yeah, let's see here. Do we want to try going to a voicemail and seeing, is there any voicemail that could be for Drowsy here? Anything about the art?
Let's see. I'm actually not sure. Let me look. These are titled.
Unless you got another question. We're about at the end of the block there.
Let's see. I'm looking for. Okay, this is kind of art adjacent. Drowsy, are you in the stream thing? The screen share?
I'm on the. Yeah, I can see the screen. Yeah.
All right. This one.
Are there any plans to make collectible?
Oh, you mean on Discord, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a second. Yep.
Okay, so this is a question.
Are there any plans to make collectible figures of your characters?
How would Drowsy know that?
I don't know. There's not really anything about
collectible as in. I don't know.
How would you feel about your CGs being turned into fucking? You could have the Nicole shot in the leg playset.
Well, this is more Max's decision than mine, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think I have much say in this.
Okay. Let's rephrase it this way. If there was a collectible CG of the Class of 09 characters, what do you think it would be a good pose?
Yeah, which one would you most want on your desk?
Ooh. I think it has to be the mole scene, just because of how iconic it is compared to the other scenes.
Yeah, we see a grown man yelling at like a 17-year-old girl. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I don't know, the Vicodin one, the crushing is pretty funny. I'm realizing that when I go through the DM history with Drowsy, there's like very incriminating images where I'm just like crushing up pills with a lighter and a credit card. But all those things, like we had to make all those things happen, and it was weird because I have these like giant hands compared to like what the girls would have. So it was just weird to transition stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of incriminating images that we don't want to get into. But I think
so we won't.
Yeah, our song composer said he's going to be like 9 minutes late. So is there anything else you want to tell? Is there anything else you want to tell Drowsy before we sort of, I guess, go to some downtime?
I think he did a great job. That's what I'm going to tell him.
Yeah, it was really nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, nice meeting you too, man.
Yeah.
Go enjoy the rest of your British Sunday at 4:25 a.m. or whatever time and date it is for you.
Have fun with the rest of the stream.
Hell yeah, man.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Check you later.
Thank you, Drowsy. We'll see you later.
Bye.
There he goes.
Well, that was Drowsy. He puts a lot of work. He puts a lot of work into all those CGs. It takes a lot of hours to learn how to draw. I don't have those hours, so that's why we hire other people and make it happen. Lyle, I guess we'll, unless you have anything else, I think we'll just chill and go to a few voicemails.
Yeah, we can chill. Let's do some voicemails. There were a lot like this. This will probably spin off into, most of the questions are sort of like this. So let's listen to this one.
Okay.
How do you think of and write all the different storylines?
How do you think of and write all the different storylines?
Physically or mentally?
Well, both, I guess.
Well, so physically, I sit in the computer chair,
okay,
or I
mentally,
pace back and forth.
Let's...
Okay, and then and then I type on the keyboard. I put my giant Subway sandwich eating fingers onto the keyboard and start writing. Dude, oh my god, dude, there are so many crumbs in my keyboard. Like, hold on. Like, let me get them all out. Like, oh my god, dude, there's so many fast food crumbs in this keyboard from just writing like page after page of Class of 09 content.
Vigorously. Do you have like a ritual, like a Hunter S. Thompson, like 5 grams of cocaine in the morning and nothing like that?
Not, I don't do any drugs, Lyle. The only drugs I do are prescribed to me.
Well, yeah,
I'm a good guy.
Oh, so that's your, was anyone sober during the making of that? You should have answered that. You should have said say no to drugs.
I was talking to Drew.
You had the perfect opportunity to say no to drugs, and you didn't say no to drugs. Now all the kids are going to be doing them.
Look, I don't
in
care.
2009, anyway.
Yeah, back in 2009 they'll be doing it. But no, so what's the process? So I got to think. I've said this a lot. I think about Seinfeld when I'm trying to think of a plot.
Really?
Or a storyline for something. Because Seinfeld is the greatest piece of English literature ever written.
Who are the Nicole and Jekka analogs in Seinfeld?
No. Again, it's just the plot structure, not the characters.
Okay.
So basically, what Seinfeld always does, this is the genius of Seinfeld, is, and there's movies that do this, and people go, "Wow, what a great movie." Seinfeld did this every single episode from like season 5 to 9. Is Seinfeld had an A and a B and a C plot, and every single time they would all round together, and you would always see like the fuck up of one guy would screw up another guy, and it would just create a disaster for all the characters. And it was always based on something really stupid and petty. So like a breakdown of that is like taking little menial conversations and using them as plot devices to, how do I word it? Using them as plot devices to distract from the setups that you're planting. So what I mean is, like, I'll give you an example. So in the re-up, it goes to there's that thing about it's the route where Ari calls Nicole homophobic, and it's that whole route where I mean, just that route. We won't spoil it if somebody hasn't played it, but basically, So what happens is we see this conflict between Ari and Nicole. Then it goes to a week later. They're just talking about some random stuff. They're talking about like, oh, do you ever see Date Movie? Oh, yeah, I hate IMDb. Oh, like they're just talking about movies. And they talk about American History X and how it's and how American History. Oh, it's a movie about a racist guy. Yeah, all this stuff. And then so that distracts you from what happened with Ari. Then the Ari plot line comes back, and they're like, oh, this is real bad. Then Nicole gets forced into the straight club. Sorry, I spoiled that. Not that she likes it. She gets forced into the straight club, and then the straight club, they're watching American History X. So what people thought was just a little offhanded joke to fill time, now that has become a plot point. And so American History X, now Nicole goes back to Jekka to bring up, oh, they watch American History X with the ending cut out. She's like, what's so bad about that? It's about a racist guy. The end's where they learn how to not be racist. What are you doing? So basically it's intertwining jokes to where, again, like people aren't going to like something where they know it's coming, where they see the ending coming. So basically, that's the process. Is I try to have things that are interweaved, and I try to have jokes that people are just going to look at as jokes and not realize that they're plot points. So that's a part of just screenwriting in general. Is that like that's how you make something interesting with no actual gameplay.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's the process. And again, Seinfeld did that every single episode. And so between Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. So yeah, I pitched it as high school Seinfeld before the first game even came out.
Sick.
But yeah.
So like a lot of these questions are kind of revolving around the writing. So I'm going to try to like soundboard my responses with these people's questions. I don't know how well it's going to work, but I'm going to go on to this one now.
Okay.
Were there any real life cases or stories whilst growing up during high school which had inspired scenarios for your characters? If so, give us an example.
He said an example, so I don't have to give multiple. A lot of examples from Jeffrey, a lot of examples for Kyler. A lot of there's like one cadence with Kyler where he's like, don't be a bitch, don't make me fight you. Like I heard stupid shit like that so like like a lot of times you're just gonna remember, like when I'm doing those characters, I'm thinking like, okay, I need to go back to this time. What did it sound like? And that's all I'm trying to do. So the memories voice direct me, whereas I go and I voice direct the other actors. So yeah, it's like, what's another one? I'll give another one because we're very generous and we're trying to kill time for the song composer guy to show up. But what's it called? How do I put it? Another one with Jeffrey, like a lot of the reactions where it's like, I am not doing this, or like where they talk like fucking Invader Zim characters. Remember kids in high school that would do that? Did you have that?
Talk like Invader Zim characters?
Yeah, they would go, ah, I'm running away. Ah, like they would do jokes from Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob, but like in real life, like so many fucking kids did that.
In high school, people would do that? Oh, are you talking about like quoting shows or something?
They had the mannerisms of fucking early 2000s cartoons, bro. like they would have like overreact. They would go like, instead of going, I'm not doing that, they'd put their arms, like extend the elbows above your head and like shake your arms. They go, I am not doing that. Like you saw so many fucking kids do that, dude. So many fucking oh my God, dude. And I don't know. They were always, and I remember those kids, like they weren't, like back in the late 2000s, like if you were a weird kid liking anime made you cool, these kids didn't even like anime. Like it was weird, man. Like it was, I don't know. Again, there's hierarchy here, there's like in-click fighting and stuff like that. But no, man, like I saw these fucking kids doing this shit, and it was I don't know. They didn't realize they were doing it. They didn't realize that they talked like cartoons. So I don't know. But yeah, that's what a lot of the Jeffrey stuff was based on that.
Is there a character that you would consider like a self-insert or in any way like you kind of just write what you want to say into?
I get asked that all the time. There's no particular self-insert. What I will say is that there's lines planted into a variety of characters where it's something that I said before. So like when Nicole says when Jack is in AP history and Nicole's like, bitch, you pop pills and fuck on the first date. Why are you in AP history? That's exactly something I probably said to a girl. where like you'll talk to a girl who's like 21, dropped out of college, fucked up on drugs, like all this shit, and you'll talk to this girl and she's like, yeah, I was in AP history at the time. I'm like, why the fuck are you in AP history? Look at you. Like, you know, stuff like that. Like that insult comedy, like a lot of insult comedy is in Class of '09. Anybody can see that, especially when Nicole talks to Jeffrey. That's where a lot of insult comedy is.
Are there anywhere you're like making fun of yourself? Like, oh man, I was fucking cringy in high school. I'm going to write that into a character or any of that?
One, it was thinking that 1,300 YouTube subscribers was a big deal. That was definitely like when Jeffrey said that was definitely a thing that not only myself, but I got friends who were born the same year or 1 year away. And we all back in like 07, 08, like we talk about it now as adults. And yeah, back then we thought that if you had 1,200 subscribers, you were such hot shit. And it didn't matter that you were 25 years old and living in your parents' basement. It was like, wow, you have 1,200 subscribers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, I think I got a soundboard follow-up question. Here we go. This one's a good follow-up question to that.
Go ahead.
What was your favorite character to write in Class of '09?
There you go. Kind of related.
Let's see. Damn, this song composer guy better show up. Goddamn. He's only gonna have like 15 minutes. All right. Well, anyway, I have favorites. I don't have like a solo favorite. It's more like favorite scenes, honestly. But if I were to narrow it down to characters to give them an answer, I would say Nicole, Jekka, Jeffrey, Kyler, probably Coach Colby. Nicole, I would say the five are like Nicole, Jekka, Jeffrey, Kyler, Coach Colby, sometimes Emily, yeah, stuff like that. I would narrow it down to those five because they're gonna have the best lines. Like they always, like, dude, for Kyler to just come in and say that he wants homeless people thrown into a meat grinder, like that's really fucking funny. Like I could just, like with Kyler, any intrusive thought where I'm a terrible person, I can just put into Kyler and it'll just work. So that's kind of cool. Not to say that I thought about homeless people being in a meat grinder with serious intent, but I just think, like, what if our government was that fucked up and we did that? We go from like anti-homeless architecture to like, you know what I mean? Like to like just actually performing it.
Man, okay, maybe I shouldn't tell this story.
Whoa!
Okay. Okay.
Whoa!
All right. I like. Okay, maybe. Okay. All right. No, it's not about homeless people. It was okay. Let me disclaimer this super hard that God. I was just trying to come up with a solution. Not necessarily like a prescriptive problem, but like I had a history teacher that was going off about like even before 2016 people were talking about like a border wall, a border fence and stuff like that. And I was just like why build a fence? Why not either build a minefield or just say that there's a minefield? You don't even have to necessarily do it. You just have to say that there's a minefield and maybe put like one or two mines so that like once or twice it's proven that there's a minefield. And then the idea of a minefield is a more like, and the teacher got so fucking mad at me because clearly they had their, and I wasn't even saying that that's like necessarily a good thing to do. I was just thinking practically. I was thinking as a fucking person with like, okay, like we're problem solving here. What's cheaper? You have an imaginary minefield and then people are afraid of it, you know? But yeah, I got in like, I think I got like actual detention for that.
Wow. Wait, you got detention for that?
Yeah.
Were you always a troublesome kid though?
Maybe in that regard. I don't know. I definitely like, so I don't know. Did you ever get bullied in high school or anything like that, Max? Or did you
not high school, but middle school.
You kind of a, but you're you. So I can't imagine that you were normal, right?
Well, define normal.
I don't know. Were you weird? People
Where is
think
this
you were
going,
weird?
Lyle? Where is this going?
So my whole thing in high school was I just put off like mad school shooter vibes, and then no one fucked with me. That was kind of.
Dude, in school, I would tell people I was going to shoot up the school just for fun. I did that all the time as a kid. That was so funny. One time a girl went up to me. Oh my god, because no school shooter is going to tell somebody, "Oh yeah, I'm plotting." No one's going to fucking do that unless it's like on social media and like it's like they have like a picture of a gun and shit like that. You know, back then it wasn't nearly as prevalent as it is now. So the culture of school shooting for us was way different than what it is for Gen Zers. And so in America, of course, because America is the only country that has this problem. But no, I remember a girl was like, "Are you really doing that? Because if you are, I'm going to tell." And I was like, I stopped and I realized how stupid it was that she would even ask that, because like, what answer do you think you're going to get if someone's actually plotting that? So I was like, no. And I just like laughed and walked away. Like it was so funny. But no, I got a story similar to yours with the minefield thing in history where oh god. So we're talking about Guantanamo Bay. And at this time, again, keep in mind, the media was presenting to us kids that no one was innocent in Guantanamo Bay. Everyone was terrible and evil and awful and terrorists who want to do 9/12, right? That's all we're told as American kids growing up. So they're like, well, what do we do with these Guantanamo Bay? They're saying it's this, and that, and it's meaningless, and you know, and I was like, what if we just like, if they're like evil bad guys and they don't matter and all this stuff, what if we like use them for like medical experiments to find cancer treatments or something? And then the teacher was like, Max, that's what Hitler did to the Jewish people. And I was like, yeah, but they didn't do anything wrong. The fucking guys are terrorists. They did something wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, but that was that's the closest I have to that story.
Look, I'm just gonna kind of push back on 14-year-old you's plan. That's how you get super terrorists. That's how you get like Incredible Hulk fucking city destroying super terrorists. We don't want to do that. You waterboard humanely. Come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that same history teacher got mad at me, and this wasn't even true. I just thought it was true. There's a guitarist called Michelangelo Badio, and he's got this guitar that it looks like fucking knights aren't like it's got like metal pieces on it, and he like, you know, it looks like knight's armor. But I thought, because he said it, but it wasn't true, that like they actually took like a historical like medieval knight's armor and like melted it down and made a guitar out of it, which would have been fucking badass. So I still stand with myself on this. But I told that story not even to the teacher, but to someone in the class, and that history teacher overheard it, and she got so fucking offended. She was like, "That is defacing and destroy. That's horrible. That's the worst thing." She got so fucking mad. It's like, dude, you are not paid, and you are a high school history teacher. You're not paid enough to care about the world like this. Stop.
Oh, dude, they get that God complex, man. They get these kids to look over. Like that was I have such a disdain for the public schools where like I have PTSD of like, I don't know if this ever happened to you where I'm talking like elementary school, where you would get accused of doing something that you genuinely did not do, and because you're a kid, the teachers just assume you're lying. Did that ever happen with you?
Oh yeah. Oh, you did that on purpose. Yeah. Sorry, you go on, but I have a story about that.
No, I had PTSD one time. Oh, this fucked me up, dude. It's literally like the Salem witch trials for children. Like it's with all these middle-aged white women who have no future. It's like fucking I'm walking back from recess, and some other teacher that I don't know, you know, when you're in elementary school, you don't know who the fuck the other teachers are. And I remember, what is it? I remember a teacher comes up to me that's not my teacher. She goes, "I do not appreciate the way you called my girls suckers." Apparently suckers is like a horrible insult, apparently, and you know, when you're 8 years old. And so I get held after because like, oh, it's accountability. Like the teacher's worried that she's going to be held accountable for what her students do to another teacher's students. So I am like held out in the hallway. There are 3 people fucking like interrogating the fuck out of me over just calling somebody a name that's not even that bad.
You called someone a sucker?
I didn't do fucking anything. That's why it's fucked. I would get accused of shit I literally did not do. Like, not like malintent or accidental and they thought it was on purpose. Literally things I did not do.
Yeah.
And so you have 3 middle-aged white women fucking like hounding over you. And I just go back to those memories and I'm like, yes, defund the fucking schools. We don't need this shit. Fuck school.
Yeah, a lot
All
of
right, what's your story?
a lot of those fucking teachers probably like would have been cops if they had the nuts for it. But yeah, like there's definitely people that have like complexes for disciplining children. There was one.
The composer.
There was
Do you
one.
want to go to him?
Yeah. Bring him in, but I'll tell the story. There was one instance where some kid was fucking with me. Like he was actually like trying to bully me, and he was trying to take my pencil. And in trying to grab my pencil away from me, he stabbed himself in the hand with it. And then I got in trouble for that because it was like, oh, you stabbed him with a pencil. I was like, I literally didn't. He stabbed himself. And it was like, no, you did it on purpose. Apologize to him. And I was
ridiculous.
I still fucking regret listening. I wish I would have just stood my ground and never apologized to that kid.
Hello,
Aaron, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man? How's it going?
Hey, we're going good. We're live right now on the Class of 09 Telethon Kickstarter. What's it called? How you doing today?
Man, long day, man. I play for a church on Sunday, so sometimes it takes a little while for them to get out, So today was one of those days, man. But I'm here. Finally made it.
That's all good. Yeah, no problem at all. What's it called? Lyle, I guess drag over the thing.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. But yeah, so I guess quick as like a primer so the people can know you. Like obviously you did all the scored music for Class of 09 real quick.
We're looping it in the background right now. So this beautiful piano composition. We've been listening to it like all stream, which so far has been like 2 hours, and even though it's like a minute-long loop, I'm still not tired of it.
That's so dope.
Yeah,
that's so dope. I love to hear that. That's the whole idea of my job, is to get that in your ear, in your brain, so that you can remember that particular sound, that signature for the game. So that's my job, so to get it to that point.
what's your history? How did, because your background is like I guess mainly R&B. I guess what's your background like where do you come from? Who did you learn from? Who did you work for? Like give us all of that.
Well, even before I started doing R&B, really my background is gospel. So I was born into the gospel world. My father is a pastor. My mother is a gospel singer. So, that was basically my ear training, learning all of these notes and how to arrange certain pieces of music. That was my whole idea. So I started out just in the church, and then eventually, my parents told me it was okay to, branch out of the gospel world to touch different people, man, different race. So I decided to come across jazz and R&B and hip hop. And I started at a young age, man. I mean, at the age of 13 was like my first job as a musician and as a producer. So I started, really, really early. And professionally, I started at the age of 18, working for a production company called Soul Diggers. And they did a lot of stuff for Beyonce, Missy Monica.
Elliott?
Yeah, Missy Elliott, Monica, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, all those major artists. So I got introduced into that. So that was like the birth of, Mr. Lab as far as his production. And to this day, man, I'm still, even though I look 21, that's what people say, I'm 34 now. So it's a blessing being able to still accomplish those things and, to still, be around, man, because you can come in one day.
you got a lot more in you.
Yeah, you can come in one day and then the next day, you're out, you're done. So
that's true.
It's a blessing to be a part of that, and to even come across, scoring for games and movies. That's also a blessing. So I thank Max for bringing me into this this world of scoring for his game, Class of '09. Man, it's been truly a roller coaster, man. A great roller coaster, a great ride. And I'm just waiting for more. I'm itching for more.
Well, we got, I mean, you'll probably be in the plans for when we get this anime off. We'll probably need some kind of score, because last time we had no music at all for the anime, which is sort of a stylistic choice. Sometimes I kind of avoid music for emotional scenes because I think it's too manipulative sometimes. So So that's my thing, but you always need music for a good transition and stuff like that. But what's it called? I guess another thing is but like what were some of your song credits? Like what are some songs that people might know, or artists that you worked for that people might know?
Well, my first placement was Monica. If you guys don't know, she's an R&B artist that's been around for quite some time.
Like Brandy and Monica?
Yes, the boy is mine, that Monica. So my first placement was a song called Everything to Me. And it was Grammy nominated, which was also a blessing to be a part of. Even though she didn't win the Grammy, but just being nominated for something that you did for your first placement was like a true blessing. So that kind of gave me the opportunity to meet different artists, and I also did some stuff for P. Diddy, Last Train to Paris when he came out with that album, and I did some stuff for Kelly Rowland, and did some stuff for some gospel artists, CeCe Winans, so L. Varner, and also, outside of my production as a producer, I'm also a musician, so I've been on tour for so long in Japan, and, just went around the world, man.
Who are you touring for?
Artist named Elle Varner. She was signed to MBK Entertainment, which the artist is also signed to MBK Entertainment. And she had a popular song called Refill at the time. So we toured just all over the place for years. And that was, dope to be a part of. That was really dope to be a part of. Yeah. So I'm like all over the place when it comes down to music. I do a lot when it comes down to music. So it's kind of hard for me to even answer when people ask me, so what do you do? I can't just say one thing. So most of the time I just say, I'm just a creator. I just like to create, that's my thing now. So
yeah. I had no idea you were so prolific.
Yeah, man, and sometimes I teach every now and then, so it's just a lot, man. But I'm happy that I'm able to be more flexible instead of just doing one thing,
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been listening to this it's the menu theme loop, and it kind of sounds like you just did that freeform. Was that just something that you played, or was that like arranged beforehand and then sort of?
No. Well, most of the time, man, I can. It's never a one situation for me where I stick to one like a template. It's not like that for me. It really depends on the feel of it. So, thanks to Max, man, he's also a great. I call Max a producer too, because he came in the studio and he wanted certain things here and he heard certain notes. So I thank Max for coming in too. We worked well together actually, which is kind of cool to have, man, to feed off of each other energy and feed off of different ideas. But this particular composition,
that was kind of freeform. That was pretty freeform.
Yeah, it was just kind of a freestyle type of thing, man. I just felt like it was the right move to make as far as the notes that I came up with. I just felt like it went right with Class of '09, and I just wanted something that'd just stick to your brain, stick to something that you will already remember. Oh, this is the signature for the game. That was my whole idea.
Yeah,
that's what I try to do most of the time.
Yeah, there's like that motif, those high notes, that dun 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 dun, like that gets stuck in my head all the time.
Oh,
yes.
That was from what was that from? You had that off something already when we were doing the score, right?
Yeah, so most of the time, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but you know, even people like Timbaland and Pharrell and Swiss Beats, these super producers, most of the time they have, you know, their crew. They have, you know, they'll have people that already have beats, and then they'll come up and say, listen, I like this idea, I want to flip this. So that was my whole idea. I don't really have a team like Swiss Beats and Timbaland, you know, because it's just kind of difficult to find those, you know, just find somebody that you can trust. So, you know, most of the time I'll have different sounds that's already ready, you know, different ideas. So I just pulled up that one idea and I said, let me you know, let me expand it. Let me branch it out. And thankfully I'm a keyboardist, so I'm able to make it more colorful, even if it's not enough. Even if it doesn't sound so bright and so big, I'm able to like create that, you know, recreate it and make it sound bigger. So that's when I started to add the extra, you know, glitter, the icing on the cake, you know?
Yeah. I mean, for what it is, just piano reverb straight into it. Like it does a lot.
Yeah. Cause you know, a lot of producers, they say that they're producers, but it's a difference between just making a beat and then producing two different things, you know?
Yeah.
When you're a producer, you know, you got to know how to bring in singers, bring in the right writer, bring in the right producer, bring in the right musicians and put them together, arrange it, mix it, master it, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, completes a producer. Now just a beat maker, you just coming up with the idea, coming up with the beat, and that's it. But producer is completely different. So just in case if you guys did not know that.
Yeah, no, I come from kind of the like rock, metal, prog world. And that philosophy, it's gotten very sort of producer heavy, where now it's almost entirely sort of dominated by these sort of bedroom producer types who it's like everything's to a grid, everything's up to 11, everything's like kind of really big and really perfect and turned up really loud, competing for space. So like writing these sort of spacey, vibey compositions is like it's totally the opposite of what I'm used to. So it's cool. I love it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I need is like I knew how to mix and master, but yeah, the thing I had no clue how to do was play and come up with notes. So like I knew what I wanted, but it's a matter of finding a guy who just has the ear, who knows the genre and knows the style. Because the thing is that like, again, we wanted the R&B sound. We thought that was interesting for an anime project. And so basically you can't just, this is what I've learned by hiring multiple musicians over the years, is you can't get a guy who plays piano for like a ska band or something and expect him to know R&B sound. So my thing is like, and also like a guy in rock, like a guy might be like sort of a respected producer in rock and no one will know who the hell that is in hip hop. Right. So it's like, I don't look at it as the music industry. I more look at it as like genre based industry. I look at it as the hip hop industry or the rock industry or the metal industry. Do you, I'm trying to remember, do you remember any of the songs that were given as reference for when we were sort of putting together the score and stuff like that? I'm trying to remember a couple.
Honestly, man, I do so much music that sometimes I do forget, honestly. But I know for sure that signature, that that's like the signature for the game for sure, you know. But we've done a couple of stuff, right? On I'm pretty sure we've done a couple of tunes. I just can't remember the tunes, man. I can't remember the tunes.
I mean, do you remember what you gave him mixed?
It's just that
there's two people that have this answer.
But I know for sure that introduction, you know, that keyboard, that, you know, for some reason I can't get that out of my head, you know.
I would say, let me see. I think I think Drake, Keep the Family Close. I think we used that for the re-ups.
Oh my God. Yeah, we did, bro.
And it was the where it's like, it's not the sequel. That was taken straight. If anybody listened to the Views album by Drake, Lyle doesn't like Drake. Lyle doesn't listen to any of this stuff. But the what's it called? If you go back and listen to that song, you will hear those exact beats are taken. What we didn't sample it, obviously, we played it, but what's it called? That exact thing, we took that from Drake's thing. We made that a musical score for like a movie sort of thing. So
yeah, that was a good one too.
And then I think another one I remembered, it was a New Edition song, but it wasn't like New Editions like Good Years. It was like New Editions like 2003 album that nobody bought. It was I remember we used a song from that as well for like an emotional reference for what a part in the first score was. Those are the only two I remember. We probably had more.
So I did about like 3-4, right? Different pieces for the game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think about 3 and 4. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. About 3-4 pieces. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
it's been
we're excited to have you back for the anime. I mean, we've got funded. I don't know if you've been following, but we've got funded an 11-minute pilot right now. So
that's crazy.
Yeah,
super crazy.
So we're
super crazy.
We're going to be moving into production with that pretty much as soon as this Kickstarter ends. We'll know how long we actually have to make it, and yeah, I'm sure that you'll be needed.
And what's your name again, my brother?
Me? My name's Lyle.
Lyle, okay, nice to meet you, man. I think it's the first time.
Yeah,
he was the
nice
publisher.
Yeah, I published the game.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, man.
All right,
that's cool.
All good. Let's see if there's any final questions. What do you have? Like, I'm having some trouble with the the head of the studio. Go ahead and ask another question while I talk to this guy. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, do you need a guy who tunes their guitar really low and plays really fast? Because I could do that.
So you're a guitarist.
Yeah. I play heavy metal and prog and a bunch of other stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what? I've always wanted to get into the metal thing, but I haven't got there yet. I've touched jazz, R&B, hip hop, Afro pop.
Weirdly enough, I feel like sort of jazz and soul is making its way into the world of guitar music right now. There's bands like Polyphia and Sean that use a lot of they're more chilled out, a lot cleaner tones and stuff like that. They're really getting huge. I don't know if you've ever heard Polyphia before or anything like that, but
no, I would love to hear it though. I would definitely love to hear it for sure.
Yeah, so it's definitely kind of moving in that direction. I think people are kind of tired of like the really overproduced, really kind of all at 11 all the time kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, that stuff's still evolving in its own right too. It's really interesting how music sort of moves and changes with different influences and all that kind of stuff. And I'm definitely not like of the gatekeepy type where it's just like, oh, it's gotta stay the way that it is in the 80s, because a lot of people in the metal scene are. Not so much the musicians though. It's more the audience and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of the musicians are kind of looking for new sounds and interesting stuff to kind of move into.
That's the beauty of it though. That's the art of it. That's why we love it, you know.
Yeah, there is almost a universal language to people who make stuff, even if it's not the same stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, okay, so we're about to go to the actors roundtable. They're all bugging me. Aaron, wait, you're from? Where are you from? Or do you not want to disclose that?
Oh man, I'm in the USA.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, there's some psychos out there. Yeah, how many people since Key and Peele? How many people hit you with the joke AA Ron?
Oh my God, brother! What? More than 1,000,000 times for sure. That's why I changed my name to Mr. Lab, bro. Because I just can't have that anymore.
Yeah, after Aaron Rodgers went to the Jets, I'm sure that got worse. But
oh my God, exactly. Aaron, but Aaron is like the number one thing that people always call me. Aaron. I'm like, dude, change the name.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's see here. All right. Any quick final words before we go on to our next segment, Aaron?
Nah, man. I'm just looking forward to, the next step for the game. I'm still here, you guys, and I want to be a part of it. So thank you for even allowing me to, bless the game for sure with my talents and gifts.
Awesome.
No problem.
Thanks
No
for
problem.
stopping by.
Thank you.
We look forward to hearing you
man.
again.
Thank you guys. All right, man. Take care.
See you. Bye.
All right.
Okay, that was Aaron Mr. Lab Monroe, musical score for Class of 09. All right, let me rush into the actors roundtable. Let's go ahead and shift it over. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
Okay, we gotta add him. Gotta add her.
Here, I gotta piss like crazy. Can you be entertaining on your own for like 20 seconds?
Yeah, all right, Lyle. No toilet talk here, buddy. Come on. And then who was the last one? That's the last one. And let's add all of these people. Everybody, we're going to the actors roundtable now. Let's see. Okay, Corinne has got in. Corinne, Sarah. Okay, we're getting them all. We're waiting. Hello. We're waiting for the last guy to answer the call. He left it on Do Not Disturb. How convenient.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm on a way. I never remember what I leave my thing on.
I know. I keep my phone on Do Not Disturb all the time.
Okay. Okay. His thing just didn't answer. Okay. Well, we'll talk to two people. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There he is. Chris.
All right.
It's okay. It's all right. Okay. So we have on the ledger, we have well, I guess we'll go one by one. We have Corinne Sudberg, also known as on YouTube as Megami33. Could you give them all a brief history of sort of what you've done and been a part of?
Hello, I'm a voiceover artist. I started in New York and now I'm in Dallas. I mostly work for Crunchyroll. One of my biggest things is playing Koisuke Momonosuke on One Piece, which we just finished.
Chris, you have the stream on. We hear it.
Okay, that's where I was coming from. I was wondering where those.
No, I don't. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Let's see. Voiceover for 10 years. Crunchyroll voice actor. Played Koisuke Momonosuke for the Wano arc. I've also worked for Team 4-Star and a couple other things on YouTube. I do adaptation covers. And yeah, I play Karen in the game. So cool. Nice to meet y'all.
So one quick question I have for you is, you were around since like 2007?
Yeah.
So like, because what I remember about 2007 is the only two like voice actresses was like maybe you and Kira Buckland. Was there anyone else that we might be forgetting? Because it feels like it was just those two.
Kimlin was everywhere.
Yeah, Kimlin, yeah.
Kimlin? 07?
07? I don't know if Kimlin was active in 07, but...
What about Mendez?
Very
what
shortly
was Erica
after.
doing? Oh, Mippa. How about Mippa?
Yeah, a lot of these people I don't know.
Be active then?
I don't remember.
Was she like an internet person though, or did she go through the studio system?
I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
Yeah, no, it's but yeah, I mean, Corinne was definitely like one of the very, very, very first back in the day. So it's great to speak with great to speak with Corinne. Next up on the ledger we have Sarah Ruth Thomas.
Hello.
Sarah, if you could give them a brief thing on what you've done.
Yeah, for sure. So my name's Sarah Ruth Thomas. I am a Texas-based voice actress, but I'm not in the hub area of Dallas or Houston. I'm actually up in the Panhandle. So I do mostly independent voice work. I've been active since about 2019, I want to say 2018, 2019. And my specialty lies in video games, educational content, audiobooks, a lot of radio commercials and that sort of stuff. And I made the transition into voiceover after I had worked for a little bit in the opera scene. So yeah, that's how I got started.
Nice.
All good. And then Chris McCullough, I believe, Chris, you were on Five Nights at Freddy's, right?
Yeah, that's the main one that people know me for.
Go ahead.
I basically have just been an entertainer my whole life. I've been bounced around between playing in a band, doing stage theater, doing film in LA, background actor. I decided to do voice acting right around 2015, and I've mostly been doing just basically commercials and video games. Obviously, like I said, I've done a ton of Five Nights at Freddy's, but a couple of other horror stuff here, and of course, I'm a Mr. Katz in Class of 09.
What do you play in your band?
Lennon.
Oh yeah, Principal Lynn, Karen.
Principal Lynn.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. And then Corinne was Karen in Class of 09.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Lyle, do you have any questions for him? I thought we might.
What do you play in your band, Chris?
I don't play anymore, but I was a bassist, and it was more of a progressive heavy metal style of music.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Although I did like 4 years. I did 4 years in a local Arizona touring production of Hedwig and the Angry Inch, so I played bass in that.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you.
There we go. But yeah, later on, we might do, to fill time for this Actors Roundtable, we might try a game show with everyone, some late 2000s trivia if everybody would be interested in that.
Oh boy, jackpot! You don't know Jack.
Yeah, it'll be like Jeopardy style, more so Jeopardy style.
Okay.
Yeah, we would put that out. But anyway, let's see here. So, what is it? So I guess how would we go around here, Lyle? What's a question we could have for everybody? Or is there a voicemail we could go to? Because they keep asking about the actors.
Okay, yeah, let's see. This one might be. So I've got a stream, like a screen share thing. If you want to hear the voicemails, I will also repeat the question afterwards if you don't want to listen to them. But
cool.
I will play that right now. This one might be actor centric.
Okay.
All right. So I had two questions. The first one, how do you go about writing natural dialogue?
Golly.
So like, obviously you're not a high school girl. How exactly do you like get in the head of a high school girl and figure out what kind of stuff they would say? My second question is, were you bullied in school on a scale from 1 to 10?
Absolutely.
Oh, do you?
Where like 10 is like,
Do you guys stream up right now?
Oh yeah.
No, you got to hit watch. You got to hit watch stream on Discord.
So yeah, that one was more of a writing question. I thought it was going to be more acting because it was about realistic dialogue. But we could just ask that question itself. What I thought it was going to be was which is how is recording dialogue for Class of 09 characters different from, I know you guys have worked a lot in anime and video games and stuff like that. Not to say Class of 09 isn't anime, Max, because I know that you take that very personally. But yeah, what's the difference there?
There's a lot more cursing. We can't curse in anime anymore.
Hey, anymore? Wait, for real?
Or any less?
Not that I know.
Oh.
Yeah, what was the last time I even said it? Yeah.
I was gonna say, depends on the project in the studio.
Is damn count?
Oh man. I know for me at least with Principal Lynn, she's definitely. Rarely do I get to play a character who likes to imagine they have so much power and they just really absolutely are, for the most part, handcuffed to sort of bureaucracy and everything. So the fact that she is this larger than life character, but also still so relatable, that was really fun.
Yeah,
the one to me, the difference is like for most video games, all my directions they give me to do is just like, say this, what's on the script. I give them one take and they're cool, thanks, bye. With this one, it was just like constant trying to draw stuff out of me to get in a proper emotion. So I found that to be a lot more fun than just give me one line. Okay, good, thanks, bye. Get paid.
Mm-hmm.
You like being whiplashed into Max's dialogue.
I like people pulling. Yes,
that's well he says that because a lot of times when you're trained in something, you can kind of get stuck in that style. Mm-hmm. So to have someone give you the time to kind of unhinge yourself from that and then try it this way is kind of good practice as an actor. So I agree with that. It was fun.
Yeah. And when you have a director who has a very precise idea of how they want this project to sound, that's really fun. And it's a fun kind of challenge, I think.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I like it too, because I mean, nothing is worse than when you're doing something that the director is not directing you on, and then the thing comes out and your delivery is completely wrong. That's always like, even if it's not a bad performance, having a director that knows exactly how the lines should go back and forth and what they want the delivery to be is always super, super nice. I appreciate that.
You got to see it in your head.
You do.
To go off of what Chris was saying, the director who's like 1 to 3 takes. Okay, good. Those are there's a big impending threat of AI in multiple facets for artists, for actors, even like for falsifying evidence now. Like basically like what Chris is saying is those are the directors. If I'm an actor, those are the directors I worry about in terms of who's going to replace who with AI. Because there's definitely a lot of for the longest time, and what Class of 09 tried to do differently was, for the longest time, voice acting in video games has always been viewed as sort of a utility as opposed to more of an art. It's viewed as, okay, let's fill the asset for the character saying whatever they got to say and just move along. And so you have a game with no real gameplay elements, no real puzzles, no real beep boop the buttons and stuff like that. Like you have just you have something where the entire gameplay mechanic and the entire thing you're looking at is just acting essentially for 6 hours or however long it takes somebody to play the game. So I think it's how do you guys feel about it in that regard? Like compared to other video games, we'll put it there. Like, does it feel more hands-on than the average video game?
It feels more hands-on, at least in regards to like the acting and the characters, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, I directed Lyle too. I just realized that.
Yeah, I'm in the game as well. But yeah, like the cool thing also about indie projects like this is, I feel like because I've done more traditional voiceover stuff, and usually they try more than anything to avoid pickups. I don't think I had any pickups with you, Max, but like with indie projects and shit like that, sometimes you will just have, oh hey, I put this in and it sounds weird. Can you redo this? Whereas, yeah, moving through like a whole script for a TV episode or something like that, it's like line 1, line 2, line 3. Okay, mark that take. We're good. Move on. Just having something where it's just like, okay, this needs to be right, and we're gonna do it until it's right. I think is super nice, and I think it's an advantage of indie projects over the studio system, where, well, we didn't get this in the right time slot, so it's just not going in there. We're not fixing it.
Yeah, and scheduling can always be such a nightmare, especially with people getting sick and moving other shows and frames around.
Or booking studio time if they have a studio that they book. It's like, well, this line can just be bad because we're not going to spend $1,400 to fix it.
Right.
Yeah, like, we can just eat the line. Whereas, then as the performer, when you see a finished project and you're just like, oh, that was the context? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So question for Sarah, so I mean, is the script different in terms like how many other scripts have you like reacting to someone lying about having AIDS? Like I guess how does that sort of like go down?
Like in terms of just like the out there situations, or like, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Is there ever a time where you see the script and you're like, how the hell is this supposed to be read?
Oh, absolutely. And so like moments like those, I really do love directors that give me context, that give me information. Like there's this really fine line to walk between like, okay, here's a whole bunch of information so that you can then make an educated choice about the character. But very rarely have I had to actually react to like high schoolers and high school staff talking about stuff like drugs and AIDS and all that sort of stuff. So it was very nice having you available to go, I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
It's tricky. I mean, Corinne's character Karen probably had one of the other viral clips in the game where she's being bullied for body shamed or something like that, fat shamed. Mm-hmm. And so has that clip been posted to you? Have people gone to you with that clip off TikTok or whatever and and said anything to you?
I don't use TikTok as much as I should, but I know that's the most popular one. And surprisingly, I have fans, even though Karen's like, she's just an NPC. She's not involved that much in the game. She's got like, I guess, 2 major points, and she does have that point where it diverges paths, but like, no one really brings up. I think people are just surprised that I am in this game. I think the other day someone was just like, "Oh, we just heard your voice. You're in this?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I mean, Class of 09 has like a fandom. Like it's a whole thing.
I know, it's really cool.
Because there's a difference between a show that's like, oh yeah, people like this, or people are a fan of this and they'll tune in, and then like a fandom. I think this is the first. Yeah.
I was talking to you about like if I should make a card or not, because most people know me for either Team 4-Star, One Piece, the couple other anime shows are in, or AFMAO, which is mostly what I do on YouTube, which is like kids content kind of stuff. Which hopefully no AFMAO fans are here. Please leave.
I was going to say,
it's past your bedtime.
Do not summon
not
them.
for you guys. I don't advocate for her. I'm a voice actor. I'm not the character.
You're not the character.
You disavow.
Yeah.
Max, I haven't had to disavow you once on this stream. I just realized.
I'm a good guy. What I really want to know is, are you guys getting harassed by the Class of 09 fans? Are they like saying stuff to you? Because no. Okay.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, we just got to make sure they're behaving themselves.
I was gonna say I don't have that kind of screen credibility yet.
That's okay, but it's all right. Yeah. Let me see. So, what do we got? Lyle, unless you have any further questions, I could try streaming our late 2000s trivia contest to sort of we've done a lot of interviews. We might want to mix it up a bit.
Oh man, I totally had something, but it's gone in and out, unfortunately.
Well, there has to be a mental exercise where you can remember it. Come on.
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of regression therapy or something. I think about my mother's eyes, or the time I was dropped and it all just comes flooding back
down the hall, and the doctor said, "Oops."
Yeah. Really vulnerable headspace.
Yeah. What's my mom said she dropped me at 2 and I just never laughed again sincerely. So that's
whoa.
Oh.
Well,
here's actually
half of that story is true.
I got one to each of the actors here, excluding Lyle. We're excluding Lyle from everything from now on.
Oh fuck you.
What is the thing in your life that happened that's closest to something that'd be in Class of 09? If each of you have something.
Well, I got a good one for this. Why are you excluding me?
Okay, fine, Lyle, go first.
I'll let them
go
think.
First.
Yeah, so this is a very Class of 09 story. And also when people go like, oh, were people actually like that yes, people were actually like that. Kids at my school were
insane.
like that. Yeah, so we had a PE teacher that was very visibly and very far along pregnant. And she unfortunately had a miscarriage. And the kids at my school were so fucking horrible. For some reason at my school, everyone hated Jim, especially the girls. So they clued into the fact that they could make her cry and we would get out of gym, basically. So there was like a week where they were just trying to like bring up my PE teacher's miscarriage to try to get her to cry so she'd like throw us on some bullshit where we didn't really have to like pay attention. And our PE teacher had to like, you could tell that she like learned coping skills because eventually she got good at like having a canned response to every time someone would try to do that. But yeah, kids are shit. Kids are fucking evil.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's probably the closest thing to a Class of 09 occurrence that I had in my school. Also maybe similarly, I don't really think that this is like, there's no dialogue to this one, but for some reason, like a social studies teacher was like trying to show off and he threw a shot put really far and it like nailed another kid in the back of the head and he got like permanent brain damage, and that social studies teacher is probably still like paying bills off that lawsuit. So yeah, those are my 2 Class of 09 stories. I hope you guys weren't paying too much attention to that and were formulating your own.
There you go. Corinne, how about you?
nothing really. I guess was it at my school? There was a thing. I don't know if it was at my school where like a gym teacher was doing stuff that he shouldn't be doing. But other
That's
than that,
actually rare. I'm surprised you didn't have a gym teacher doing stuff. Everyone I knew did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
The only other thing is I kind of related to Karen, and when they were like talking about skeeting to her, and she didn't know what that meant because I had a lot of gay and trans friends that would talk about stuff when I was doing Sailor Moon Abridged a long time ago, and they would say these things, and they'd be like, I don't know what that means. And then they would joke around with me. And half the time I'm like, I can't tell if you guys are being honest with me or not.
I have a friend that has explained what a power bottom is to me like 10 times. And I don't know why, but I cannot retain the information. I cannot retain whether it's somebody that exclusively takes it or a dominant person that takes it. And I've asked all 10 times, by the way, I've asked him what it means. He hasn't just like brought it up. I've been like, I forget, what is a power bottom again? And I still don't know. For some reason, that information is like wet marbles where it just slips through my mind.
It was on Nickelodeon. It was the Jimmy Timmy Power Bottom, right?
Jimmy Power Hour.
It was Power Bottom. Fuck. All right. Well, anyway. Sarah, how about you?
I went to a pretty small school, so like the best thing I can think of, because this kind of reminds me of something that Nicole would do in the game. I do remember like a group of girls got together one time because like one of the history or literature teachers like showed like a scene from like a classic movie, like because it was relevant to like whatever was being taught like in history or literature, whatever at the time. But there like was this scene where like a woman was like, you know, washing the car of somebody. And so, of course, you know, the director kind of played up that scene a little bit, like making her look like really sexy and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And so, like, this group of girls just decided to, like, gang up on this teacher and went to the principal talking about how, like, that was so inappropriate. And they just thought that that was just so gross that they were shown this. And meanwhile, these were the girls who were, like, explaining to, like, everybody at school, like, what sexual terms were and, like, what sexual positions were and all this sort of stuff. So just that seemed very much like something Nicole would do to me, and it always just made me laugh because I was like, wow, all right. But yeah, pretty small potatoes there, but like I said, I went to a pretty small school. It was pretty harmless. But yeah, that did remind me of Nicole a lot.
And then Chris, how about you, man?
Relentlessly bullied.
You're Jeffrey?
Oh, yeah.
Oh man!
Fourth grade, the entire fourth grade hated me. The entire seventh grade hated me. By the time I got to 10th grade, I was 6'2" by then. So they realized, okay, he might actually hurt me. So it stopped.
Nice.
See, I think I lucked out because even though I am a nerd, kind of like Karen. Maybe not as nerdy, but I have two jock brothers, so nobody really could mess with me. You know.
I can fully admit I was totally obnoxious in middle school and high school. Like I look back on it and I'm like, oh, I deserved some of that treatment.
You
Okay.
a theater kid or something?
Oh, absolutely.
We all were, aren't we?
I'm a theater kid.
I was.
Yeah.
No,
I was like, we're all here, aren't we? That's what I'm saying.
I was I was always that kid that like people were like gonna be like, I just like always had my headphones in, listening to the angriest fucking music that I could, and just like being really standoffish. And that's how I sort of avoided getting bullied, I think, because I was into video games and stuff. But I was like, I'd clued in that it was like, okay, that's not cool to talk about.
Yeah.
But I didn't really have anything else going on, so I was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go this angle of probably thinking I'm way cooler than I am, and just be like, I'm not gonna tell anyone anything about myself, and I'm just gonna fucking scowl all the time. And that worked as a deterrent. And also, yeah, I was 6'4". So it kind of helped, but yeah, 6'4" with the long hair and the angry fucking heavy metal vest and all that. I was just like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You had long hair?
Oh yeah, like shoulder length. But yeah.
I had
typical
hair.
Typical metal mop.
Long,
Yeah. I've thought about doing it again. I go through these phases where I get it about to like grunge rock length, and then I go, this needs to go. It's getting in my fucking.
That's me too. I just cut mine now, but no, I used to have it down to my back. So yeah, I get.
I
that.
am in a thrash
I'm
metal
so-
band. I should.
I am so jealous of both of you because I always wanted like that long, beautiful Disney princess metalhead hair, and instead, like my hair was just very soft with low volume. So I was like, pixie cut it is.
Okay. Go with what works.
I know.
Maintain.
So y'all are living my dream. I'll live vicariously through you.
Let's see. So we got. I'm gonna try screen sharing this, guys. Make sure you check out the stream that I'm streaming here.
Okay, we're switching over to Max's stream.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give updates. Like I'm just gonna have to give the verbal updates of the score because
Okay, I got one more Class of 09-esque story that I just fucking remembered that
Go ahead.
It's kind of a Kyler move that happened.
No.
Fucking there was this kid that tried to buy weed from another kid, and that kid just threw a bunch of oregano in a bag and sold it to him for like $100.
Oh my god!
And
you get killed doing that. In certain
and the kid that tried to buy the weed went and fucking told on him. Like he told the vice principal, "Oh, this kid tried to sell me weed, but it wasn't even real." And yeah, they both got expelled. And that was like, it was so stupid that I didn't even believe that it happened. I was like, there's no shot. They probably just got caught. You know, like kids spread weird rumors all the time. And I ended up like seeing that guy just in public in a fucking, I don't know, a Best Buy or something. And I was like, is that true? Did you actually do that? He was like, yeah, I did that. And I was like, oh dear. That was really fucking dumb.
So okay, so we're gonna try some late 2000s Jeopardy. This isn't gonna be exactly like Jeopardy. Hopefully everyone's looking. But basically, so we have $100 through $600 questions. I have my little chart right here where I keep scores.
I'm gonna try to throw this.
I'll update the scores every time. So how we're gonna do the rules here? This is all gonna be audible for everybody. But basically, there's 5 categories: video, music, sports, tech and gaming, and news.
Oh no. Oh no.
So these are the categories, and so basically, if it's your turn to ask, it's your you just answer, and then someone else can steal if you get it wrong. But if you get it right, you get to repeat and just go again like Jeopardy. But it's not like where you have to buzz in because we don't have buzzers, so it's not going to work. Okay. So and I'm keeping the score. So again, it's $100 through $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800. Okay. So the most it could be is 800. The lowest it could be is 100. So you know what? I'm picking the order that's on the chart here. So Corinne, you go first. Please give a category and a number, dollar amount.
There's no anime question, so I don't know how well I'm gonna do this.
Late 2000s trivia. You were alive in the late 2000s. You're not a Zoomer.
Was, but I was doing important stuff and trying to go to art college and finish. I guess the first one for video.
All right, first one for video. This would end up being the main franchise Michael Bay is known for. What is it, Corinne?
Do we have to screen? Oh, okay. We just get to answer. We don't have to buzz in or whatever.
No, but because we don't have buzzers, so it's just whoever gets the question gets to answer it.
What is it, Transformers?
You're correct. You did it.
Yay.
You get $100.
Okay, this isn't too hard at all.
See, these are easy.
Yeah, we had this tested. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so if it's gray, it's taken. So if it's gray, it's taken. Okay. All right, Corinne, you get to pick again.
Okay, let's do the video, the next one.
Video, Charlie Sheen's biggest sitcom.
Oh, 2.5 Men.
Oh, there you go. See,
what is 2.5 Men?
We don't care.
This is just a matter of being alive. I think were we all. If this is too personal, you don't have to answer it. But are we all like roughly grew up in the same time as the Class of 09 characters? Like, is this
not? Chris is a bit older than us, but
He's a little older, just a bit.
Just a little.
But I have some late 2000s knowledge.
Some late 2000s. Well, it's good. We'll go. All right, Corinne, keep going.
I'm just gonna keep going down. Yeah, next one.
Okay, who is the mean judge on American Idol?
Oh, Simon Cowell.
Okay, that's good. Wow, dude, you're running this. We gotta wait for.
I watch TV.
All right, Corinne's at 600. All right, let's keep going here. You're just going for the next one?
Yeah, next one.
After a small role in Harry Potter, Robert Pattinson would get his big break in this 2008 vampire film.
Oh, Twilight, right?
Okay, yeah. See, why did you think you would do bad at this? You have like no self-esteem.
I didn't realize they were that easy.
No, they'll get harder. All right, okay, Corinne, what's next?
Let's change it up, I guess. Let's do. Oh, I'm terrible at sports.
Try sports. Do sports, Corinne. Go ahead.
We already confirmed we're all a bunch of theater kids. Why would you do this to us?
I don't know. It's just gonna get pretty hard once we get to sports. All right.
100.
You think you're hot now?
Privacy with the tech and gaming.
Tech and gaming. The piracy alternative to iTunes?
Napster?
Steal?
Okay, yeah, that's not what we were looking for. We're gonna subtract. We're subtracting that dollar amount. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah. Steal it.
Oh, I forgot.
LimeWire?
That's correct.
Fuck yeah.
LimeWire.
Sarah,
How
now
many
it's your turn.
times do you have to download that Bill Clinton speech before you learn what the file size is?
Okay. Sarah, go ahead. Video to review for the listeners, because it's audio. The categories
should I
are
not
video,
be? Should I
music-
not be displaying these? I put the window up.
Oh,
on
you
the
can display
screen.
if you want. Display if you want. All right, that's fine. That's fine then. All right, so they know. Let me make this bigger actually, so
Yeah,
people can...
it's not fitting the screen very well. So
Okay.
Okay.
Feel free to
Go ahead, Sarah.
Video for 600.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is for 500. Go
Or
ahead.
500, excuse me.
Okay, what 2007 film kickstarted the careers of Jonah Hill, Michael Cera, and Emma Stone?
Oh, flip. Superbad?
That's correct. Okay, you're at 600. Corinne's at 900, and Chris hasn't gone yet, but he eventually will. All right.
A break.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and request video at the 800 spot?
Okay. 800. So that's
lower.
Can you skip?
Yeah.
At the very end?
Or do you have to go?
You can skip. You can skip. You can skip.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, 800, 900, whatever the value is.
All right. What was that one horror movie that Jim Carrey did?
Cable Guy?
That's incorrect. That is incorrect.
Okay.
that was what I was going to go for.
You're at negative 2. This is late 2000s trivia. All right. You're at negative.
Oh, my bad.
You're at
All right,
negative 200. Sorry. All right.
Perfect.
Steal,
Hey,
Chris.
You go big,
Nope,
you lose
not
big.
stealing.
All right. Not stealing. Okay.
Steal?
Yeah.
What was it called? It was like 23?
That's correct.
That's
23.
pretty close.
That was the
Yeah, is the number 23.
Oh, yeah.
You're already. It was like, everything in my life is 23.
Me and my brothers were in a weird Jim Carrey phase. Also, Chris Farley phase.
Is Jim Carrey one of the actors where I could have followed that with the joke, including my wife, or nah?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't keep track of these people's marital status.
Let's do the first one for music.
I'm gonna just take it to you. Got to steal. I'll take it to Chris just because we got to give him a chance. All right, Chris, go ahead and pick.
Oh, Chris, yeah, go.
I'll take video for 500.
Oh, he's going down the line.
No, we already have 500.
600.
600. The Tonight Show controversy was between which two talk show hosts?
Damn, I just forgot one of them. It's Conan and Jay Leno.
That is correct. That is correct. You just got yourself. Chris, go ahead.
I want to do, where is it? Sports for 200.
Sports for 200 is what athlete was sentenced to 21 months in federal prison for dogfighting?
Michael Vick.
That is correct. So look at that. Look at that late 2000s trivia there. All right, Chris is at 800. All right, so to review, Corinne's at 1700. Sarah Ruth Thomas is at negative 200, and Chris is at 800. Chris, go ahead and pick.
I'll take a break. You guys are fun. Do all the sports ones. That way go.
Do all the sports. I'm not really a sportsman. That was the one I really knew. We'll do news for 100.
News for 100. What was the nickname for the H1N1 virus?
Swine flu.
That is correct. Chris is at 900. Okay, go ahead and pick again.
News for 200.
News for 200. What Republican duo lost to Obama Biden in the 2008 presidential election?
That is McCain and Sarah Palin.
Oh, that is correct. You almost got it wrong, though. You almost got it wrong. All right, you're at 1100 now.
Does anybody remember who Mitt Romney's vice president was? I genuinely don't.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, gosh.
Romney Kane? No, that was Hillary.
I genuinely don't. That wasn't like a grill question. I won't know if you get it right.
Was it Gingrich?
What was it? Was it?
I don't think it was.
Was
No,
it
that
old
wasn't
Newt?
Newt. It wasn't
I don't
Newt.
think it was the Newt.
That's more Reagan stuff.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Chris. Pick again.
I don't know where to look. We'll just close it out because I don't know the answer. But video for 700.
700. What animated sitcom did a cold open where one of the characters said the N-word with a hard R?
Oh no.
Wow, I don't know. Rama 1/2.
Are you kidding? All right. Well,
I just said there was no way to
Chris just lost a 700 point. Chris is down to 400. Would anyone like to steal?
I'll attempt it. I'll
Okay.
attempt to steal because I've got nothing to
you need
lose.
points, yeah.
Was it South Park?
That is correct.
It
That is
was.
correct.
Oh, okay.
Sarah's at 500. I just know all the answers to these. They're just in my brain.
I was here last time that we did
I'm a
this,
South Park
so
fan.
All right.
yeah, I have an unfair advantage. I'm not playing.
You know what? We're gonna go back to we'll go back to Sarah here. Sarah, go ahead and pick.
Oh
sports.
my gosh. You are so funny. Let's see here. I will do news for 400,
3?
500. What's 4 or 5?
For 400. What kickstarted the Great Recession?
Was it the 2008 housing crash?
That is correct. That is correct. That's lovely. Okay, that is good. So that was 400. All right, Sarah, go ahead, pick again.
You know what? Let's do sports for 100.
Where were the 2008 Summer Olympics held?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
The Olympics.
Frick.
Mom watches the Olympics.
Beijing?
That is correct. That's correct.
Oh!
That's
I honestly think that is
a sports watcher thing.
I honestly think that is the hardest question in the entire sports category.
That is
and
not. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, what sports for 300?
Sports for 300. Whose 2009 Hall of Fame speech ended up as a widely used internet meme?
I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody steal this, please.
Okay, so Sarah lost. So Sarah's down to 700. Corinne's at 17. Chris is at 4. Does anyone want to try stealing?
Yeah, Chris, you need the points. Why don't you go?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay. No one has an answer?
No.
Correct answer is the most famous living person on Earth, Michael Jordan. Let's see.
Oh.
There you go. Famous living person. But there's more famous people, but they're all dead. All right. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and go to Chris. Go ahead. Pick out here.
I'll take a shot. We'll do sports for 400.
400. After 30 years of color commentary, what football personality announced his retirement in 2009?
Taking a stab. Is it John Madden?
That is correct. That is correct.
Nice.
John Madden. So you're not sad in last place. Now Sarah's in last place. To update the scores, we have Corinne. We have Corinne 1700, Sarah Ruth Thomas 700, and Chris 800. This is a very intense game show. Very, very intense here.
It all.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Music for 1, 2, 3, 4, 500.
1, 2, 3, 4, 500. Avril Lavigne had the most viewed video on YouTube thanks to this 2008 music video.
Complicated?
That is incorrect. I'm sorry, Chris. You just lost. Anyone want to steal?
I'll try and steal.
Yeah.
Is it girlfriend?
That is correct. Sarah Ruth Thomas with the steal. Sarah Ruth Thomas at 1200. The places are going all around. This is a very intense, toxic game show. I love it. Okay. Very intense. There's a lot of rubber band AI in this game show because if someone's in like last place, I like go to them instead of some other stuff. Okay. Sarah, you know what, Chris, go ahead and pick again.
Me?
No, I can't do that. Sarah, you pick again. That's not fair.
Sarah got the thing, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, okay. Sarah, go ahead.
My gosh.
Lyle, how are you feeling about the contestants?
I think they're great. I wouldn't recast them or nothing.
Whoa! Whoa!
That's what we're really playing for?
That means a lot.
Yeah, whoever's in last place, gets recast. Uh-oh. All right. Okay,
fuck.
no, it's okay. All right, okay. Sarah Ruth Thomas, please pick.
Yes. Let's do sports for 500.
Sports for 500. After what holiday did the world discover Tiger Woods was cheating on his wife?
Fuck. I think I actually know that.
Okay, perfect. It's gonna go to Corinne here in just a second. 4th of July.
That is incorrect. You're down to 700. Anyone stealing?
I could be wrong.
Go ahead.
Steal. Is it Arbor Day?
That is incorrect. I'm sorry, Corinne.
I love the specificity of Arbor
I could have
Day.
sworn it was like a weird holiday where it's like.
Is it because his last name is Woods?
No, God. Oh, God. Okay, no one's
digging trees and not something else.
That would have been he could have played that off so much better if he was.
Oh, that would have been great.
Okay, no, but no one has a steal.
No.
Fires,
the correct
very
answer was Thanksgiving. After
fuck.
Thanksgiving.
Why did I think it was Arbor Day?
It was Thanksgiving dinner when it happened. It was Thanksgiving night when it happened. When his
Corinne,
wife.
that's now going to be in my head. If anybody ever asks me again, I'm going to be like, Arbor Day.
Arbor Day,
naturally.
Tiger Woods, Arbor Day.
Anyway. So so to update the scores, we have Corinne 1200, Sarah Ruth Thomas 700, Chris 300. You know what, Chris, you're away. Go ahead, pick.
Go, Chris, go.
Oh man, I don't know any of these anymore. We'll just go Tech and Gaming for 200.
How much did the 660 gig PS3 cost at launch? This was an internet meme.
Oh,
$299?
Incorrect. I'm sorry, Chris. You're down to 200. Anyone for the steal?
I don't remember.
That one was way off, by the way.
It's got to be a ridiculous number, but I don't.
Probably higher.
It's an internet meme.
Oh,
I hear somebody Googling over there.
I don't know it. I
who's
do not
Googling?
know
Who's
this.
cheating?
All right, no one has the steal.
I want to say it's over 9,000, but
Okay, well,
Over
no.
9,000.
Okay, we really are with theater kids. Okay, so all right, look. Okay, so the correct answer was $599 US.
$600.
Oh, now it's.
I knew it was a 99.
No, it's specifically $599 because that's what the meme was.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, Corinne got that. Was it Corinne who picked that one, or who picked that one?
No, Chris picked that.
I did.
Oh, Chris, you're at
I got
zero.
it wrong.
Congratulations. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. So Corinne's at 1,200. Sarah Ruth Thomas is 700. Chris is at 0. It's actually, Corinne's in the pole position here. That's cool. Okay.
I'm not gonna answer anything, honestly.
You know what, Corinne, go ahead. Let's see if some hard ones get in the way.
Tech and gaming, sure.
300.
Yeah, 300.
In 2009, Rupert Murdoch bought this website for $580 million.
I don't know.
Okay, Corinne down to 900. Anyone want to steal?
Oh, even if you pick, you lose. That sucks.
Yeah.
well, no.
I should have just guessed.
Wow.
All right, no one has
the
anything.
points don't matter.
Okay, all right. The correct answer was MySpace.
Oh, that was a bad.
That was a bad sale.
Okay, you know what, Chris, you're away because you have $0. So let's see what you can do.
I'm gonna be in the negative by the time this is done. Music for 100.
What pop punk number band had a 2009 reunion after a 4-year hiatus? This one's easy. Come on.
No, probably not because I hate pop punk.
Throw a dart. You're going to hit one of them.
Blink 182.
That's correct.
Nice. Told you.
Nice.
Chris, you're away.
Dart Master Chris.
I doubted myself. Oh God. It's like what is it? Pressure lock.
Yeah.
News for 1, 2, 3, 4, 500.
500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500. Name one of the 2 American car companies that were on the receiving end of a $17 billion government bailout.
General Motors?
That is correct. Correct. Chris, you're coming back.
You're coming back.
See, you got to do less of the pop culture stuff and more of like the mandatory stuff, and you'll do better there, Chris. Okay, Chris, you're away. I'm going to update the scores real quick. Corinne's at 900, Sarah's at 700, Chris is at 600. This is anybody's game.
Nice.
And we're going to end in 9 minutes. We're just going to end it. So whoever has the most points at the end wins.
Okay. I don't remember, but I'm just going to say, I'm going to guess for this one. News for 300.
News for 300. During the Katrina rebuild, what people did George Bush not care about?
I mean, everyone.
I forget where.
Oh no.
The people in Louisiana.
That is incorrect. Anyone want to steal?
Maybe one way of phrasing it.
I'll steal.
Okay.
I mean, people in Houston.
That is incorrect as well.
I was gonna say there are people living there.
Okay. Corinne, do you want to try stealing?
Nope.
All right. Would you like to hear the correct answer?
Yes.
Black people. George Bush doesn't care about black people. Kanye West said that live on TV in 2005. That was a Kanye West reference.
None of us just said that.
Okay.
Correct.
Anyway. Well, yeah, you don't want to get canceled. Well, no, I mean, yeah, Kanye West did say with Mike Myers, he said George Bush doesn't care about black people. So Kanye is always right. Before 2010, Kanye is always right. Okay. Okay. Anyway, you know what? Who just had the pick? It was Chris. Sarah, go ahead.
Sports for 700?
Oh,
600?
600. Who was the 2008 NBA MVP?
Kobe Bryant?
That is correct.
Yay!
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
Sarah is in the lead. Corinne is now in second place. Okay, Sarah, go ahead. This is intense. This is
Looks like
real.
Chris isn't going to be in the anime, am I right? No.
Oh gosh.
It's okay. I've enjoyed my time.
Music for 800?
Music for 800.
All of
Michael
them.
Jackson's
You're going
death.
for big numbers.
Michael Jackson's death was caused by what drug?
Was it fentanyl?
That is incorrect. Oh my God, you lost
it
all your points.
I lost all my points. Perfect.
Anyone want to steal?
I don't know the drug.
I know.
Correct answer was propofol. Propofol.
I went,
Propofol and,
Yep,
and
never
not
would've
a
known.
child.
That's why it's a hard one. I don't know why you went for that one. All right, Lyle. Any commentary? Corinne's at 900. Sarah Ruth Thomas fumbled the bag at 200, and Chris is at 300. How do you feel about our contestants so far?
I think they're doing great. There's a few on here that I'm shocked nobody's gone for.
I like the balls on Sarah where it's just like, okay, I'm winning. Let's go for 800.
Yeah, that was a bold move. That was the
let's go
only
for it.
possible way you could have gone to losing, and you did it.
I did it.
That's the kind of gumption I like, because it's too easy
Chris, you're up.
otherwise.
Me again?
Yeah, Chris, you're up.
Oh, fudge sickles. Sports for 700.
Why
Sports for 700. Tom Brady had 7 championships from 2001 to 2021. How many of those were in the late 2000s?
3.
That is incorrect. I'm sorry, Chris.
It's okay.
So Chris is at negative 400 now. Anyone want to steal?
Yeah, anyone want to take a shot between 0 and 7 and hope they hit it? That's not 3.
And it's not 3.
Yeah, this is one that by probability gets easier the more you take a swing at it.
We know it's not 3.
I'm good.
All right, no one's taking it. Correct answer was 0. Tom Brady had 0 championships in the late 2000s. He went to the Super Bowl. He went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Giants, and it was the biggest upset in football history. All right.
Oh man.
Anyway, Tom Brady probably doesn't like hearing that, so we apologize if Tom Brady's listening. All right.
We all know he's a fan.
Yep.
Yeah, big
Sarah,
class
go
of
ahead.
09 fan. That's why
gosh.
Max is a big Tom Brady fan.
Exactly.
Music for 200.
The Caesars Jerk It Out was used for what music player's commercial?
I have no idea.
Jerk it.
This is easy.
I have no
You
idea.
could guess. You could guess and you'll get it.
iPod.
That's correct. See?
Yay!
Jeez Louise. All right. Okay, that was 200. All right, Sarah's at 400. Corinne's at 900. Chris is at negative 400. Sorry, Chris. Sarah, go ahead.
Music for 300.
What was Lil Wayne's breakthrough platinum selling album?
No idea.
No, I don't know either.
Okay.
Don't come to me.
All
I'm a metalhead.
Okay. The correct answer was the Carter 3, which was referenced in Class of 09, the re-up.
Clearly, we haven't played the game then.
I haven't played that art.
We are bad cast members.
Yes, shame on us.
Was it referenced by anyone's character who is in this call?
Ooh, good question.
No, it was referenced by Jekka and the counselor.
Okay, so we're fine.
All right.
Yeah, we're in the clear.
One time I did a game show where I had a bunch of the actors' lines that they did. And it was with Elsie and Anna Kingsley, and it was "What is the joke?" And we played a joke that they read, and we asked them what is the joke. And I think Anna got 5 and Elsie got 4 out of like 10 each. So that was kind of interesting. Okay, 3 minutes left. Go ahead, Chris. You're right.
Tech and gaming for 1, 2, 3, 4, 600.
For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600. By the end of the
No.
You're right. You're right.
No.
How much did a single on iTunes cost?
99 cents.
That is correct. That is
How
correct.
much that? A freaking $600 question.
I don't know. You should have looked for it.
600. All right, Chris. Chris, you're away.
I'm gonna lose it all, but I want to know the answer. Yeah, 500 for tech and gaming.
500. That's this. What was the code name for the Nintendo Wii during development?
Raise a
I
hand.
do not know.
Okay, Chris, you lost. All right, you're down to negative 300. Go ahead, Corinne.
The Revolution.
That is correct. Wow,
Oh,
Corinne.
nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm also a Nintendo nerd.
That was also a controversy when it changed to the Wii. All the people were like, "Oh, it would have been so much cooler as the Nintendo Revolution."
Yeah,
They said it just like that.
Sarah Ruth Thomas, you're away.
There's some nerdy questions here.
Tech for 400.
Microsoft's failed competitor against the iPod.
Oh. I think I know this one too, actually.
Oh.
Wow, Corinne's like a genius over here. You other guys are like fucking up.
I know. Tech is
because like I'm trying to remember like what there were commercials for.
Also, I worked at a GameStop. Did anybody else work at GameStop here?
They did sell these at GameStop. I remember that.
Was it like the
Just take a guess.
It started with a Z, didn't it?
I can't tell you. You gotta answer.
Okay. The Zune? Was it
That's
the Zune?
correct.
That is the Zune.
Right, I knew that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to remember commercials from that.
Now it rings in my head too.
Was I the
Go
only
ahead.
Zune head in the call? The only Zuner.
Yeah, you are.
Okay,
You are.
I really liked those points, so let me get rid of them now. Music for 400.
Music for 400. Britney Spears officially entered her TMZ era after a performance at what 2007 award show?
Let me quiet.
What award show would that have been? Golly, what shows did she perform at back then? Would that have been like the Emmys? I don't know. The Emmys.
That is.
I know it's wrong. It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
Okay.
But I didn't want to say I don't know this time.
No steal. No steal.
I'll take a steal. I'll take a stab.
Okay.
We're at the top of the hour. MTV Video Music Awards.
Fuck.
That is correct.
Nice.
The Emmys.
I know.
Okay.
Listen, I wanted to go out big.
What a amazing
Okay.
answer.
All right. So Corinne is like kind of killing both of you. Chris, go ahead.
And the
Go ahead.
Oscar
This will be the final question. Final question.
All right. News for 800.
News for 800. What college girl got only 26 years for murdering her roommate?
I have no clue.
Nicole, no.
Nicole.
I'm joking.
Was this the one in Russia? Or like, oh gosh. Oh,
I think it was in Italy.
In Italy, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it was in Italy, but I don't remember her name. Golly.
Name an Italian name. You got one chance at this.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay. No one's stealing. No one's stealing. It's the final question. No one's stealing.
Yeah, no.
Okay. The correct answer was Amanda Knox. Killed her roommate. 26 years. Okay.
Name an Italian
Remember.
name. Really?
I remember that now. Damn it.
Lyle didn't know. All right. Well, anyway, the final scores are Chris with negative 700, Sarah Ruth Thomas with 100, Corinne with 1400. Corinne, you are the winner.
There were some dirty things that helped me out.
Corinne gets to keep her voice role.
Yeah, that means I get. That means
Guys, I'm going back to work at a diner.
That means I get double the lines
dear.
now, right?
Anyway,
That's how it works, yeah.
So after that show out, Lyle, what's your comment? What's your color commentary on the on how the guest did today?
I think most of them were alive during that era. I can believe that. I don't know if they were living, but I know that they were alive.
It is really funny to ask like 22-year-olds these questions. It's really good.
It's
swine flu? Why the animal rights? Come on.
That's finally won't even realize the sound you made.
I worked on a petting zoo farm where I was a tour guide, and we had a pig in the corner, and they're like, by the way, that is swine flu. Don't take the kids there. Why is the pig on the farm? Why is it here? Take it away from the farm.
Did it actually have swine flu, or was
Did
it just?
they ever give you a good answer for that?
No, they're just like, don't take it over here. I'm like, great, okay, thanks.
Oh my god.
It didn't pay well, as you could tell.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh man.
Well, you know what? I think that's all we have. I'd like to thank all of you for coming here today. We thank you all for your services on the Class of '09 video games, and we don't know what the script is yet, so we can't guarantee anyone's getting in the anime. But we because it's only 11 minutes, only so many characters can be there.
That is true.
But thank you all for coming here today and humoring our psychosis.
Not a problem.
Perfect.
You've all been lovely.
Love helping with therapy.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Get out of here, you
Bye.
scamps. They love running around.
I think we got to smash right into our next guest. If we shift it over to the left, we got a very special guest, a very mysterious guest, because this guy, it's the head of Koei Animation, Miguel. Let's go to Miguel now. Ask him if you got a lot of questions lined up there, Lyle?
I got a few. I gotta do that thing that I've been doing. I'll be right back. But Chiron's on the thing. Get him in here. Get him in here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's. That was a great game show. Miguel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. So Miguel, our publisher and our co-host, he went off to take a 1 minute break, but I'll be here to sort of keep things going for the stream. So I guess if you could introduce yourself to all, I think we got like 1,000 viewers between both platforms right now. I guess if you could introduce yourself and sort of what it is that you do in anime.
Oh, okay. Right now? Do you mean or?
Yeah, like right now.
Okay. So basically, what I do in anime is working in the industry. I work with different studios. Well, popular studios for Japan, like Studio Pierrot, MAPPA, A1 Pictures, and other famous studios. Basically, we are an animation studio, and we're located in Mexico, and we've been working in the industry around. We have like 1 year working in the industry.
Okay. Could you get? Oh, there it is. Sorry, the mic was muffled, but no, I heard. Don't worry. So, I mean, in terms of for people who might not know the names of the studios or what the studios do, I guess what shows, like whether it's layout or anything, like what shows have you had credits on? Some of the more notable ones.
Well, the most popular I think is Mushoku Tensei. That's one of the most popular animes that we've worked previously, and we've worked in Urusei Yatsura, Boruto,
Boruto.
Yeah, Boruto as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and Hyoke no Mai Sushi, and the most recent will be Dosanko Gao for the episode number 3. It will be in 3 weeks.
All right.
So yeah, that's basically what we do and the animes that we work. There's much more, but I mean, I forgot the names, to be honest. There's a lot.
That sounds pretty cool. So I mean, so obviously you run the studio, you run Koeda, and Koeda worked on the last the Class of 09 3-minute short that has gone on YouTube on Rath Club. I guess my question is, so you run the studio now. How many years were you just working in anime, like taking freelance jobs before you decided to start your own studio?
So basically, the story of Koeda is kind of funny because we started the project. Actually, for Koeda, when Koeda starts, I have the opportunity to work in anime industry. Working in animation, I've been working in animation like for 2 years and a half, maybe. And after I create Koeda, I have the opportunity to start like working in anime. I didn't work in any animation studio before, so that was my first time working in that part of the industry. So basically it's like that. I mean,
so you never worked in Western animation prior to this?
Yeah, I didn't start at the Western animation. I started directly in Japanese animation pipeline.
Interesting.
Here's our publisher, Lyle here.
Oh, yeah,
Lyle, do you have any
Nice to meet
questions
you.
for Miguel?
Well, there was that one which he answered himself. But yeah, so like when you started out, were you just doing like homebrew animation stuff, or how does one even fall into working for anime studios? Like how do you start animating on?
How do you find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that was for a friend called Kuro. He introduced me to a production assistant from Japan. I guess the studio was Shaft, and that was my first approachment to an animation studio. He gave me the opportunity because someone, just rejected some layouts, and they weren't trying to find like people because obviously the schedule was too bad. So they decided to contract me, and after I worked with them, they liked my job, and well, the rest is history because we put Koeda between, that studio, and Koeda makes his debut around, I guess, was August I think it was August for 2022 when we start working in anime. So
Nice.
basically, it was like that, for a friend.
So what were you doing before then as an artist, or were you even working as an artist?
Yeah, I was just making animation, like an indie animation project. It was our original story.
Okay.
But yeah, it was like we were trying to make like an anime for ourselves, but it was too hard. And obviously we didn't have any budget, so it was kind of, it was a challenge. And yeah, we have like the opportunity to create more money and obviously invest for the project. And well, that was what we that was like our beginning for for Koala.
Is that anime still like a back burner dream project, or is it something where you're like, my 14-year-old writing was not that good?
I mean, yeah, it was not that good. I mean,
So in terms of language, obviously, I mean, the studios are Japanese. Like, did you have to learn any Japanese, like, or were you just talking through Google Translate to people, or will they usually talk to you in English? Like, how much Japanese do you have to learn to work in a business like this?
so basically, we need to learn like a lot, to be honest, because there's a lot of many notations that we commonly use in in a layout or whatever. And obviously, to speak with other production assistants, they mostly use Japanese instead of English. So yeah, I tried to study like Japanese for around 3-4 months, and I've learned the basics. Obviously, that's not enough because right now in April I will travel to Japan to study for more time because it's necessary. So basically, yeah, the Japanese, the common language that we use obviously is English, because they understand that we don't speak Japanese as good as they do. But I mean, yeah, it's necessary, and I in my case, I need to I have to study for a long time to to learn the basic for Japanese, because there was a lot of notations that they commonly use in a layout or whatever.
Yeah, right, Japanese and English and Spanish. Well, English and Spanish have a lot of similarities. Japanese and our languages have very few. I just got back from a trip to Japan, and I thought that I was going to learn a little bit of the language just for how long I was going to be there, and I basically learned like 2 words. Like I learned very little, just because it's so different that you can't pick up on context because you don't even really know what that is. But yeah, it's a hard language to learn from English, and I assume from Spanish as well.
Yeah, it's too different. Too different. I mean, even the English right now is kind of hard, but I mean, Japanese is too different. So yeah.
What were some of the animes like growing up? I mean, obviously every kid starts I guess drawing Goku or whatever, but I guess what were some of the animes that got you into wanting to make anime, like when you're 15 years ago or however many years ago?
Well, I mean, one of the most
you're muffled up.
Animes was what? Sorry?
You're talking it's muffled up. Or the mic is covered.
No, it's not covered right now.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. It's good now. It's good.
Okay. Sorry. I mean, one of the most iconic animes for me was like Full Metal Panic. That was one of the animes who introduced me in the anime, in the anime culture. So basically, I guess Full Metal Panic maybe was one of the ones who make me want to create anime.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that is even popular in United States, but I mean,
I feel like I've heard of it.
I've heard the name. I think it was on Adult Swim at some point. But yeah, that's not like, usually the big ones are like here for like Dragon Ball and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't, to be honest, I don't like a lot of Dragon Ball. I mean, I've watched Dragon Ball before, but I'm not a huge fan, to be honest.
So you didn't growing up, you didn't like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or Naruto or any of that?
Of course. Pokemon, I like Pokemon, yeah, but I mean, Naruto and, well, Yu-Gi-Oh, not too much, to be honest.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't very eventful.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh in my school, Yu-Gi-Oh like killed out Pokemon for like a year and then disappeared itself. So like everyone was into Pokemon, and then Yu-Gi-Oh got big and Pokemon became gay. And then Yu-Gi-Oh went away and nobody really picked up Pokemon again. But when, the internet started being a thing and people were like, "Oh yeah, I still like Pokemon as an adult," I was like, I thought that was like second grade. We all decided we didn't like it anymore. What happened? That was a weird culture shock moment for me, because Pokemon was just straight up not popular where I grew up. Very
Yeah,
strange.
I've worked in Yu-Gi-Oh recently.
Oh yeah.
The new series.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
I guess. Go ahead.
not too different for the original, but I mean, it's more for kids. And yeah.
Yeah, that's geez, yeah. So I mean, in terms of the anime that a lot of us grew up with, we were talking about Pokemon, which was animated, in the mid '90s. I guess what would you say is the biggest difference between, other than like digital and analog, like what's sort of the biggest difference you see in the look of anime made in the mid '90s or something like that, and the anime that you're making now? Like, what do you think is there a new philosophy, or has it mainly stayed the same?
Well, I mean, the pipeline is still the same. Just changes a little bit to adapt to a new era. That's basically what it is. Just change the designs and everything to make it look more modern. But I mean, in general terms, it's basically the same. There's no big change, to be honest.
You think it's mostly just going from analog to digital? Because like you look at those old Cell animes, and they have a vibe to them that I feel like digital anime would recapture more if it wasn't so baked into the process or something.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of let's see here. Sorry, I had my notes open and then Notepad crashed. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, the let's see here. So, working on Class of '09, I guess, is this have you like taken on other things before in terms of like having to do the full vertical slice from layout all the way to a Doga color? Like, is that the majority of the work that you get at Koei?
Yeah, basically that was the majority of work that we usually get from other studios.
So
we
it's start to finish production?
Sorry,
yeah. He's asking it's start to finish production, as in like the full stack.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. So let's see here.
So in other words, we're in good hands.
Yeah. Oh, we're in good hands. These guys do everything.
Yeah.
What would you say is because what we see on our end from time to time, and I believe you've spoken on it before, on what would you say are the biggest misconceptions? Because we're mainly in the Western animation sphere. That's where we're primarily connected, I guess. What would you say is the biggest misconception that Western animators make when trying to transition to anime, or maybe thoughts that they have of anime? Like, if you could get into some of the misconceptions, because it feels like there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, usually in anime, it's not too exaggerated. Obviously, that depends of the series that you're gonna work. But usually in Western, it's too exaggerated. All the animation on all the style, it's maybe not as as close as human is basically the movement is make. And I think that's one of the common thing that you see from a Western animator trying to approach to anime industry. They usually try to use a lot of frames in the animation. That's something that in Japanese animation is not usually made it, because they worked in they basically do everything from the layout, or the keyframes, to in betweens. So in Japanese industry, that don't work like that. So in Japanese industry, they usually create the keyframes to give it to another person that will be in charge to correct the frames, and after that you obviously make your changes to make the character look on model, and after that they send to another person to create the in between from that. But in American, the Western animation, you need to create everything from keyframes, in betweens, the corrections, and everything. It needs to be all in model instead of obviously you receive corrections like in every job, but it's not like in the anime industry that is kind of in different stages. So I think that's one of the commonly, obviously, one of the difference. And yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. Do you have a lot of like Western animators that like try to break into the anime industry, or try to get into like work in anime?
I have like 3.
Oh yeah,
Just
3.
At Koei?
try. Yeah, in Koeda. But I mean, they just keep in the Western. So it depends a lot. Usually they don't. I'm not sure. Like they don't feel, or they don't want to debut in the anime because usually that's how can I say this? This is true. It's a sad truth that the salaries is more lower than the Western. So basically, they don't want to make the change to work in anime.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think, yeah, that's mainly the reason that they don't pass to Western to anime or to Japanese industry because the wages are too low. So yeah.
Yeah, what's your opinion on that? Actually, it seems to be quite a point of contention where in anime dubbing, for instance, in America, people are talking about the wages being too low at I think 75 an hour or 100 an hour. And I guess what are some of your opinions on sort of the wage, I guess the wage structure or the scheduling structure of anime? Like, is there something you wish you could change? Is there like how do you feel about it? Because we hear a lot about anime being the sweatshop labor and getting shipped off to Korea. That's what people who don't know anything are told. I guess from your perspective, how do you feel about all that stuff?
I mean, it depends on really a lot of different. There's a lot of different. I mean, how can I say this? Basically, in my opinion, it depends a lot of the animator that usually is gonna work in a project. Obviously, every project has and usually it's kind of low. But I mean, if you're a good animator, you will receive even better salaries than the common, animators. But there's a problem right there that there's so many freelancers that they keep reducing the basically the prices even more. So usually the freelancers are new people that are trying to approach to the anime industry and they don't have the knowledge to make like a good job. So basically they reduce the price to
to sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
yeah.
Well, no. If you could take us into that, I mean, what I was seeing when I was looking for animators is that you put animator in Japanese on your Twitter bio, and then like studios will just start contacting you. I guess when exactly did this wave start of Twitter being the way that animation directors would find people to do layout cuts? Like, what do you know the origins of this? Do you know when it started or how it started? Do you have any of that?
It started. I mean, there's so many years ago. I think like 4 or 5 years ago.
5 years ago, it started getting like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the animators started being contacted by Twitter, but there was like good animators, not just random people. And obviously, the production assistants maybe start to think that that's more easy find people because in Japan they don't have like many animators to work in all the projects because there's a lot of projects every year, and basically they start to think it was more easy find people with Japanese, but I mean with animator writing in Japanese and start subcontracting people. And at the beginning there was as I know, because I have a friend who've been working for 4 years ago in the industry, and he started being contacted by Twitter. He told me about sorry, I'm not sorry, there's sounds out there. Give me a second.
Outside. Okay. Outside. Yeah, he was in the midst of traveling when this was going on, so we could give him a minute. Yeah. But no, Lyle, do you want to try working in anime? Is that what all these questions are?
I mean, are we not working in anime?
We are technically trying to work in anime. We are technically trying to make our own anime. That's
sorry. I'm back.
Yeah. But yeah, so go ahead. So yeah, we were talking about how the anime industry started going to the internet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. Basically they started contacting people by Twitter around 5 or 4 years ago, and they usually find like no animators to work in popular series.
Yeah.
But after that, it seems that the production assistants look like for every young animator to start work, or they want to work, and they try to make like use their animation in productions, in biggest production, and pay a low wages for that. And sadly, they start to doing that to reduce the budget and obviously get more incomes. And I guess it keeps like that for 3 years. You know, from 3 years to now, it keeps like that. And usually because they correct the animations in other stages, as the Sakan or Genga, they use like the layouts that the animator sends, and they pay more to the Sakan people or the Genga people to correct all those layouts that obviously are wrong. But I mean, the obviously the shutsu or the director of the episode get more jobs, get more work, and obviously it's more stressful for those who work in Japan because
Right.
they
So
don't receive like a good payment for that. But I mean, that's the yeah. Go ahead.
What you're saying is that they thought going to Twitter and getting kids who just want to work on anime layouts, they thought that would save money because they wanted so little, but it actually ended up costing more money because they let so many people in, and it just led to more corrections.
Exactly. Basically, it's like that. I mean, there's so many good animators right now, but there's still like new animators trying to join in the anime industry, and that keep making like obviously the productions looking so bad. I mean, one of the more recent examples, I guess, it was like what was the most Jujutsu Kaisen. I mean, the animation looks good, but there's so many concerns about the animators who works on that. I don't know if you see.
Yeah, I saw some of the
Twitter.
controversy about that, but I didn't really catch what it was about.
Yeah, it was some of the stages. I mean, the layouts, that is the keyframes, are too bad. I mean, really too bad. I have a friend who worked on that and says that basically the layouts are shit, and the directors and whatever people who was in charge of other stages correct all of those layouts to make it look better because it was too bad. But I mean, at that time they save a lot of money, but I mean it's a waste of time because they reduce their schedules and make it obviously controversial for that.
Does anime have like a high turnover rate? I know that's a big thing in like Western animation is after the show is done, it's like, hey, congratulations, you finished, you're fired, go find another job. Or do they get immediately put on other productions? Because it sounds like if they're running around hiring from Twitter and stuff like that, they're like trying to fill staff rather than get rid of it.
I mean, they usually get fired. I mean, it's just for one number of cuts. They don't usually get a contract for the series.
Okay, so they're usually like contract workers for like, so they're not employees generally.
Yeah, there's no employees. Yeah, usually they're just pick up a random number of cuts and they work on that, and after that they usually get paid and bye bye. That's it.
So if anime, I guess because in Western animation it's a per second of rough, and I believe it's like, I don't know, it's like $100 per second, or it's like after cleanup and rough, it's like maybe like $100 or something like that. No, probably less than 100. But I guess yeah, I mean, like how much more? I mean, you've obviously seen a lot of American outlets, way more than us. Like you've seen Scott Pilgrim, the anime recently that came out. Do they do that? Do they go to the studios just because it's trying to save money, or why do they? I guess, or have you seen the Scott Pilgrim anime, for instance? Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So like it is. We've noticed that there's a lot of American studios that want to go make animes, but then the anime doesn't even look like anime. It's an entirely sort of different style, but they use the pipeline. Do you think they do that exclusively to save money? Because I know, like, if we go off per second rate, I think anime would be a lot cheaper than Western animation.
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. That's a good question, actually. It can be like more cheaper. That's maybe a reason for that. But I mean, for Scott Pilgrim, I guess the studio was Trigger.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Trigger is a Japanese studio, I guess. It was not. Yeah.
No, but I mean the client has to go to the studio and commission this, right? I mean, like because Scott Pilgrim isn't owned by a Japanese conglomerate that's owned by.
Of course. I mean, there's so many series that been adapted from American series or Western series, but I mean that's usually the producer put the money and basically the rest is made by Japanese people. I mean, one of the most recent productions that I've worked, it was a production for series. I cannot say the name, of course.
Right.
But I mean, they usually they contacted directors and everything, and they gave us the idea, you know, for what they want for the series. And after that, the director, who obviously speaks English, adapt everything into a concept and storyboard and everything, and they get approved. That's how it usually works.
Right.
Usually they don't, you know, they are not too how can I say that? Like, they usually are not too involved in the production. Just putting money, saying his idea. Obviously, the directors, if there's an adaptation of other series, the director just says their ideas, and obviously after that they work, you know.
So you think working with Max here would be different because he likes to get very hands on.
Oh yeah, it's different.
Now, do you like that, or would you work better if he just like fucked off and told you?
Supposed to say, what is he supposed to say?
I mean, of course I like it because it's more easy to understand what they want. Because usually when you work as a freelancer, you see the storyboard and you have some. I mean, it depends, but usually you have like a meeting with the director, and sometimes you don't have a meeting. You know, it depends. That really depends. And when you don't have a meeting, you usually see the storyboard and you say like, "What's going on?" You know.
Yeah.
Usually the storyboard is not well drawn, and you don't have like a clue to what to do. So that's where the problems start because you don't have like a rotation to see what is going on, and
Right.
where maybe it takes.
Because in American animation, like the director's job is, you know, you're constantly approving dailies and stuff like that. You know, you're overseeing stuff and giving it the okay or sending it back. So in anime, is there a lot of stuff where you'll take it all the way to the end and then they go, oh, we don't like that, do it again? Or like, how does that work if the director's not as involved? Do they just...
I mean, the director is involved as the shutsu. It's called the shutsu stage. They usually receive like the job, and they see like if it's good, they pass. If it's not, they obviously don't pass. But sometimes like the shutsu just correct all the animation and passes through another, you know, stage.
Yeah.
They usually don't get back to the animator. Sometimes, yeah, it appears like the retake, but it's most common that the shutsu just correct the entire sequence instead of you.
We should that would actually be Max. Do you have something on the Kickstarter that talks about like the different stages the anime goes through? Because it's definitely like a different process.
No, if you go in the description, of the Kickstarter, you can see like the give me a fry cut. You can see every single stage that cut went through from layout, from storyboard to all the way to full compositing. So it was storyboard, layout. We skipped in Shutsu. It was storyboard, layout, Sakon, Genga, second key, and then I think it was Doga, and then color, and then background, and then compositing. So we showed like I think 7 different stages of what that cut went through to get there in the description of the Kickstarter. So yeah, you got to hire. That's got to be a different guy doing each stage of that.
Let me throw that on the screen real quick so that people can actually see what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Well, while you do that, sort of more of a class of 09 question is, I guess, obviously, I mean, the short did pretty well on the Rath Club channel. My question is, when you're working on this and sort of looking it over, I mean, what do you think the reception is going to be? You can be honest, we don't care, but like, how did you think that was going to be received, being so different?
Oh, are you talking to me or him?
I'm talking to Miguel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I guess I thought you were talking to Lyle. Sorry.
No.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
while working on the anime and seeing it come together, because again, like nobody, you were one of maybe 10 people who knew about that project while it was being made. And so my question to you is, I mean, now that we see it's done very well and a lot of people like it, I guess my question to you is like, how do you feel about, I guess, what was your anticipation of what the reception would be for this show while you're working on it, while it's still like not done yet? What was your anticipation? And then upon watching the final product before it went to upload, I guess, how did you think it was going to do? Did you have any expectations?
I didn't have any expectation, to be honest.
Are you? I mean, I guess, are there a lot of people who would just commission anime shorts that just get like lost in time? Because I didn't see, it feels rare that I guess we see people that we see people come out with a full anime.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, as for me, right now in the new one, I have like expectation to be some project, like it becomes some big project. But I mean, the old one, the 3-minute shorts that we created before, and I didn't have any expectations for the project, to be honest, because it was so hard, like to create it for many reasons. And for the new one, I guess I'm hoping to everyone like it, because I mean, there's more people involved with more experience, and obviously the animation is going to change a lot.
Yeah, we will be redesigning the characters as a thing.
We're gonna have a stronger team involved from Korea.
Because when I was first getting that together, I mean, Koeda found it while it was like kind of like halfway done, and so yeah, Koeda found, like, all I had was a layout at that point. I didn't have anything else, and so when Koeda came into the picture, like I was just trying to do all of the direction. I was just trying to do everything myself, like I usually did for a lot of projects. But with anime, it's just there's so many stages and so much continuity and so much specifics in the detail, that it's sometimes it's too much for just one person. Despite and I can't even draw either, so that's another way that it was difficult.
Trying to adapt to the new pipeline with project, it was like very hard. But I mean, we try to make it look good as we can. I mean, obviously we didn't have like enough time, to be honest, to create like a bigger project. But with this one, I guess we're gonna try to reach like a a more high quality project. And obviously, I guess everyone will like it, of course.
Lyle, do you have the?
So I've got the thing open. So yeah, Max or Miguel or both of you can kind of explain like what each step of the process is.
Screen share.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Give me one sec.
Okay, I gotta see my terrible drawings.
What do you mean?
No, because I did the storyboard. But according to Miguel,
you did.
I drew all the storyboard. According to Miguel, most of the storyboards that you're going to get in anime are kind of bad.
So,
is this true?
This one is a Max original. I'm zooming in all the way on it. This one.
That's a Max original. Yeah,
it's art, pure art.
So the storyboard artist doesn't need to be amazing. They just need to be able to do this. Which is not uncommon for film, I guess. But yeah, so there's Max's storyboard. So then it moves to the layout artist. Can you explain what that is specifically?
Yeah, I mean, the layout is basically the stage where the keyframes are created, and it's supposed to be, as close as it can be for the character design. So basically, you need to have like put the character in the, obviously, well drawn, and all the keyframes and all the notations to create the sequence. After that, we have like the second. And the second stage is basically correct the drawing and make it look even better. And when we receive the second, we pass through the new stage that is Genga, and it's just like make it clean up. We receive the corrections, we create the cleanup, and we put all the shadows and the highlights and it's just the keyframes. Is after that is when the in between is created, and basically is the doga. The doga is where the in betweens are created, and basically we add all the movement necessary. And when we finish the doga, we pass through the color, and the color is basically that. It's just color. I mean, in Japanese it would be shiage, but it's just color. Create the color, and that's it.
Yeah, and then background comes in, and then compositing.
Yeah,
so I did
compositing.
Compositing. I did all of that, Lyle. So that was a Max original. That.
Yeah,
no,
you're the sandwich ends of this.
No, well, technically, yeah. No, I mean, I was the bread. But no, what was interesting is like there were a lot of things that I was drawing. Like, so for instance, some mouths I was drawing. Sometimes I would draw like a wristband on. Like I would do like tiny things. I didn't have any talent to like actually draw a hand or correct an arm or anything like that. But little details sometimes I was coming in and I was doing. But you know, it was but yeah, I mean, that's a part of being a producer is you always got to just like take over things here and there to save everybody time. But yeah, it's a very detailed process, and that's what people don't realize. It is like it's not like you know, like because I'm not sure people get this fleeting thought. I always got this fleeting thought for like 10 years of okay, we have. You know, Lyle, a lot of your friends, like you got Oni, you got Psychic Pebbles, you got, you know, I think Rice Pirate. Does Rice Pirate animate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got all these dudes, and all these dudes are coming out with these Western cartoons, and it's just a guy in front of his tablet in Flash, and he's just putting something together. And so for the longest time, I always wondered, like, why don't we have that with anime? And the reality is that because, like, you know, there's only 2 jobs for a cut. You know, there's rough and then there's cleanup. There's only 2 jobs for a cut in Western. There's like 6, 7 jobs.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I'm noticing is a difference between anime and Western is like the layout. The character's pretty much on model from the layout phase. Like Western animation will usually just go through like it'll go through boards and then rough and then cleanup is kind of where the character starts taking shape. Like rough animation can sometimes just be like a motion. Like sometimes it doesn't even have certain details like mouths and stuff like that. Usually if it's like a big part of the shot, it will. But like sometimes that's even something that's not even added till the cleanup stages. But here the layout character looks basically like the character. You know, I'm sure the Sakon has stuff to say about that, but yeah, no.
Well, to clarify, so you a lot of times the Sakon will be the character designer, but in this case, it was weird. So the characters that layout, the character designer for that short did that. So that's why it looks so close. But there were a lot of other layouts. I wanted to use like a better looking one, but there's a lot of layouts that looked a lot more off.
Right.
So yeah, that one isn't necessarily the best example, but no, I mean I guess the point still stands. Yeah, but sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying like yeah, you're right that it doesn't go through as many phases in Western animation, which it's a lot more like assembly line, I guess for anime.
Quite the push.
The
push. So Miguel, I guess any final thoughts, any predictions, anything for the Class of 09 anime? A lot of it will be in your hands and your studio's hands. I guess any final words or final thoughts? Anything you can tell the people so they don't think this is a scam.
Oh, basically, yeah, this is not a scam, of course.
Thank you for clarifying.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. All of your money will be safely in Miguel's hands.
Exactly.
And it's not a scam.
Yeah, we're gonna manage as good as best as we can. I mean, this is not a scam, of course, and there's all the money we use for a good instance. So basically, my thoughts for this is just there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
We're
that's
working as hard as we can.
That's why it's not a zero-sum game of like getting to 200,000 or 250,000. Like anything in between is, you know, a war chest to kind of help production move along and be smooth and be good.
In the event something wrong happens.
Yeah, in the event that anything bad happens, that money will keep Miguel happy and
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I would say that what was the other thing with that? Is that oh god, I just forgot it. I'm sorry.
That's not a great thing for what you're talking about.
No, it was another idea I had with the funding, but basically well, the other thing to keep in mind is that it's not only just the animation. People forget, like, all of the people that we've had interviewed today, all of these people are the reason why we put the price at, you know, 35K, 100K, 250K. All of these people have to be paid. And so now Miguel here, he's getting the majority of the money, I would say, but you know, even if it goes over whatever, all of that money is going to have to go towards this. And now I'm remembering what I was going to say. Even if it goes over, it goes in between. It's not like that money can be pocketed. We're going to be taxed heavily on that money because it's so high. And so, you know, if there's a place, you know, as Miguel said to me, this was a conversation we had where, you know, he was saying, like, a lot of studios don't want to make things look a certain way because of budgetary constraints, or they don't want to spend too much money, or they're cheap. And my thing is we have to spend all of this money anyway, or else it's going to go to the IRS. So we may as well spend this money on the anime and just make the anime look better and more illustrious than just like pocketing the money and paying half of that to taxes. So basically, yeah, like all of the money has to be spent. If it's at 140,000, 150,000, we're going to have to find a way to spend that money, because again, like, money isn't free. It's going to get taxed. So we don't want to get taxed on it.
Yeah.
The more you give us, the more you keep out of Uncle Sam's pocket. Is I guess
true. That's true. Yeah,
your money will be lovingly outsourced to a high quality anime studio.
All good.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, basically, I mean, if you want to look like over the work we have done, you can find like our credits in the anime industry, so you can obviously confirm that we're a real studio.
Yeah, look up Studio Koeda.
Koeda Animation, you can find it.
Koeda Animation.
But anyway,
exactly.
Yeah. So, all right, Miguel. Any final words for the people?
Oh yeah, thank you for the support, because I've seen a lot of support for the project, and I'm literally excited for seeing what is going on right now, and to see what will be the final budget for this. I mean, I'm really glad to be part of this project, because I didn't have like any expectation to be, you know, contacted again by Max, and yeah, I'm happy actually. So I just want to say, like, thank you for everyone to help for the funding of the project. We're gonna make like the best project as we can do it, and obviously we're gonna put a lot of effort to create obviously something that will be remembered, I guess, for a long time. So I hope obviously the project gets even more bigger than that it is right now. I guess it will take like some time to obviously to reach a lot of things, but would be great working in this. So thank you, Max and Lyle, for letting Koeda being in the part of the production. I'm really happy for that, and thank you for everyone. I mean, just my expectation for the project is right now, hope that everyone like it. That's what we're expecting for the part of the studio, and obviously the animators, background artists, and everything that will be involved in this production. So I guess everything. That's everything.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you very much, man. We're looking forward to working with you.
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Miguel. We'll see you later. We'll get out of your hair. Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
There goes a
hero. That was Miguel. That was Miguel of Koeda Animation.
That's gonna be the guy taking the reins on the project of
the visuals,
of getting it all looking good.
So let's see here. All right, so we have 13 minutes before we have to go to our other actors.
Yeah, we could do some voicemails.
Let's do a few voicemails.
Yeah, I feel like we especially with the voice actors and stuff, we didn't get through that many of those. So let me screen share with you so you can.
I'm opening my Mountain Valley spring water right now. Give me a sec.
That's not endorsing us, is it? They should.
No. Did you see it's bottled water in a glass. It's glass bottled water.
Wow. Okay. Well, you see where your fucking Kickstarter money is going, into big glass water. Fucking big shot.
I have a bad news to make. At least 100 of these dollars for the Kickstarter will be dedicated to me buying Mountain Valley spring water, because you need to stay hydrated, because if I don't stay hydrated, I'm gonna die. I'm not drinking tap water because that kills you. All right, let me watch the stream, Lyle. Go ahead with your voicemail.
All right. So we actually played this one, but the actors didn't hear it, and it didn't really end up being pertinent anyway. The second part we kind of answered, which was, were you bullied in school? But the first one was not, and I think that one's an interesting one.
Go play.
All right, so I had 2 questions. The first one, how do you go about writing natural dialogue? So, like, obviously you're not a high school girl. How exactly do you like get in the head of a high school girl and figure out what kind of stuff they would say? My second question is...
yeah, the second one was, are you bullied?
We answer that.
Yeah.
How do I get in the head? Bro, he's got to word that differently. That's kind of weird.
You got to now tiptoe around how you answer that. But yeah, that's
how do I get in the head? How do I get into the head of a high school girl? I'm not in anyone's head. I just observe. I observe what I observe. I have a good memory, and I remember how people would say things. So every single thing, every single how do I word it? Every single line that is to the scrutiny within my own mind of, would a person actually say this? That's always to that scrutiny. So that's how a lot of the dialogue sounds realistic. There's definitely been times where I wrote a line. When I'm writing a screenplay, I am talking the entire time. It's not sitting there quiet.
That's not the only time you're talking the entire time, am I right?
What are you talking about?
Oh, just keep going. I'm fucking
okay, well anyway. But you know, it's not just that. You have to go like how do we okay, no, how do we it's like that. Like there's a lot of talk and type. That's how you get better dialogue. You know, and you have to really like feel it. And then once you get that one stem, the hardest part is not writing it. The hardest part is sitting there while it's blank and just getting the first anchor for it. That's the hardest part.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times, like, again, always, it's just, always like those opening lines are the hardest part. And then once you have that, it's like, it's all good.
Yeah. I personally like to just write a shitty version of the script just straight up, so I have like a basic structure, and then like I put characters into it later. But like my first draft, my characters all talk like robots, and then I'm like, okay, what would a human being actually, how would they fucking say this?
Right.
I don't know if you do that, or if you try to go more I've heard there's another method where you try to like let the conversations write themselves rather.
That's sort of what it is.
You go that way, so you don't know where it's going to end up from the start. Or
I do know where it's going to end, but in terms of the words themselves, that just kind of comes to you. What I would say is like, you know, it's a lot of it is just, it's so much of it is focused on memory, especially when you're doing like very particular eras of characters. So much of it is so memory based. And so the thing with me is like your thing about the robot structure and then like fleshing out the lines later. I don't do drafts. When I write that first time, that's the final. Aside from typos, like, you know, like a word gets misspelled or something like that. Aside from that, whatever I write then, that's the final that goes in the game. And every other thing I've ever made.
This is maybe an interesting question. Like Nicole and Jekka and stuff, did you have a lot of like female friends as a high schooler to like draw that sort of manner of speaking from, or is it like TV and movies and shit like that?
Define friends.
Well,
Define friends.
Okay, yeah, people you hung around with. Like, are there people in your life that are just like, oh, like if you showed certain people your game, would they be like, why the fuck did you put me in a game?
Maybe a couple people. I look. There's a Sci-Hi line. Time in the streets so real I can't even name drop. You know, there's a lot of very particular instances and a lot of particular people. And stuff that has word for word been said to me that ended up in Class of 09. So I can't reveal what those are. But yeah, no, there's definitely things like that, I would say.
All right, here's another voicemail that's going to ask a follow-up question that I think it's kind of the anti-question to a previous one.
Who was the hardest character to write?
Who is the hardest character to write? Which is the one you struggle with the most?
Oh God. Hardest character to write. Jesus Christ. The nicer characters are the hardest characters to write. Those are the hardest characters to write because I don't like. I've never experienced kindness like growing up, so I don't really know what that sounds like. So I try to do my best because I'm gonna be real. Like when I hear someone being nice, that feels like they're doing a stage play. Like growing up, like I don't know, like my dad's idea of affection was just goofing on me and like making fun of me for playing Nintendo GameCube, like you know, like but it was yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude, like. Hardest character, right? The nice ones. So I would say the nicer, more straight-laced ones are honestly the harder ones to write because that wasn't a world that I grew up in. But at the same time, I need that foil against the crazy people. So like, what's a really hard one? Karen's a pretty hard one to write. Megan's very hard to write. Let's see here. Who's super hard to write? Just people who have their lives together. Those are the harder ones to write. But yeah, the easier ones to write are definitely, I mean, they're all kind of hard. I don't know, like, because I have to sit there, again, to that scrutiny, I have to sit there and be like, would this type of person say this? For every single time you hit, Control 2 on Final Draft and you press enter, you got to think, okay, we're in the dialogue column. Let's not make this sound like unhuman. Or it's not even about unhuman. It's about this character, Nicole, Jekka, all those. So, right. But yeah, the straight-laced ones are harder to write because I don't know that life as well.
Yeah, and it's also, you've got to make the dialogue funny. So you have to have them play off the crazier characters in a way that's like believable. Like you can't have them feed the bit as directly. I sometimes have problems with that too.
Sorry, reword that?
Like in other words, right? Like you can't have like the kind of ping pong back and forth dialogue that you have with Jekka and Nicole with like, I don't know, Nicole and fucking Burladay or something. Like he can't, yeah, he can't have like a strong opinion on P. Diddy or something. I mean, maybe he does, yeah. I don't know, but like, yeah.
No, no, I would say, no, yeah, the teachers are also kind of hard to write because it's not like a kid. It's not like, I have to write exactly like, I have to write unlike myself, right? So
I find that's not as hard though when you have a guy that you hate that you're writing. Do you find that like the characters that are just like, true. And this guy kind of vibe where you're just like, oh fuck you would say this.
So yeah, no, I would say, yeah, if I'm drawing from somebody that I hate, yeah, it does start coming a lot faster. I would say that, yeah.
Here's another voicemail. This is something I'm curious about as well.
Where do you plan on taking the series after the episode is released?
Where do you plan on taking the series, Max?
Where do I plan on taking the series? I guess we'd like pitch it to distributors or networks or something and see if we could get approved for a season, which would be like $3-4 million contract. It's tricky, right? Because there's a couple business models we've seen pop up for animation because animation isn't as beloved like by HBO Max and Netflix. Obviously, there's been a lot of controversy that we've heard about. But a part of the issue is that so like with Vivzy Pop, right? Like there's the Patreon and YouTube ad business model. Where that's like how a lot of the money comes in, maybe merch and then endorsement.
Is a big one, yeah.
There is no direct revenue stream. It's all just kind of like found through various means, and so that's where it very much differs from a game because the main revenue source is people clicking add to cart.
Yeah.
And so the problem is that it's hard to say, where is this going to take? How is this going to become a season? Will we just do another Kickstarter? Like, what are we going to do? Like, I think that people will believe in it more and we could probably put a higher price after we get an 11-minute one out and people saw, $100,000 went into this and it came out within a year and it came out good. I think we'd have more leverage to ask for more money, maybe getting 6 episodes funded through Kickstarter or something like that. But I mean, what's next after the anime episode? I'm just speaking in terms of the anime. You know,
I mean, it also depends how it sells the game too. We've got a massive, that is something we have built in that we can sell.
Yeah, that's how we funnel the attention into revenue. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. I mean, the other problem is like people say, "Oh, go to a." The most annoying thing is when people are like, "Oh, go to a studio, go get a studio to make it," and I'm like, that's not how it works. Like they don't care like what quality you're delivering. Really, they care if they know you. I don't know anybody at a studio. You know, what's it called? There's no like how many crossover opportunities are there for a game or an anime that has such sort of heated subject matter, that has very real and raw subject matter, where you know, the teachers are predators and everybody's on drugs and this and that. You know, it's hard to get collaborative people on it. So it's good that we got this Kickstarter, because I don't think it was pretty unlikely that a business was going to fund us this money to go ahead and make this. So I guess that's why crowdfunding kind of works, right?
Yeah, I think as an indie project, this can thrive. I don't know if it has legs as something that we can pitch to a studio, and if we do, you know, that's another thing where that they might be like, oh, we'll tone this down or change this, or
yeah. And
so
yeah,
right
like,
now
I don't know if,
right now it's living in the indie world, and I think it's doing really well there.
I don't think. I think it could change. Like we could take some stuff out. I might experiment with making the anime like less, a little less sort of controversial. I'm not sure how. You know, I mean, we had a school shooting joke at the end of the 3-minute pilot. You know, like, or not a joke, but it was just a plot point, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone really got offended at that either.
I saw maybe 3 comments total out of like thousands. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's the problem, is that the issue we run into is that executives, like, they're always, it feels like they're not in the streets. It feels like they're not talking to people. When I first made Class of 09, people were like, oh, we got to go to our round table. I'll finish up. When I first made Class of 09, it was like, people were like, oh, this is going to be too offensive. Everyone's going to get mad. You're going to get canceled. You're going to get this. You're going to get that. And then like, but I go in the you know, in the server, and I see all the people who like it. It's like, it's not, you know, conservative, reactionary, like whatever people. It's just, you know, it's just a bunch of like, it's mainly Zoomers. I don't know, like some millennials in there as well. But it's all the people that the executives would predict would be offended by everything. Right? Yeah. So it's like, but that's the issue, is like, how do you show to an executive that the thing that Fox News told them is not the reality, or the thing that CNN told them is not the reality? So everybody is so worried about Twitter and what Twitter thinks. Twitter has no power. You know, I don't know. It only has power if you give it power as you know, I guess the other party.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, none of that stuff. Yeah, that's just how I feel about it. I don't know about you.
No, that pretty much squares it. Do we want to get everybody in here?
Yeah, I'm getting them in now. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Hold on.
Oh, wait, your turn now.
Oh, wait, entertain the people for 1 minute. Hold on, just 1 minute. See if you can do 60 seconds off.
60 seconds of Lyle. How are you guys doing? I can't fucking believe that I forgot to tell this story when we were talking about Class of 09-esque high school happenings. We had a substitute teacher, and I'm not saying that these two things are related, but we had a substitute teacher that thought the Holocaust didn't happen and had a glass eye. Again, I don't know that these things are or are not related, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were. And kids clued in to the fact that they could get her going off about the Holocaust not happening if they brought it up in class. So that was good for about 3 weeks, because this was like an on-staff substitute teacher. So, you know, she would go to different classes, so she was a regular, and they would just get her going off about how the Holocaust didn't happen with her glass eye.
What did I come back to?
Yeah, you missed the good part. Anyway, yeah, I think at some point she got a talking to, because she no longer would go off about the Holocaust at the drop of a pin if you brought it up. Yeah, I had a substitute teacher with a glass eye that said the Holocaust didn't happen.
That's really cool. I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you.
I mean, I didn't really have anything to do with that. I didn't convince her. But she didn't exactly convince me either, so.
I think we got Tomar here. Hey, Tomar.
What up, Big T?
Whoa, that was an announcer voice. Wow.
Do I have my volume up too high?
No, you're great.
You're good.
The king himself.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing fine.
Yeah, it's people might have PTSD from hearing you after this mall cop scene, but let me see. Hold on, we're waiting for one more person. That
was the first big viral clip of the re-up, I think, was the mall cop scene.
Yeah,
the classic mall cop scene.
Quick, we put in a lot of work for that. It was only like 30 minutes, but there was a lot of work in that 30 minutes. I remember Source Connect didn't work. Then we went to Discord. Then we went to Skype. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. I
thought you just meant like sweating in the booth from screaming. You ever do that?
Oh no, there was that too. It wasn't I want to fucking kill my wife. It was the one, shut your mouth before I blow your goddamn brains out on the top floor. That we had to do that in 2 takes, and we had to stitch it together because it was like way too much screaming for one human breath. So,
or at least for one me breath.
Yeah, but so we had to. Also, we have with us Elsie and Kaylee, the voices of Nicole and Jekka. You say hi real quick, guys.
Hi, real quick.
Hi.
Okay, yeah, we're having a good time, but yeah. Okay, yeah, but no, that was it paid off because we made the right call, and it ended up being our first viral clip, so it was all good. Hopefully, we don't get PTSD.
I told you this guy brings it. Didn't believe me. I'm going. You do the 30, 40, whatever seconds now.
Okay, yeah. Well, actually, another question I can ask Tomar. Elsie and Kaylee, we'll go to you guys in a sec. Yeah, do you guys know each other? Everybody say hi and be nice to each other. That's what voice actors like doing.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, hi. Elsie and I have met, and I believe Kaylee and I have met briefly.
Briefly, like
we've
4
been in
years
the same
ago.
room.
I don't know.
I met Kaylee. I met you years ago.
Yeah, we met in person once too when you were visiting.
Yeah.
Voice actors are the nicest people. So, Tomar, there's some I think would be interesting for people who are interested in voice acting and getting into voice acting on the online level is a lot of people that I either spoke with, worked with, learned from, who I thought were like sort of the OG people. I call it the second gen voice actor wave of people who actively wanted to be voice actors. Actively wanted to be in cartoons, wanted to be in anime, because before then it was kind of, the Gen Xer, their agent says, hey, check this out, and then they're on like Pokemon or something like that. The reason why I bring you up is because I would talk with guys like a lot of guys that I learned from, whether it's Devin Mack or Drew Ox or and then I spoke a lot with Kira Buckland, and a lot of them, what I was noticing through my years of doing voice direction, a lot of them mentioned you as the guy that showed them how to do things. My question is, your name comes up all the time when I talk to those like late 2000s people. Like they all say that you were the one that helped. Who was the one were you the first guy who was doing, like, who was the first, who was the first guy? Like how did this all start? Because it's like, you're like patient zero here. Like who was before you in terms of actively wanting to be a voice actor?
I could talk at least about where I came from to whatever effect. So I started getting into voice acting. Like, I guess I was into it when I was in high school, which is like, I was in high school from 2000 to 2004. I was a class of 2004 guy.
Oh man.
But yeah, it was mostly just like back then it was like I was on a forum called the first forum I was on was called Flava, which I was told stood for like fine looking amateur voice actor, something like that. And then that became another site called the Voice Actors Alliance. At like that same community kind of just like migrated through whatever. I don't know the technical reasons behind it. But yeah, it was D-Mac was someone I remember from, you know what? No, even then, like, again, all the stuff we were doing then. Sorry, I'm bad at telling stories, clearly. But back then it was just like radio plays and like fan dubs of like little clips of anime, and it was really just like, it was a very internally facing thing. Like no one actually listened to the stuff we were doing except the other people involved, right? It's like when you're doing like a high school play, it's like usually nobody shows up except your family and your friends. So that's who you're playing to. And then yeah, sometime around like 2006, I joined this other forum called the Voice Acting Club, which was started by Kira Buckland, who I would say is one of those OG. I remember there being a few other people like mentioned. Like I think by that point I'd already heard of like there was one girl called Maria Vu who I haven't heard much about in a while, and then another girl. There was Christina V, I think, was around. These were the people who had already like kind of broken into like anime, and we were like, oh, that's so cool. They actually moved from this sort of amateur community into that, into something that like people would see on TV potentially. But yeah, so Rena Chan was there. She started the Voice Acting Club. She, I feel like, was the first, because Voice Acting Club connected directly to Newgrounds for me, which was like finally getting to like hearing my voice in like people's cartoons, like stuff that other people drew and animated, was like the coolest thing ever. But yeah, I would say like Rena Chan was, or Kira Buckland, who was then known as Rena Chan, was ahead of me on that. But yeah, I got so into it, I just kept doing stuff, and I kept like messaging other creators because I was like addicted. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. I get to do voices and then see them like come out of something, often within just a few days or weeks, at the rate at which people were like pumping stuff out.
Yeah.
And that kind of turnaround and like the dedication just like blew my mind.
People were really happier with things just not looking great back then.
Yeah.
Like internet animation.
About getting stuff made.
Yeah.
More.
Who or I guess for you, like when did it go from how do I word it? Like when did it go from like doing Newground stuff to like, oh, now you're in studios and doing this and that? And were they entirely parallel things that you had to work at, or did one definitely lead into the other?
I mean, I'd say like parallel in the sense that like, I mean, it's maybe less so the case nowadays as like people from this generation kind of grow up and start getting studio jobs and are like, hey, I remember this guy. But like back then it really was like, and I think this is even still true to this day to a degree, where it's like all these worlds operate very independent of one another. Nobody in a studio environment could give a shit that I was in 100+ Newgrounds cartoons and games or whatever it was at the time. Like that counted for nothing other than the experience it brought me.
Counted for something. I remember we were playing shit on Oni Plays, and we were just playing old Newgrounds games and just ran across a Tomar just wildly.
but I mean, yeah, I used to do a lot of stuff from about 2006 to 2010. I was very, very active on Newgrounds. I got user of the year in 2010. I have a really cool tank trophy that I got from that.
That's sick as hell.
There you go. So sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's probably the coolest trophy I'll ever own. It's just a solid bronze tank on a block of marble.
Yeah, cool. That Emmy you're gonna get, bullshit.
Yeah,
fuck
no,
it.
I bet you if you got that valued against the tanky would win.
Hell yeah.
Let's rope in to the voice of Nicole, Elsie Lovelock. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How is everyone?
I think we're doing okay.
Well, we're doing great.
How are you doing, Kaylee?
I am fantastic.
Yeah, Kaylee, we've had a running thing where Kaylee, if we don't get Kickstarter money, Kaylee will not have any chicken nuggets, or she'll be locked in a cage and she'll die if we don't get this Kickstarter money. So please save Kaylee. If not for us, just save Kaylee. She will be homeless trying to eat chicken nuggets off the floor. It's going to be very bad.
Yeah.
But
we had Sarah McLaughlin penciled in, but she canceled on us, so we can't.
Yeah.
I can settle for the cage if I get chicken nuggets, but
exactly. So let's see here, dude. Where do we even start? Yeah, a lot of people I saw in the chat. A lot of people were shocked to hear that the voice of Nicole is British.
Yeah, sorry.
Elsie, would you like to apologize?
I'm so sorry for being British. I did see that in the chat just now. Everyone's like, she's British. I'm like, yeah, sorry, everyone.
Can you not be for a sec just to prove that we didn't just get some random woman to come in here and pretend like she was the voice of Nicole?
Like, what the hell is this?
We don't have to prove anything to anyone, Lyle. We don't have to.
Fair enough.
But yeah, sorry, I'm drinking out of my glass bottled water. I'm very special.
Piece of shit.
Okay. But yeah, so what do we got? So let's see here. Lyle, is there anything you want to ask the three actors? Because I feel like I was too closely involved in it to really get out of my own head. Is there anything that you want to ask them about their experiences working on Class of 09?
I've always found that it's like a fun icebreaker to ask was there any Class of 09-esque stuff that happened in your high school? I feel like that's always a fun one, because people have crazy fucking stories unless you guys don't. But yeah.
I mean, like, one of the reasons why I like working on this game was because I literally was in high school during I think I graduated in 2008. So the game, even though it's American, the game is very resonant of that kind of time period that I was in school. So that's why a lot of it was just making me laugh, because it was just, very accurate to the time. But yeah, I just found it really funny how similar it was.
Really? Were the Britoids, were they crushing up perks and stuff like that, or was that?
Maybe not that. I mean, I was a bit of a goody in school, so I wouldn't have done that. Sorry, but
I mean,
just
people around you.
Probably, yeah. I mean, not that I don't think I noticed very much, to be honest. But yeah, just everything about it. The time, the songs that get mentioned and all that kind of thing is just very reminiscent of the time that I was in school. So one of the reasons why I enjoyed working on it.
Yeah, that's a weird thing for me, I guess, about the game is because I grew up in California where weed was just readily available to everyone, including high schoolers. So we didn't have the weird desperation drugs. We weren't doing whippets and shit like that. But I would imagine if it was harder to get, we probably would have been.
Yeah, exactly.
The what's it called? I mean, yeah, one thing that people pointed out was we had a lot of people who were doing anime in studio, and they were just, I guess they were surprised that we got these names for even the first game when nobody knew what the hell it was. My question for Kaylee, I think Kaylee might do most anime here. Kaylee, what's it like transitioning from? What's it like transitioning from the most of the anime work you get and then going to Class of 09? What are the biggest adjustments?
Anime ruined my life. That's really the basis of it.
Class of 09 didn't?
No, absolutely not. Well, not yet. I thought it might, but it hasn't yet. I don't know. There's still time. Just definitely very, very different acting style, because I started off when I moved to LA doing mostly anime, even though I was, trying to do everything I could. Anime is kind of where I stuck and kind of what I aimed for first. That the style of acting is so different from a lot of Prelay and definitely from Class of 09, where it's a lot more grounded and real. So that was definitely a struggle at first. I had to be coached on how to speak like a person.
Oh dear.
Also going back to high school experiences, I went to a high school with 100 people. There were 20 people in my graduating class. It was a charter school, mostly for kids who were going to drop out anyway, or who wanted to do other things. So I had a very boring high school experience that was weird. So I didn't experience a lot of these things. Actually, this was closer to my middle school experience, because I went to 5 different middle schools in the 3 years that I was in middle school. And middle school is rough, and everyone was terrible. So
that's the worst age for human beings. That would have the fucking gym teacher story. That was a middle school story. That wasn't a high school story. But yeah, people are sociopaths.
Oh yeah, I broke a kid's nose in gym class once because he was throwing basketballs at my friend for being a lesbian. They were just making fun of her for being gay, and they were throwing it up. So our gym was there was a track along kind of the top of the bleachers, and the bleachers would push back into a wall, so it was 2 floors, and then there was the gym under it. So he was throwing from under up. So I was just I threw the ball back and broke his fucking nose, and I got away with it because he was throwing stuff up the whole time. I was I was just throwing them back.
I love that for you.
That rocks.
That's awesome.
I will say that is the coolest feeling as like a middle schooler, high schooler, is when an adult actually hears you out and goes like, yeah, good job fucking him up. Like that's I've only had it happen once, but it was amazing. We were talking about
it was an accident too. I was like, I don't know, can't prove it. They're like, yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh yeah, I had this I don't even remember what the fuck the class was. It was like a computer lab or something like that. It was like a bullshit class where the teacher kind of didn't really do or say anything. It was just kind of like he showed up and said do whatever. And this kid was like fucking with me. It was like flicking me in the back of the head repeatedly. And I was just like, I tried to tell him to stop and he didn't. So I just like grabbed him and put him in a headlock and like took him off his chair. And the teacher's just like, you want to tell me why you just got yourself suspended? And I was like, he was like fucking with me. I didn't say fucking. I was like, he kept flicking me in the back of the head and I told him to stop multiple times and he wouldn't. The teacher was like, oh, okay, good job then. And that was it. And I was like, holy fuck. I can't believe that worked. That guy rocks.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because,
That's
like,
ridiculous.
I remember like a lot of kids I knew, including like my ex, who like they had like a zero tolerance policy, and that meant like even if someone was like literally beating the shit out of you, if you fought back, you would get in trouble too.
Yeah, our school kind of didn't care that much with that. Well, they did if they caught it. Like a lot of the times you'd have like the power trip teachers where if they caught you doing anything wrong, ooh, I'm gonna write you a referral. And fuck off, pussy dried up. But yeah, like usually with our school it would be like, oh, that happened yesterday, we don't want to get involved. Probably because it's California and a lot of people's like weird rich parents would have like, how dare you, my little angel, you know, like I'm sure they just didn't want to fucking
or,
deal
like,
with it.
If I was a teacher, I'd just start placing bets on kids.
Yeah, exactly. We can still do child betting, I think. Is that illegal?
Not considered child labor? Like it's
well,
okay,
so,
right?
If they're playing
Definitely
sports, if they're playing
to do
sports, it's
child
illegal.
betting.
Is it illegal to do child betting? I don't know.
If they're doing
Cannot bet a
sports,
child, Lyle.
if they're doing sports, it's legal.
If they're
That's,
doing sports, yeah.
Yeah, so if you make boxing a child sport, then yeah, they would be able to do that.
We should have child boxing.
Oh, dear.
Wait, is that a thing?
What child?
Yeah,
well,
can
no, yeah.
you
There's under 18, under 16 classes. Like they have that for boxing. Yeah,
that's weird.
They have that
I
for the
feel like
Olympics.
that
It's-
should be
They have
weird.
that in gym class. Just
Isn't
have
that
like
what-
5-year-olds beat the shit out of each other.
Billy Elliot's about a little boy who's supposed to go to his boxing classes, but he goes to ballet instead.
See,
That's
and you
true.
can't bet on children's ballet, I assume. Can you win ballet? Is that
Not yet.
Is that competitive?
No, it's an art form. What do you do?
Whoever has the most eating disorders, I don't know.
Yeah, whoever has their toes broken the most wins. The oh wait,
My toe's broken right now. Am I winning ballet?
no.
How the
You
fuck
know
that
what? For
happened?
you,
Is
yeah.
it an interesting story or is it just you kick
No,
something?
it's absolutely not interesting.
Make one up.
This is just unbelievable.
The basketball that I threw at that kid and broke his nose went all the way around the world and finally returned, and I forgot about it and it broke my toe.
That
Well, it was
rocks.
it's like Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't Owen Wilson in that movie.
No,
Hold
Owen
on.
Wilson tried to jump down an elevator shaft to kill himself. That's
really?
how he. Yeah, that's
That
how he
really
broke his
happened?
nose.
Wait. Oh yeah, I heard he committed suicide or attempted suicide. In like
Yeah, that's how he
2009,
broke his
like,
nose. He jumped down an elevator shaft.
That is just ridiculous. I thought it was a football accident. That's what I heard.
Nah, elevator shaft. Tried to kill himself.
Okay, well, you know, I mean, this is the internet. No one verifies any information, so it's okay. By the way, I can walk on water. I'm Jesus. I kind of do this. Maybe
No one's
maybe you've
saying
heard of
all
me.
that. No one's
Hey,
saying all
I'm
that.
saying all that.
You're saying all that?
Are there voicemails that the actors could look at?
There's probably, yeah. So I've got a stream going in the Discord call. If you click it, you can hear the voicemails.
Hit watch stream.
Watch stream.
Yeah, there's definitely ones about the characters for sure. Let's see what we got. This is
These
probably
are voicemails that have been left to like a public number you guys put out.
something like that.
Discord thing.
Discord server.
Oh,
Let's see.
okay.
Is this person really quiet?
In a hypothetical scenario of, let's say, the characters goes to college, where
It's
would
super
the
quiet.
characters go to
Oh,
in
no,
each
that's my fault.
college, and what is their degree?
Okay, so they want to know where the characters... Are there characters in Class of 09 that would go to college? Not the major
Jessica
ones.
would absolutely
I was
go
going
to
to say no one would go to fucking college, would they?
Nicole absolutely would.
Elsie, you don't even read the script. Yeah, Jekka keeps saying, "Oh, I got to go to college. I got to do school."
Oh, they are. I can't remember. Yeah, that.
Yeah, Elsie just doesn't care. I can't believe this.
What
Anyway,
what would Jekka's major be?
Yeah, what college and what major for each of the characters?
I don't think the college matters too much. Are we big college heads here? Are you a big college head, Max?
Just say. Well, I only know about colleges through college basketball and college football. That's the only way I know about colleges.
Yeah, exactly. Or like the fucking Berkeleys and Juilliards or whatever. But
yeah, you could say Cal Arts versus like South Dakota State or some stuff. You know what I mean? Like, take your time, Kaylee.
What's a party? What's a good party school?
Arizona State.
Yeah, Jack is gonna go to Arizona State for psychology.
Arizona State for psychology.
Psychology is a good ass answer for the major.
Elsie, what do you think?
What, for Jekka?
For Nicole?
Oh, for Nicole. We shouldn't really want to go to college, would she?
Well,
I don't know American. Do you think I know American
she-
colleges?
Well,
I haven't
okay,
got a
we'll just
clue.
say the major. Jeez Louise, with a slice of cheese.
I don't know what Arizona State, whatever the fuck.
Okay,
I have
just
no
what major?
idea. I don't know. I really have no idea.
You
I would
think
say
she'd hack
psychology
it?
too.
You think
I'd
she
say
would-
psychology too, just so she could just like mess people up even more. But I honestly have no idea.
You think
probably
she'd
wouldn't even
hack it in
last.
the UK? You think she'd ever like move across the?
Yeah, go to Oxford.
Yeah, she'd go to Oxford or Cambridge. No, I have no idea. What's a good? She'd probably like be really clever and like get into like a really prestigious college and then just mess it all up just by being a sociopath again. So I have no idea.
The University of Phoenix.
She does become
Oh,
a
God.
valedictorian in one of the endings.
Yeah, she does get Jeffrey to do all
By
the homework.
using
So
Jeffrey.
in that
She does
hypothetical
the
Same thing at a
ending.
really good college.
Yeah.
And go to the UK. It could happen.
Did someone just say
could
something about erotic asphyxiation?
Are
Or did I
we
just hear
talking
that?
about erotic
I hope so.
asphyxiation or autoerotic asphyxiation? Because my opinions on both vary very heavily.
Here's the really important question for Tomar is that I think this question can apply to Tomar as well. Where do you think the mall went to college, and what do you think his major was?
I don't. Where do I like? So I'm not a big. I don't know many people in law enforcement. Is it normal for them to have gone to like a regular 4-year college before they enter police academy? I don't even.
It's not a requirement, but it's.
And I
some
don't
guys
think he's
will
a
just-
real cop either. He's like a mall
he's a mall
security.
cop.
He's a mall cop. No,
Yeah.
I think he like went to community college, did like a semester, and then like somewhere in the middle of his second semester, picked up this sick job where he get to carry a gun as a mall cop, and he said, "What? I get to carry a gun now. I'm out." And that was it.
What if he has a bachelor's in gender studies and like he's just so over it at the end and he found he couldn't get a job in that and that's why he hates women?
Oh, he goes in a liberal and exits a conservative. Oh my.
That's
Jeez Louise.
never happened.
Yeah, let's see here. Well, in terms of
people don't change.
Gender studies has a 0% turnover rate.
Yeah.
Because people love women, you fucking whore.
Whoa! You can't say that. Hey, that's offensive to the woman community. I don't know. Let's think. Where would Jeffrey go to college? Dude, Jeffrey wouldn't fuck
Cal Arts.
No, dude.
No,
like,
he would-
this is what's
Wait, no, he
this is
draws.
what's
He
weird.
draws. He would go to Cal Arts.
To me,
Yeah, but
this
would
is
he get in?
yeah, he wouldn't get in. He wouldn't be good enough.
He's not. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say like his drawings aren't very good in the game, are they? So probably not.
It's weird. Being a nerd used to mean you got really good grades and you cared about school. Now it just means that you play fucking Minecraft all day. Like the value of a nerd has greatly dropped in the last 20 years. It's
Yeah, that
ridiculous.
is like a weird archetype, the dumb nerd. Because it's a very real thing.
Oh yeah.
You mean useless human being?
I don't know if I'd go as far as to say human being, but we're alienating the Twitch.tv audience. I'm sorry, you guys probably you guys probably have something we can harvest.
Person when you said that, thank you.
Oh boy.
You guys have some organ that we could probably harvest to make usefulness out of you.
If you guys agree with Lyle, make sure to back the Kickstarter. We're at 123K right now. Let's move it on up. Come on, guys. get that third game. All right, see, I saved it, Lyle. Before people were backing out, now they're coming in. It's all good.
We turned a negative into a positive.
So you know how you can live with 2 kidneys?
Yeah.
Do you,
mean
think
one
that you
kidney?
could remove one? Yeah, you know how you can live with 1 kidney? Do you think it'd be possible, like, if you removed 1 kidney, like, really fucked up your other kidney and then put the other one back? Like, instead of just ruining them both?
I think you would have to suspend it somehow. You would have
storage for yourself.
Well, I think realistically you'd have to put it in another person for it to last that long. But yeah, you probably could. That's a good plot for
that
something.
would be a use for these people who were previously thought useless in your last.
Yeah,
so the useless nerds.
Yeah,
can
like a kidney transplant.
For my kidney.
Yeah.
If they want to make women give birth when they don't want to, then we can make the useless people house
You
our
organ farming the nerds.
It's my own organ.
Oh, right. Okay.
But is it still once you shove it in somebody else? That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, we're not doctors. We can't spread any misinformation. Is there another voicemail we can go to?
Okay. How about
not trying to get canceled by the medical community?
All right. How about this one?
Okay.
What would you think if someone randomly created a theatrical play out of the Class of 09 series? Just basic rundown, just like a classical theatrical play, similar to like Heather's, but like Class of 09.
Did Heather's start as a,
a
theatrical play?
Yeah.
No, it started as a
Heather's
movie.
was a movie.
That's what I thought. That's
and then
why
it
I
got
was
turned
like-
into a musical.
Elsie, would you audition for that to belt?
Absolutely.
Some of those lines
Absolutely.
would be fucking funny belted. Like it'd be funny to hear like the.
Well, I mean,
you'll freebase
literally-
crack, but you won't walk through a black neighborhood. Like
the mall cop and like that whole scene could have its whole like musical number dedicated to it. Because me and Kaylee both sing, so like we'd absolutely like.
No, there was a conversation about a Class of 09 album at one point, and I think what I said was absolutely not. But
boo.
I thought you could do a cover album.
Kaylee thought Kaylee was like, oh well, what if we did a mixtape for Class of 09? And I was like, that would require a lot of years of research for you guys to understand how to do that. We can't end up like, oh no, I can't name these people because it'll get Lyle in trouble. Okay,
Wait,
well we can't name.
What would it have been? What was the pitch for the album?
Oh, it would be we would do like a late 2000s blog rap album. That's what we would do if it was an album. Late 2000s blog rap. So like that era is like J. Cole, Mac Miller, XV, Charles Hamilton, like that's that era.
So like all
Wale.
originals or covers of it?
No, the mixtape is you take the instrumentals and then you just write your own lyrics over it. So you write your own verses, your own hooks over it, but you're just using the instrumental.
Right.
That's like how all the hip hop mixtapes are like churned out. But yeah,
I'm all for it. That'd be a great idea.
You would get in trouble.
Musical, let's go.
How do we do the music? If there was a musical,
original songs, not doing cover songs. Like if you had original songs, I'd be all for it. That's awesome.
Yeah, what would we do for a musical? What would the plot of the musical be?
Well, you could just do like a musical adaptation of some of the plot lines from the first or the second game. Well, or the re-up rather. But I think that'd be so good. I can picture it in my head. It'd be awesome.
And I would much appreciate that. I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to. This is my problem. Is like I've never seen a musical where I like the music. Like it's,
I mean, to be fair, we've already got the element that it's an anime. I feel like it would be similarly jarring to have it as a musical, which would be funny.
But that's the thing is like because in the voice message they mentioned like a play as well, and a lot of the dialogue is very play-like, just kind of like back and forth. Like you could literally have like half of the play just be Nicole and Jekka just like at the table, just like talking or smoking and just talking about
true.
stuff. Like it would work really well.
In the second game, I had to approach a lot of it as a playwright, where basically we needed minimal movement, minimal scene shifting, minimal everything. Like it all had to be much longer scenes to like actually get proper runtime, because like the limitations are Ren'Py. We can't like do tons of cutaways and stuff like that because it's just a visual novel at the end of the day. So yeah, no, I was. It's funny that you say that because I was approaching it sort of more as a playwright. But yeah, let's see here. Are there any other? It feels like there was a lot of like character centric questions in those voicemails. We might have a couple others.
Here's one.
Is there any particular celebrity or real life figure that you guys might have derived off from in terms of creating the characters for Jekka and Nicole?
Any celebrity or real life figures as an inspiration for Jekka and Nicole?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you had any, Kaylee, but I mean, it's your vision, isn't it? So it's like, I don't know. That's hard to answer, actually. I don't think so. I mean,
Max made me watch like a whole season
the
of
Simple Life. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she's same to get like the back and forth between Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie.
And they never do that in voiceover. There is no prep in voiceover. That is rare that we do that.
Yeah, you're
they
like,
do
you've
that
got to
on
watch
screen.
these episodes of the Simple Life.
Yeah, hey, Tomar, you ever got a job where they make you watch a whole season of a reality show?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
grateful
Class of
for
09
that,
is
but-
different. What's that?
I said I'm grateful I've never been made to watch a full season of a reality show.
No, Simple Life is the best
role.
one. Oh my god,
It was pretty
Simple
funny.
Life's like the OG like celebrity reality show, right?
It is,
I think
yeah,
it was-
pretty much.
I thought it was Trading Places.
Was it,
Paris Hilton
Well,
was
but
kind of
that
what
wasn't with
made her a
celebrities,
name
was
that
it?
people knew.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it might have been the first celebrity reality show. You're right.
Yeah,
that was even
2002.
before the Osbournes, right?
Osbourne might have been
was
first,
before.
actually.
Okay, Osbournes was first. Never mind. I take it back.
But I mean,
Howard-
Paris Hilton and, and Nicole
big,
Richie
it was
were
big.
they weren't like celebrities. They were like the
You're right, they were
one
made
of the
into
first
celebrities by
one of
Oh
the
yeah, the
first
show like catapulted
nothing
them
celebrities.
significantly. Yeah.
No, they were.
Yeah.
So no, Nicole
They were
Richie
just
wasn't famous.
relatives of.
Paris Hilton was kind of famous. Like she was very
The
much
sex
known in
tape
New
had
York and
just
LA.
come out, right? Or at
No,
least
that
within
was
a few years?
after. That was like
Was
2
it
years
after?
after.
Or was it after?
Yeah.
I thought it was before.
No, it was like 2004. I swear to God.
Proving my
thinking of
Paris
Kim
Hilton
Kardashian?
ignorance
Can't remember.
here.
Oh my God, Tomar. But no, so what was it? No, but so she was just known as like famous for being famous. She was like one of the first like Kim Kardashian type people. Like she started that archetype in the 21st century. And so someone was like, oh, what if we did this? And she brings along a friend. And then Nicole Richie, she was just one of Paris's friends, so they just brought her along too. So Nicole Richie was made famous by that show, but Paris Hilton was not.
Nicole Richie was kind of like, she wasn't like a nobody, because like Lionel Richie is her dad, isn't he? So like she had like celebrity ties, but she wasn't like famous. But yeah, that was like the whole concept of like, oh, rich girls in, normal people settings, and like, yeah, because like you had us watch those for like the back and forths between them and how they talk, and I needed that especially because I obviously don't have an American accent, so I really had to like study it really closely. But that was just very funny because obviously like being asked to watch something like that for a project was a lot of fun.
It's a masterpiece. See, Tomar, you missed out. You should have asked for the Simple Life season 2. I had like the zip file of the whole season. I was just transferring it. It was so cool.
I remember that era where I was watching like The Simple Life and like Flavor of Love around the same time.
Yeah.
On purpose, or just because there was kind of nothing else on?
No, because my girlfriend at the time watched them, and I watched them with her.
Wow.
Brutal. Wow. Also, I think we all forgot about Anna Nicole predated Paris Hilton, right?
Anna Nicole.
Oh, yeah. Oh my
she
gosh, yeah.
Well, she was in Playboy, and then she married the billionaire guy. And what's funny is like when that guy died, like it was so contested of if she would get like half the money or all the money or whatever. And basically that after Anna Nicole Smith died in 2007, that court case was still going back and forth even into like the early 2010s. So that was like a major point of contention after that. I read about that. Geez Louise.
Yeah, that was a good voice message there.
Yeah.
So let's see. Go ahead.
Here's another character-centric one.
Besides Jekka liking mindless self-indulgence, what is some music that you think other characters would like?
Yeah, so you can't answer, Kaylee. You're not allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, she kind of like says, Nicole like just sort of like listened to kind of like the popular songs at the time. So it's kind of hard. Does she really define her music taste at any point? I don't really know. Like, she says that she's like, what's the song? Oh, I can't remember. It's late. But yeah, she doesn't really like have an actual taste. Like Jekka seems to have like more of a taste in music that she likes, whereas Nicole's just sort of like whatever. It's a song, and it's like a song of the time kind of thing. But yeah, I don't really know. What do you think about that?
I feel like Nicole has a music taste, but it's more revealed through the music that she shits on So you can maybe like make a reverse roadmap of like what is the opposite
Process of elimination
of all these bands.
Well,
I don't know.
She said Kanye West got out of jail, and she was talking about Kanye West's next album. And I was very impressed with myself because that is exactly what the opinion and what the stance would have been exactly at that month and year. Because Kanye West had just gotten out of jail, and she was mentioning 808s and heartbreaks. So like that was a lot of stuff, like a lot of like mentions, like passive mentions are very like month and year specific, where I go and I like refresh myself and I look up, news and music 2009, news and music 2008, and I'll like use that for some ideas for what the characters will mention.
Yeah, it was a blast from the past.
Someone said Nicole is Green Day, but I think there's no way in hell.
I don't think there's a world where Nicole's a pop punk fan.
More like Crispin.
Yeah, Crispin definitely.
Definitely will fuck Green Day.
That's more of a Crispin.
Crispin like gets a Blink 182 tattoo right out of high school. Like,
and then they break up.
Crispin finds his weird friend to do it before high school and gets a gross infection.
Crispin goes to the Tom DeLonge Alien College. You hear about that?
God. Did you call him Tom DeLonge?
Is that not his name?
Tom DeLonge, I thought.
I whatever. I don't fucking care.
I'm gonna get really upset. Oh, we're gonna have a meltdown live on stream, Lyle.
See, I was a metal kid, so that was just poser shit to me. Fucking Green Day, the Avenged Sevenfold, pussy. Like,
yeah. See, that was like what a lot of the dudes in my friend group, they liked like Avenged Sevenfold, Trivium.
Trivium fucks. I'll give it to Trivium.
Yeah, but that's like Crispin was like way too close to home for me because he was like most of the dudes that I knew in high school. So it was like, but yeah, I'm not sure in terms of music, but yeah,
that's a good voice message. Lead guitarist of Trivium follows me on Twitter. Or I guess it's x.com.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, you're so cool.
No, that is cool.
That is cool.
That's pretty cool.
See,
I think that deserves a $10,000 backing on Kickstarter. I think that's what that deserves. We've like barely even mentioned the Kickstarter the whole time
because we're having fun talking to our friends, and isn't that what this is about, Max? It's not about money. It's about togetherness.
Whoa. But how are we going to pay these people?
That's fair.
We got to show up. We got to pay these people for the anime. We know that Elsie and Kaylee are
a couple chicken nuggets.
Right. I forgot about Kaylee's cage situation.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna throw you a few donut pieces.
Honestly,
and some
kind of okay
nuggets.
with the cage now, but definitely need the chicken nuggets.
Okay. Well, stop referring to it as the cage situation then, and just the nugget shortage or whatever.
It's my safe space. I like it here.
Stop saying
She was crate trained.
I'm at crate trained.
Let's see here. Something I want to ask Tomar actually is what did you have any reaction to the reception of the mall cop scene? Were you seeing that posted up in the wild? Like, were you seeing that? Because it seemed like a lot of people, like by name, just recognized you when that scene was played. Were you getting any of those people coming back to you? Like, did you experience any of that?
I mean, I kept seeing it in the context of, hey, look at this, and it's like that video trending somewhere, but then it's like someone leaving a comment that's like, it's amazing they kept this guy on the production, you know, because of his recent. Unfortunately, I'm talking about bleed over between like Oni Plays fans and the running joke that I've committed all these terrible atrocities. But then people going out into the wild and sharing these sort of like in jokes, and then other people just going, that's really messed up. Like, why do they have him on this? And I'm just like, oh my god.
Well, hey, the internet is the king of looking at a joke and taking it too seriously.
Well, and what happens in the Gulf War stays in the Gulf War. I thought we all agreed on that. So
yeah.
I do kind of love that with this project though, because like when it started to like trend and like especially on TikTok, oh my goodness, like people would like it'd be like voice actor jump scare, like people would be like, oh, Toma, oh, Kira, oh, and it would just like keep going. And it was just really funny to see. But yeah, it's really cool how it's like really circulated in the last few months. Which is awesome. Like there's some really funny stuff out there, especially on TikTok. So
yeah,
great.
It's all over TikTok. There's like a fandom on TikTok. There's also just a large community of hot girls that I don't think even know what the audio is from. But
yeah, just like
there's
it.
girls selling. There's like so many girls selling their OnlyFans with Class of '09 audio. There's been a lot
everywhere.
And that's a symbiotic relationship as far as I sees it. But
Yeah, it's very weird to see. Like, I'll just be scrolling through, and it's just like my voice is just going like, "Bitch, give me a fry," like a million times with like all these girls cosplaying. Like, it's quite surreal, but it's very cool.
Everybody loves it. Everybody's having a good time.
Everyone is having a good time.
Yes, as they should.
There's a question for Max: did you think that did you think that Class of '09 was going to be more controversial with like the stuff that you wrote in there, or are you kind of unsurprised that people are just like in the context not taking it super like offendedly, I guess?
So I was even when the first game was out and nobody had even heard of it. I thought that it was only going to do like 85% on Steam, which is pretty low. It's technically very positive, but it's still like very low in terms of Steam reviews. But basically, like, yeah, I mean, I thought it would do critically well, but I didn't think it would. I don't know. When you do all of this stuff, when you're putting up thousands of dollars for a project, there has to be some part of you that thinks, yeah, it's going to be huge. Like you have to think that, or else you're not gonna cough up the money, and you're not gonna go after it. So, I mean, in terms of the controversy, particularly, if there was far more controversy with trying to get actors to work on it, as opposed to like actual stuff from people who passively watched it. I would say that, and it's probably because those were personal interactions versus random comments. But yeah, no, there were way more people. It felt like there were more people who were like, oh, I don't want to offend anyone, as opposed to, oh, I am offended. So, yeah, there was a lot of that. And Lyle, I'm sure we ran into that when we were trying to get people to stream the game.
Yeah.
You know, so it's, yeah, it's a mixed bag. I don't know. I think we're after COVID. I think we're getting past the point of people buying into outrage and buying into this. I think a lot of people are kind of over it. A lot of people, this is young and old people. A lot of people want us to go back to using the R word and all this stuff, you know, so I'm not going to put it on the stream because I don't want Lyle to get banned, but you know, like a lot of people just want to go back to that. A lot of people, both young and old, are sick of the hypersensitivity as long as it has proper context. So, you know, you never know. I mean, that's sort of what I've witnessed in terms of like random people who don't need to make a fan base happy. I don't know if you guys have experienced the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Class of '09, you also have to kind of like run through the context to get to the bad stuff, if that makes sense. Like you can't just get there immediately, and in context, it all kind of like plays well, I think.
Well, no, tell that to the fucking the guy who played the counselor. You know, you know, because you got to think, you're a voice actor, you're just control effing to what your lines are, right? So like I have to have a role where a guy has to be like this Reddit level child predator, where he is saying like, oh, is it wrong to be 16, or like, you know, he's saying all that shit. I won't repeat any of it, but you know, like. Again, that's why it's more shocking for the actors than it is for the viewers. Kind of to your point about, well, one party has to sit through all the context, the other party control F's right to it. So yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the smartest written project I've ever been a part of, and literally recording it, like it made me laugh. Like most of it was just me laughing because I would just read the next line, I would just crack up because it's just so well written. And you know, I'm not going to be smug here, but I knew it would do well. I knew people would pick up on it eventually. I didn't
think it would do this well. I didn't think it'd do this well.
I did. I actually I thought it would. I thought it's going to take some time, but I thought that the spark will happen and the flame will get fanned because the writing is just that good. And there's nothing else, in my opinion, that comes close to it in terms of the way it's written, especially like not out at the moment in terms of this style of game. So yeah, it's just really cool to see people, you know, appreciate like how good the quality of the writing is in that aspect.
Yeah, I knew I liked it, and I knew I'm not that special, so I was like,
Yeah, no, it's well, yeah. So it's. I mean, Tomar, between what was your favorite line between "I want to fucking kill my wife" and "Shut your mouth before I blow your goddamn brains out on the fucking ground"? Which of those do you like more?
Which of those two did I like more?
Those are the two most memorable lines.
I do like the transition with the I wanna fucking kill my wife.
Just the immediate snap.
You remind me of my wife.
I like snapping really quick between like low and high energy. It's just fun. Lyle's given me a lot of my greatest opportunities to really go ham with stuff. I always think back to, like, I feel like the predecessor to this was me being in his Trumby video and doing probably the most like blood curdling scream of my career.
Yeah, that's a demo reel scream if I've ever heard one. we got a real fun cartoon with you coming up. Actually, that one turned out real fun. Or I mean,
Spoilers.
It's still in progress, but
spoiler alert!
Yeah, spoiler alert. There's a cartoon coming out, and Tomar may or may not be in it.
Yeah.
So here's another voicemail we can go to.
Oh, sure, yeah.
If you could have put Nicole with one other woman from the class of 09 romantically, who would it have been and why?
Yeah, who, Elsie?
Well, I mean, the whole point about her is that she's a sociopath, so she doesn't really have romantic interest. She's
so pick the one you like the least and inflict Nicole on her, I guess is the...
Yeah, right. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, that's the whole thing about her character, is that it's hard to describe her. It's like, I understand her, but it's very hard to put into words. But yeah, what do you think, Max?
I don't know. Like people are. It's not necessarily the part I care about. It's like because I see like all over Twitter and in the Discord server and stuff like that. Like people are like, they're like, oh no, it'd be this. Oh, it'd be we like Nicole and Emily or Emmy Cole or Jack Cole. They want Nicole and Jekka to be in a relationship, like all this stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know, like that's not what I cared about when writing it. All of these characters were just a means to tell a lot of the stories that I had. In a perfect world, I was wishing for people to, sort of more read into the thematic stuff, read into where it's all based in. The fact that they are name dropping a lot of very real locations and all of the CGs are based on real locations. I thought people would map that out. And there was a dude on a Twitter who went to all of the locations that are used in Class of 09 and like photographed it at the exact angle. I think his name was Mr. Yura. But yeah, so that dude, but that's the thing is like, to me, that's what makes Class of 09 the most unique, is that every single thing in the anime sphere and most of the gaming sphere, it's always based on fantasy. It's always based on an isekai. It's always based on, a superhero. It's never grounded in anything real. And so to me, it's like, I mean, there's been games that have tried to be funny before, but it feels like there hasn't really been games that have done super accurate, like super accurate period piece, super accurate locational based, like sort of writing and world building. I would have, I guess in a perfect world, I would have liked people to care more about that. But
that's the interesting thing about her, is that a lot of what she goes through, it's interesting because obviously she is mean and, just downright horrible. But in a lot of the situations that she's in, it's kind of enabled through people slighting her in a lot of ways. Like, with the principal being like, telling her off for like changing, and the camera with Jeffrey in the first game and everything. It's like, that in itself is pretty evil, and that's not her fault. And so she decides to like go further with that. Like, she's actually put in a lot of situations that are very like, scary or dangerous or horrible from other people, like that she didn't ask for that, and she just sort of runs with it and sees how far she can push it. But a lot of the time it's like not her fault that she was put in that situation. It's people like doing bad things too, but they kind of like blame her for it just because she has the balls to like be rude to them or sociopathic or whatever. It's hard to put into words, but it's like, that's what I find the most interesting about her, is that actually she's kind of very cathartic in that aspect, because she says what we would probably want to say to some of these people in some of these situations, like, just like fuck off. But we never, I never could tell, the dudes like Crispin to just fuck off to their face, because it's like, it was high school and I didn't want to like, I cared about people, liking me and all that kind of thing. And that's like the most interesting part about her in general. But yeah, so I went in a bit of a tangent. It's hard to explain in words, but that's just one thing that's very interesting about her.
Yeah, I think she's a catharsis character for a lot of people, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know who would Kaylee, do you think Nicole would be in a relationship with Jekka? What do you think?
No, I'm pretty sure Jekka's already said, like, I think you like burn me with cigarettes and I don't like it.
She doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, it's just amazing how seriously people take like shipping characters, and that like sort of becomes like the whole thing. It's I don't know. I've never been into that, I guess.
I think it's an important part of like fan community stuff, right? But like I'm in the camp of like it should stay in the fan community. You see a lot of the times where those things kind of echo back into the development, and I mean, some people are into that, but I like the idea of just being like, the vision stays here and it's isolated from what the fans think.
Dude, it's amazing. Like we'll put out joke tweets, like me and the guy I do social media with. We'll just put out joke tweets where Nicole just goes kisses you, and people will genuinely be so fucking furious. I'm like, dude, get a job. Holy fuck. Like, goddamn. Like they will get so mad about like there was a tweet where if they were able to turn Dumbledore gay, can we turn Ari straight? People got so mad about that. I'm like, dude, like, dude, Gen Zers are the most, like, they're so easy to be fucked with. It's kind of, I don't know. Like, I don't know if anybody realizes that those tweets are jokes, but we'll just throw that out there because some people are challenged in that regard.
Look, we never joke about Class of 09. Class of 09 is a serious property. Speaking of serious property, here's a question that kind of speaks to what you were thinking about earlier, Max.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? I'm very interested in geography because I'm a geographer. I go to school for geography, and I was wondering, what do the cast of 09, what do they think about the rest of Virginia? Because, the people up in Nova, rest of the state, doesn't exist. You got Charlottesville, you got Virginia Beach, you got Richmond. Nothing out of that. What do they think about it? Outside of Nova, outside their little shitty McMansions, they're all next to each other. Also, other question. Why the fuck does Kyler have an Atlanta area code on his phone? That really bothers me. I don't like that. I've been thinking about it for a while. I don't know.
This is what you said you wanted more of? Was that?
There's
your interest in the area.
These are the questions I like answering. These are entertaining.
Hang on a minute before you answer. Where is the game set? Is it Maryland or is it Virginia? Where is it set?
Oh, you said it, Nova.
Where's that? I'm British. I don't know where that is. Where is that?
I don't think most Americans know what Nova, Virginia is.
Nova is northern. That's Northern Virginia. They say Fairfax.
Is that where it's
Northern
set?
Virginia. I think only Virginia
I thought
use
it was
that
set in
term.
Maryland.
And then also, what's it called? When the cop arrests the character, he says, "We got a school tip. We got a tip from someone across the Potomac. If you're in PG County, across the Potomac is Nova."
Okay, so it is Virginia then. Like that's where it's set. That's their school and everything.
Yeah, but here's the thing. A lot of people from around that area will only say Nova because.
Is that considered like DC suburbs, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Beltway. Like I call it the Beltway because that's sort of the thing is that you'll just go, if you live in the middle of Wyoming, you don't just go to a bordering state, but that area is so compacted and it's all connected by the Beltway that that's how that area works. But basically the reason why Nova, I don't say Virginia is because I never say Virginia. I always say Beltway, Nova, DMV. That's what people from that area call it because to his point about what they think of the rest of Virginia is like a totally different culture than up in Nova because that's where you get Nova's extremely liberal. The rest of Virginia is very conservative. So that's like sort of the big signifier of so they would probably think they're all like dumb rednecks who like
go to Virginia Tech and, marry their sheep and, all this weird shit. Like, that's basically how people in Nova feel. That's in general how people in Nova feel about that. But then some kids, their families are from there, so they're a little more. You get a little bit of that, like that country sort of behavior, but it's in very few kids. A lot of Nova is just trying to reflect California and how the SoCal kids talk, because there's no real signifier of Nova. And what happens in metropolitan areas with no signifier? Boston has a signifier. Boston culture. New York culture. When you're in Northern Virginia or you're in like Moco, Montgomery County, or any of those areas, they just pick up what's on TV. And so what was on TV was everybody in SoCal. That's what was cool. So a lot of that SoCal accent you'll hear in some Northern Virginia people, or just any Beltway people. And I'm sure it could be similar to like Raleigh, North Carolina, or something like that. But you'll see a lot of that. As for the other question, could you replay the second part of his question, please?
Yeah.
Also, other
Atlanta
question,
area codes.
why the fuck does Kyler have an Atlanta area code on his phone? That really bothers me,
So that was an Easter egg. That was actually an Easter egg that I put there. He's referencing when Kyler shows him breaking into the photo lab and breaking everything. At the bottom of it, you see everybody's number, right? Like the text. And so the reason, so the number was 678-999-8212. 678-999-8212.
678 must be a new one. When I lived there, it was just 404 and 770, I think.
Hold on,
It's a
678.
weird thing to remember, but
Hold on, 678. I'm about to get into why it was that, but would anyone... Wait, that's Atlanta, right? 678 is Atlanta. Okay. So would anyone like to take a guess as to what that phone number is from?
Probably some fucking fast food place knowing you.
No. That number isn't even connected to anything. That's not a real number, but it's from something.
Whoa.
Oh, is it?
678-999-8212 is the phone number said in Soulja Boy's Kiss Me Through the Phone. That's a reference to that. If you go and play, well, you can't play it because you'll get demonetized or copyrighted or whatever. But no, that's what they say when they lead into the hook. 678-999-8212. Baby, you know that I miss you. That's the Soulja Boy song. That was Soulja Boy. That was his #1 hit after Crank That.
Yeah, that was Soulja Boy in his prime, which is arguably at his worst.
No, that was his best. Come on.
No, you heard Goku? Come on.
Hey, I don't know.
Bitch, I look like Goku. That's the only line I remember.
Bitch, I look like Gohan
Vegeta.
smoking up that marijuana. Bitch, I'm having it sucks. I love it.
No. Soulja Boy changed a lot of stuff in the music industry. He was definitely a catalyst for a lot of things. Now, some people find them to be good, other people find them to be bad. But yeah, no. So yeah, that was an Easter egg to Soulja Boy's Kiss Me Through the Phone. 678-999-8212. That's what we made Kyler's phone number. So that's his answer for that question. See, we got some real good lore here.
Hell yeah.
See, this is what I mean. That's amazing lore. That's like incredible fucking lore there.
I'm glad we clicked the geography question because it gave you a chance to hyperfixate. All right, we got one more. This one's another character-driven one.
Before the game was released, what character did you think would be the fan favorite out of all of them?
I think everybody could answer that.
Is there a fan favorite? I don't even know.
Yeah, what is the fan? Is there a consensus on that, or like
fan favorites are? It used to be Jekka. Used to just be Jekka. I think that's changed now. I think it's more. It feels like it's more like Ari and Emily now. I could be wrong. I don't. It used to be Jekka, and then the other characters kind of caught up. Then everybody started liking Emily and Ari and Nicole more.
This is why you have to have seasonal popularity contests so you can farm this data, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to be like a Shonen Jump manga.
I feel like Nicole might be polarizing for people. Because she's so awful, which people will either find it fun or they'll be like, I don't like playing as this character. I think Jekka is like, she's got just a little bit more of a conscience, but she still lays into people. Like I think Jekka's probably my favorite personally.
Oh wow, that's
Jekka
great.
definitely
Lyle.
has like the best moral center. Although when you go on TikTok, there's a lot of Nicole edits, like a lot.
Nicole has the
edits.
best, like, she has the best lines for sure. I think she's the most cathartic.
She's the most quotable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the but yeah, I guess
I think Jekka's like well-rounded where she still has those zingers, but she's not like.
Yeah, Jekka has some great lines. Oh my god.
a lot of people really like the mall cop though. Like initially too, the mall cop was the favorite character just because that was the '1 clip going around. So the mall cop, I mean, that's why we had Tomar on, because like that was the scene that sort of gave us our momentum initially. But yeah, no, people were like, "Oh, mall cop's the best character. I want someone to kill my wife too," like stuff like that.
Oh yeah, he's your he's like your like Quagmire or something, like the side character that everyone's like, "Oh, he's so funny."
Dude, he's got less screen time than Quagmire, but let's see here. Who else but Quagmire? Remember that Family Guy joke?
That was a joke.
Yep.
All right, but the question was predicting the favorite character?
Yeah. Who'd you think, Max? Who'd you think was going to be the big one?
I'm gonna ask Elsie and Kaylee afterwards, but I think that I would say that I thought probably either Nicole or Coach Colby. I thought Coach Colby was going to be a fan favorite.
You thought wait, why?
Why?
because you gotta keep in mind. Right? When I'm doing Class of 09, the first one, and no one knows that this fan base exists. Like, this is 2 years before any of that happens. The fan base I was appealing to was my YouTube fan base, who was used to silly dubs and silly jokes and one-liners. Like, they weren't really used to works with continuity. They weren't used to works with theme. And so, going off of my YouTube audience, which is all I had, I didn't have this other new Class of 09 audience. The reality is that people liked more, kind of wacky, goofy lines, kind of, oh, this guy's terrible, haha. And Drew, because he's voiced by Drew Ox, like a lot of people just knew Drew Ox, and so I thought that character would be a fan favorite in that regard, just because that was what the SBN3 dubs and stuff like that, like that's the kind of humor people wanted. So we have a lot of the old humor, we have some of the new humor, like, but yeah, I thought it was either Nicole or Coach Colby or maybe Kyler. I mean, I don't know, like, to be honest, like, I don't even think that much about that in terms of my own works. I don't think about what's the best character. I just think about like what's a good story. That's all I really care about. Like they'll ask me, how tall are the characters? What's the characters' last names? What's their birthday? And every time I tell them, I don't give a shit. They're fictional. So it's yeah, it might be bad marketing, but I just don't. Again, that's not, American screenwriters don't idealize that stuff. They're like, oh, okay, this is a character, Jack. What situation does Jack get into? They're more worried about the weaving plot lines than they are like the entire backstory of every character.
Yeah, I think sometimes like not having an ego about that stuff is better too, because sometimes you can
Unbiased.
get like so locked into your characters as like a certain thing that it's hard to write them, or hard to do things to them or get rid of them, or like when you're not bound by that. A lot of writing I've found is just overcoming that ego. So yeah, like, it sounds dispassionate, but I don't think it reads that way. I think it's more the characters are driven by like what the story needs them to do, rather than like the story being held hostage by like, oh, well, like this character needs this moment, and the different philosophies for sure, and for different projects they'd call for that. But yeah, for like something like this, yeah, I don't need to know Kyler's last name.
Exactly, like oh, I gotta know his last name is whatever the hell for him to like jump off a school building. Like, the fact he jumped off a school building is like enough entertainment.
I feel like the reason why Nicole and Jekka work well in terms of just like, for fan engagement is because they're both quite emblematic in the sense of like, they've kind of got that sort of like hi Puffy Yumi Powerpuff Girls effect, where it's like, oh, Jekka's the one who's like, blonde, a bit preppy, she has some really good lines and zingers, but she's still like a cool, girl. And then Nicole is, sort of like the brunette, a little bit more moody, sardonic, kind of, they sort of have that effect. And it's been really like funny to see, on TikTok and a lot of these girls, it's like Nicole and Jekka, like they do the cosplays and stuff. It's kind of the sort of way that they wish they could be sometimes. Like you're in a situation where you wish you could have the bravery to like, say the sort of stuff that Nicole and Jekka say. Like they're both just very sort of cool, and they're so great, the way they interact together in a lot of the scenes. The dialogue is so great. So I just feel like both of them together are just such great characters in that sense. And yeah, that's a lot of what I've seen from it anyway.
Yeah. So, Kaylee, when you were doing the game, who did you think would be the fan favorite character?
Straight up Nicole.
Oh dear, low self-esteem. I can't believe this. Well, it's okay. What? Yeah, I remember in the first session, Kaylee thought it would do really well after she did the white nationalism ending. She's like, "Oh, this will do great." I was like, "Well, it's not your money up." But anyway, the fucking. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, Tomar. Well, I know you can't speak on characters because you only did so many scenes, but I guess when you were doing that clip of him yelling, like, did you feel like it was going to sort of get that kind of traction?
I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't have like that gave me, I feel like, a decent idea of like, all right, I get the tone of this game. It's like it's sort of a no holds barred kind of thing, or that's the impression I got from the scenes I did. I honestly had no idea what to expect. I was like, hopefully this comes off as funny and not just like ear rape, for lack of a better term. Like just me screaming. But yeah, I don't know. That's my answer.
There you go.
No one really knows what comes next in this crazy internet sphere because it can go anywhere.
I'm so used to, exactly. You get so used to like you do enough stuff and you're just like you try not to hold any like extreme expectations, because things go down so differently every time.
Yeah, I feel like the bolder the project, the more of a chance that it either absolutely flops or like pops off. I feel like there's very few things that I can think of that are subversive and weird and interesting that aren't either an extreme success or like an extreme failure with like a cult following. It usually kind of pans out one or the other way. So let's hope this anime is fucking good, shall we?
Oh, a lot of pressure. Oh man. Oh geez. Oh man. Yeah, I was waiting on. I won't say who, but yeah, I was waiting on for like 2 weeks for someone to get back to me on writing, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, sorry, my agent says I can't do it" or something like that. So that was putting a bit of a speed bump and everything, but. Hey, Kickstarter ends at midnight Eastern or 9 p.m. Pacific time. So yeah, once that money splashes in, it's time to go.
Hell yeah, we know exactly what we're doing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a real fun project.
And yeah, by the way, congrats on your pledges so far. We're at 125K. It looks like.
Yeah, roughly that. We're so we've got an 11-minute pilot. That's what that means.
That's beautiful.
I think that's pretty sick. That's a lot.
SpongeBob episode length. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I think that's great.
So how do we send this off? Should we just listen to some more voicemails and then kind of throw it in?
We could. This is maybe one that could go a couple ways. Either you're gonna bungle this or knock it out of the park. This is a polarizing one, Max. So
okay,
you better not fuck it up because this is gonna be the tone that it ends on.
Oh god.
What's something you like or hate about your fans?
Well,
yeah, Kaylee, what's something you like or hate about the fans?
I was not asked the question.
Well, it didn't say, "Hey, SBN3." It said,
It said anyone.
Someone said, "Hey, Max," before that. I don't think that's me.
Okay. What do I like or hate about the fans? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I sort of went into it earlier, didn't I? Or
you're not weaseling out of this, you piece of shit. You either have to get sentimental or mean.
What do I like about the fans? I like that. I like how. What I like is how diverse the fan base is. Not from like somewhat from a political standpoint when we hear the word diversity, but I like how diverse it is in terms of corners of the internet and the appeal that the game has, and so that shows that it's something that maybe has mass appeal, but because of bureaucracy, it might not get out of indie because of the content in it. But like, dude, like when I talk to people, whether it's on Twitter Spaces or whatever, we have some 27-year-old guy who like just like collects like model figurines all day, who doesn't really know about any of the stuff, and then you have like next to that like 19-year-old they them girl, and they're just having a conversation. So the way that it brings like people together on the oddest of terms is very, to me, that's very interesting, where we have people who are 32 or 33 now because they graduated in 2009. That's why they like the game. Or some kid who romanticizes the late 2000s because they never lived it. And to see those conversations go back and forth between people who lived it and people who didn't live it, I think that's like sort of the interesting thing about that. So that's what I like is how it hits so many corners, and so we get to hear a lot of different perspectives. That's what I like, Lyle. And I already told you what I hate about the fans. So
yeah, we don't need to rehash that. I think that's a nice positive note.
Yeah.
I hope everybody had fun here. We were just kind of chilling out and letting this thing fly. If you want to donate to the Kickstarter to make our production smoother, or help animation quality, or help these lovely voice actors get paid, there's still time to do that. There's 6 hours left to go. Kaylee needs her nuggets but likes her cage. So go and check out the Kickstarter, or watch the anime, or play the games if you haven't. They are still on Steam. Are they still on sale or no?
Winter sale's over.
Winter sale's over. Fuck you missed it. But you can also wish list it or just buy it. That helps. All of that helps. All of it's good. We're having a good time. Any final words from anybody else? Max, would you like to read us out, or
how do I read us out? How do we read this out? Well, I'd like to say I like glass bottled water, and oh man, you set me up.
Not canned water. Not canned water.
Not
No
canned
metal
water.
water,
Canned
brother.
water is disgusting, and I don't know, man. Like it's a lot of people see the stretch goals, and some people are trying to say this is a scam. I'm going to remember everybody who said that. I will remember every single person who said that.
Yeah.
Because this is definitely coming out.
Carve their names into your fucking arm and cross them out as we hit milestone goals for production. As we enter phases of production, one more arm name gets slashed out. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for supporting the game.
Yeah, thank you for supporting the game.
Cool.
Thank you for supporting the anime, and I hope you guys
Thank
are
you
looking
so
forward
much.
to seeing the pilot, because I'm looking forward to being a part of it, and I'm sure everybody here is.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Thank you so
Heck
much,
yeah.
everyone. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for hosting this, Lyle.
Thanks for letting us